It's my proud privilege to welcome all the participants, delegates, students, scholars, who have joined us, who have come to Dehradun, for this conference. Now we are going to start the proceedings of the second day. This is a very important plenary session. The theme of the session is Mountain Ecosystem Services and Sustainability of Fragile Mountain Ecosystems. And to chair this session, may I invite Dr. Rajendra Doval Sahab, Director General, UCOS, on the dais. Doval Sahab, please. Please. I think everybody knows about the Dr. Doval. He is a Director General of UCOS. He is an eminent researcher, scientist, working in Uttarakhand, and I think under his able leadership, UCOS has reached to this height. May I invite Professor R.D. Gaur Sahab. He is an eminent academician. He is an ex-head professor, Department of Botany, HNB, Garhwal University. May please join us on the dais. Now may I invite Dr. P.M. Krishnan, this Malabar Botanical Garden and Institute of Plant Sciences, Kozhikode. Please, sir, please join us. He is co-chair of the session. And the keynote speaker of this particular session is Professor S.P. Singh, former Vice Chancellor, HNB Garhwal University, Srinagar. I think he also doesn't know any introduction. Everybody working in this Uttarakhand, in this particular area, in biodiversity conservation and mountain ecosystem, is well about the Professor Singh. Please, sir. May I invite Shri Dilsher Vir Sahab. He is the son of engineer Sardar Bahadur Uttam Singh Vir Sahab, who built the FRI. So this is our privilege actually, the person who has built this FRI. His son is here with us in this session. Please, sir, please join us. So may I invite Professor V.S. Vijayan Sahab. He is Salim Ali Foundation, Trishur and former Director, SAFON and Chairman, Kerala State Biodiversity Board. Professor Vijayan sir, please. Now may I invite Dr. R.S. Rawal Sahab. He is Director, GBPAN, National Institute of Himalayan Environment and Sustainable Development. OC, Rawal sir, please. Now may I invite Dr. Om Prakash Chaursia ji. He is Director, Defense Institute of High Altitude Research, Leh Ladakh. Please join us on the dais. So in this session, we have 5 speakers, including keynote speaker. Professor S.P. Singh Sahab will be the keynote speaker, and we have 4 other speakers. And time allotted this session is 9:30 to 11 o'clock. So now I won't take much time, and I'll hand over the proceedings to the chair. Please, sir, go on.
We have Dr. Raman, who has very recently taken as the Director of GBPAN Institute of Himalayan Environment Development and Sustainable Development. In fact, I have just landed late in the evening I was in the Integrated Mountain Initiative Center session, and we were discussing the same subject yesterday. And the ex-Chief Secretary of Himachal Pradesh was very categorical, saying that after my superannuation, now I'm free to say. And he says the water which flows from Himachal Pradesh and for that matter, any Himalayan state, the water reaches to Sri Ganga Nagar, New Delhi, Gurgaon, their quality life is good due to that water, but the quality of life of these people living at the source is worsened. How it could be compensated, how it can be negotiated. And at the international fora, we just cannot ask for the green bonus because the source of river, forest, you cannot boundary air, water and whatsoever it is. And therefore, we generally negotiate here in our country in the name of ecosystem services. We have had attempts in the past in the Vicky Chaturvedi committee, which was constituted by the then Planning Commission, 12th plan perhaps. Lead Professor Tolia along with Professor S.P. Singh. I was also a part of it, and we did an exercise on ecosystem services for the districts. That was well received by the Vicky Chaturvedi committee. And therefore, I have again a distinct privilege to invite Professor S.P. Singh as keynote speaker. And he will be setting tone for the next, 45, probably 90 minutes, whatever. We have time up to 11 o'clock. Keynote speaker has a privilege not to be controlled, but he is a self-regulator. I have had a privilege to listen to him many times in the past. And therefore, I would not ask him to stop. He himself will stop. And all other speakers, distinguished speakers, are requested to put their views up to maximum of 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Professor Singh, please.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dobal, for all kind words. And responsibility has given to me that you have to regulate yourself. Well, I will try my best to regulate myself. Had he given some time, I would have taken liberty. But he says that you have to regulate yourself. Again, all the people say thanks for all kind words you have given to me and the organizers who gave this opportunity to share. Are you able to really hear me? Yeah. The last people? I will try to say, as he has already said something about, say, how ecosystem services should be paid. The idea is that a region provides ecosystem service to other regions or rest of the humanity. Should it be valued or should it be incorporated into national accounting or not? My idea here is that, say, if the market doesn't work, if market doesn't operate, then it's a responsibility of country or global community to see that justice is done to the services which flow from one region. And here the region is the Himalayan region. So this was the idea about this thing. And he's right, he has already said that, say, we wrote a paper for 12th Finance Commission. They agreed. They still agree. I remember they agreed. Government of India took a lot of interest. It still takes interest. The problem with the scientists is that, say, they have not come up with a very convincing way of concretizing these ecosystem services so that they could be incorporated into national accounting. The idea of this. My feeling is that, say, I tried several times after that also. even when there was a planning commission, they also took interest in this thing. Somehow we have not come forward with the, say, convincing science to prove that this much is something which should be paid. The idea is that ecosystem services, yes, I can claim again that I wrote first paper as far as India is concerned on the quality of ecosystem services, where the idea was that, say, biotic and abiotic components of ecosystem interact and they function. And some of the functions of ecosystem services are used by humans, or they are of interest to human beings. That's called services. That it's an anthropogenic term. Means you are referring it to in your context. Biodiversity is a very important component. The International Biodiversity Congress here you are celebrating. Means when you have more species, the ecosystem functions better. The productivity can be high, it can be more stable over years and temporally as well as spatially. So this data was based on say value flower, where we showed that say more species means there is a less decline in productivity when there was a drought. When there was more species, when there were more species, there was less decline in the productivity in a drought year. That was the idea. And then you know that Madam Vandana Shiva talks a lot about the security of biodiversity in terms of crops. Say it gives security when you have so many varieties or so many species. So the idea is that say, species are an important component as far as this ecosystem service is concerned. It's something which is the basic premise is that say society doesn't really accept, is not sensitive enough to really appreciate the importance of these services. So a person like Costanza and his team, they developed that the overall ecosystem services, if you can really measure, it will be twice as big as world GDP. The idea was that you tell the people that, well, these things have value. If you don't use them, if you try to create on your own without the support of these services, the cost would be very high. Cost of running the world would be very high. So Costanza and his group, about 13 scientists, they what we call this economists, all of them, and they showed that the GDP, world GDP is twice as, say, ecosystem services value is twice as big as the global GDP. It can be bigger than that, they say it was a conservative value, but the more important thing was that globally it sensitized people. Then this millennium assessment idea was that to show that these services can be of 3 or 4 types. Unfortunately, we measure only one type of mostly, provision service, which is like I say, fruits, timber, all those things which you can measure, which are marketed. Most of others like regulation, climate control, hydrological regulations, recreation value, they go without really measured, or they are not the part of market system in general. I'm fond of this picture, showing this picture, and they show that Himalaya is the origin place of 10 river basins, where live some 1.3 billion people. This is a dramatic way of showing it. Out of them, there is one Gangetic plain, which supports a population of more than 500 million. Some, at many places, the density is 1,000 people per kilometer square. It's something which the rest of the global world may not believe, but that's the kind of supporting system this. My hunch is that much of it is because of the continuous service of water and say tons of water and soil, fertility of the forest which goes to these Gangetic plains. So this kept on replenishing for 1,000 years. We have some evidences, but we don't have concrete data. But again, I'm saying science. One is that land tilling has been there for 10,000 years without any known idea of say erosion or something like that. People can scoop out soil, make buildings, and then start agriculture. Americans can't believe that you can do like that as far as this part of the world is concerned. And then the highly productive systems next to the plains. The moment you enter the plains, the first plains is one of the most productive systems in the world. And if you look at grassland productivity, crops and all those things, that clearly shows that the nutrients are trapped in this area, first plains, and the productivity leads to high productivity. Then there was a data which we showed that in Nainital is something 2,000 meters. Nainital has more rainfall than the adjacent plains, about 100 centimeters. It has oak forest. We thought that the Nainital forest should have higher water potential and should have a higher water conductance. But it was just opposite. We saw that the South Shoria Robusta in the place, which has 100 centimeters less rainfall, has higher productivity than, and conductance than the forest of Nainital. Clearly, both water and soil, they are supplied from these mountains to the place, and they are stored, and in this way, the system has been created. It was just to show that how the system would have worked because of these processes. Then the question came how to measure the ecosystem services which flow from Himalayan states to the rest of the country or globally. I'm saying here what we did was that we tried to consider only two types of services, which are one which serves the community in general and the other which serves the rest of the country. And then my idea was that let's make a claim on the basis of these parameters. What parameters we should use? They should be measurable. They should be easily measurable. Any politician can measure something like that should be there. So what we did was that we in national accounting system we considered several things. For example, carbon sequestration is known. You can measure it. Similarly, the carbon stock you can measure it easily, or they are measurable easily. The number of species and how many of them are endemic. Dr. God knows almost all for all the states. And then also, these are global or national services, means the rest of countries benefit because of these services. And then I call it another word, asylum value of Himalaya. Means because of global warming, when species are tracking cold temperature conditions, there are no other place in this part of the world except Himalaya. They have to go to the Himalayan region to get asylum or get shelter. And in that case, Kashmir might be one of the most important areas as far as this part of the world is concerned. So I call it asylum value for species. If you look at, say, European data, they have shown that, they measure on 302 summits, and they show that, species accumulation in near summits is already taking place, and the rate is 10 times more than it used to be. Such things have started happening. Our project on Timberline shows that some tendencies for that kind of richness. So my point is that Himalaya is already providing asylum value for the species which are. So asylum value can be made, that can be measured between the space between timberline and say neighbor communities or something like that. That can provide you some idea about the asylum value of Himalaya of a given region. Then we also consider what is the flow of rivers, as Dr. Dobal was saying. What is the extent of flow of river? That way, Uttarakhand is the best state in the sense that the Gangetic system flows from here, and that provides a lot of nutrients and soil and all water to very large area. That way, Brahmaputra is less important. So, spatial scale also is important. Similarly, we consider carbon in this way. Animals we consider, and we came up with some ideas, some data. Let's say this can be used as a kind of here the space which is left up is a space where species can move. But because of global warming, it's quite possible that woody species may encroach upon alpine meadows and the overall diversity may be reduced. So these spaces are going to be very important as an asylum as far as species conservation is concerned. We need to understand these things in a better way. And then people are saying that because of dams we are constructing, Sundarban is going to have a problem. It is not getting the silt and it is deteriorating. So the connection is very clear as far as Himalaya is concerned. These histograms, you can see that which state provides service to the rest of the world based on the criteria we used. This was published in the journal. This paper was published properly. People accepted that what you were saying has some sense. Then the idea was that people still climb trees, they degrade forests, should we not give clean energy to these people so that drudgery and all those things are reduced, and plus carbon and all these issues are addressed in a better way. That second part of this Himalayan service is that Himalaya provides internal service also. almost all cities which we survey depend on spring water to some extent. And about 17 cities entirely depend on spring water. One of them was Mussoorie, until very recently, I think almost even today. And Shimla also until very recently. They entirely used to depend on spring water. So spring, forest and all these connections or ecosystem services, they become very important component. The problem is that, say, we have been raising that to what extent tourism should be done. A tourism which doesn't change the economy, but it spoils the environmental conditions should be scrutinized in a better way, which we are not doing. It's the case of Nainital city, which is one of the most beautiful places in the world, I still think. It is a good lake system. When lake is filled, then it creates a high vegetation value. But when conditions become this, then, well, Delhi people may still find some pleasure in it, but people in mountains, especially in Nainital, think they were depressed because of this kind of situation. Look here, this was a place which used to provide services to Lake Nainital in terms of, say, water. It was about 40% of the water of the catchment was provided as a subsurface water from this area. But look at the condition of this place. We try to convince administrators that at least conserve this area so that Nainital continues to get water. I'm not clear whether science is exactly pakka, but there are some good indications that this connection is clear and this connection plays a role. But look at the condition of these things. So need to know more, and the second point, the next point is that we need to know more about the forest ecosystem functioning. Because if you don't know functioning, you can't really understand the services. This is a typical example of oak and pine forest. A lot of controversies are there. I'm not going to go into how much time? So these two ecosystems, they're contrasting ecosystems. General public feeling and some science also supports, these are scientific data, that the oak provides is superior as far as water conservation and nutrient conservation is concerned. In fact, in all the years, we have said farmers in mountains have been eating into the fertility which used to be created by oak forests. So they value oak. They think that oak is a reason for springs, oak is a reason for, slow fall, all this. Oak provides all this kind of stuff. Much of it may not be correct, but it has some sense, some substantial sense as supported by sound. Oak provides a lot of nutrients in the terms of, and also soil structure. The soil formation rate is possibly is extraordinarily high in oak forests. Again, the science could not do it justice to this, they could not measure it. But my hunch is very clear that these forests provide, there are some indications in terms of, say, root production, in terms of mycorrhizal association, that oak provides soil at a faster rate. If it's true, then the Himalayan forest would have a very different kind of value, much bigger than the people perceive, because there will be a lot of carbon sequestration in soil. And so the value of Himalayan ecosystems would be far higher if we can prove that oak forest provides soil formation in a faster way. It has some science, I'm not going to detail that. So then globally, a lot of exercises were done on payment systems. And in fact, globally, World Bank was interested to have ecosystem services payment in poverty and conservation. They thought that is it possible to use ecosystem services to reduce poverty, to maintain ecosystems also sustainability. The results were mixed. I'm saying some showed that say no gain, no gain. Other gain means in terms of there was some reduction in poverty. And others, there are some, but no sustainability, but in very few cases, gain means sustainability as well as poverty both were maintained. The idea was that, it's clear that it improves the quality of people's life, but it doesn't change the economy. It makes people more aware of this or sensitize people, but ecosystem services as a whole cannot be used as one factor to one of the biggest issues nowadays is that the conflict between people and animals. We have been saying that people should be paid when the crops are damaged. My point is that can't it be otherwise, that say, can't it be positive that people manage forests, people support animals, why should they not be paid for that? Can it be positive ecosystem services or not? Means striking animals at your crop field should be considered positive in the sense that you will get payment, something like that. I don't know how it will work, it's a very complicated issue. But I talk to villagers, they think that it has some sense. The point is that say, that can there be something, a payment for supporting such animals by crop systems or something like that. Similarly, can there be say biodiversity, crop biodiversity should be paid or not? Why not Vijay Jagadari should be paid for maintaining crop biodiversity? Because this enables evolution to take place. I must say at this stage also that there is a sense of what you call climate change justice also here. In the sense that mountains per capita emission is among the lowest in the world, Himalaya. It is ridiculously low, I would call. Less than 1.4, it may be less than 1 ton per hectare, 1 ton per person per year. Global average is about 6-7. But people in Himalaya suffer most. Compared to Delhi, I just try to show that we emit little, almost nothing, but we suffer most in terms of disasters, in terms of extremes of weather and all those things. And then there are people who are getting benefits and suffer, but not as much as the people in mountains suffer. Should there be a sense of climate change justice or not? Should these people who have not emitted historically, not emitting even today, should not be paid for that kind of thing or not? That can be a question which people should discuss and come out with some solutions. Thank you so much for giving me enough time. I could complete.
Thank you very much, Professor Espesi, for...
Again, Namaskar, Sat Sri Akal, Dilip. And we have at least one member of not only of the builder, myself, but Dilip is a descendant of the contractor for this wonderful building. And as I said, this is a personal story, and I would like to, for these few minutes, include you all in my family, because that's the only way I can tell this story this morning. So first of all, I'd like to start with this prayer from Rabindranath Tagore that says, Lord, give us the gift to be natural with nature and human with human society. And I would like you to concentrate on the second half of this, and we are all humans together in this room. So we start with the history of the FRI. In 1878, the first plot in the west of the dune, the map is not very clear, but the bottom of the 7 in 1878 is the clock tower in Dehradun. And just to the east of that, you have the first Forest College estate, which was founded in 1878. Then sometime later, sorry, that shouldn't have happened. In 1906, the activities of the Forest College expanded and they needed more room. So they got a small estate called Chandanwala Estate and was later expanded into what is now the Chandbagh. By 1916, they had built a building there equivalent to this one, which was the main building of the Chandbagh, and accommodation for their students and so on. But then again, they outgrew that location, and in 1919, they started to acquire this new forest estate, which is where we find ourselves today. And so from 1919 to 1929, various buildings were built, including this one, where my father was the executive engineer. So he was born in Gujranwala in the Punjab in 1890. And this map is from 1893, shortly after that. So you see the pink area in the map is the part that was controlled directly by the British, and the other parts were those that were administered through agents.
To cut a long story short, this is a photograph of great-grandfather, and my father is the little boy in the middle there. And you could hardly imagine that one day he would be in charge of the quality control for this building. He then went to Imperial College in London, where he got a degree in mechanical engineering, and came back to join the service in India, initially going as a garrison engineer to the northwest frontier. But he found there that he could be killed, but he couldn't get a commission because of the color of his skin. So he thought that wasn't a good deal, so he came back and joined the Public Works Department, and then became an executive engineer in Dehradun. So here he is in Dehradun, right there to the left of the retiring previous engineer Sinclair, who was a Britisher. And it was about this time that the FRI was started, and he took the job of being the executive engineer where the league's ancestors, Rai Bahadur, and so this was the completion team for the FRI building just before it was finished. And I believe I'm the only one who has a copy of this original photograph. So I'm pleased to actually make a copy of it for the FRI when the time is appropriate. So if you enlarge the front of that picture, you see here my father, number 3, Sardar Uttam Singh, to the left there. Oh, very hard to keep this one. And then next to him is Alexander Rouse, who was chief engineer in Delhi. Next to that, Rai Bahadur Narayan Singh, who was the father of the principal contractor. Number 6 is Rai Bahadur Ram Ratan Puri. And number 7, the actual prime contractor, Sardar Bahadur Ranjit Singh. After that, my father was transferred with his public works duties, and by 1935 he was executive engineer in Rajasthan, in Ajmer. So we'll wind the clock back to 1918, and we jump over to Austria. So another country that was, the map looked very different in those days than it does today. So in 1918, which is just in fact this year, 100 years ago, Austria was formed. And what was formerly the Austrian Empire, the red line surrounds the original Austrian Empire, it shrunk down to the size of Austria today, the yellow part that you see there. And there in 1918, September 28th, my mother was born. These stories converged at a later date. So this is my mother at age 1. And again, it's hard to imagine that this lady would actually be important in the saving of the environment of the dune. But that's how it came about. And my grandmother moved with her daughter to a little place in the Alps called Hofgastein, because Vienna was in those days a very disturbed place with civil unrest, many different, much like at partition in India, when the Austrian Empire collapsed, there were many different political parties trying to gain control. So she thought it would be better to go to a small place and went to Hofgastein. Now in the meantime, and she grew up there until the age of 16, and that time, 1935, Sardar Uttam Singh, who was taking his leave, he went to inspect some hydroelectric equipment in Czechoslovakia. He decided to take a long leave, and he went to Vienna, and he found out that everybody in the summer goes up to these hill places. So he ended up in Hofgastein. And he was traveling in Europe. He was a Sardar, of course. And here you see his passport as he looked before, and then he decided that having a pug and having to wash turbans when you're traveling in Europe was too much of a burden. So he cut his hair off, and he was now in his modern form. You recognize him in the photographs ahead. So he, in fact, to cut a long story short, he married my mother in London and brought her to India, initially to Ajmer, and then he was posted in Delhi and a number of other places. Final posting was chief engineer at Jaipur State. And then they came and retired in Dehradun and led a peaceful life while I went to the Doon School, and we had a wonderful home in 18 Navy Road, which my father had built in 1928. And life was good until about in the 60s, I went to Imperial College myself to study engineering, My father, unfortunately, his health deteriorated quite seriously, and for the last 10 years of his life, he had a lot of trouble with diabetes and other. And eventually, in 71, he died, and my mother, being only 50 years old, decided that she needed to continue with her life, and in fact, she remarried. And she remarried a gentleman from Yorkshire, an Englishman, by the name of John Martin, who was headmaster of the Doon School for 17 years. Had been my headmaster, in fact. So my headmaster became my stepfather, if you can imagine that. And they both took a great active part in the life of Dehradun. And they, for example, they founded the Arts Club. I seem to have lost that slide. They founded the Arts Club, and he was past president of the Rotary Club of Dehradun, and they were deeply involved with Dehradun. But then the environment in Dehradun was beginning to be severely impacted by the limestone mining. And my mother could not bear the fact that the whole valley was being destroyed. And as you see this map of Dehradun, the whole of the Mussoorie range there is actually pretty much solid outcropping limestone. So anybody with a truck and a shovel essentially became a miner, and there was very little control, and all regulations were flouted, and the valley was gradually becoming a mess. So let me switch over, if I can, here to a short video that was made by Austrian television in So I cut the sound off because this is narrated in her words in German. So basically, Dehradun was a green valley, and suddenly by the 80s, there were 90 mines operating in this valley. And the whole place was a continuous, basically a mess with limestone tailings, mines, air polluted, the trucks, the guttus that were bringing the limestone down, creating dust, and actually illegal felling to fire the limestone. And you can see from these images that Dehradun was going to be totally destroyed. And so here she is, said, she formed this society called the Friends of the Doon, which then managed to obtain a Supreme Court injunction. Vandana was part of this movement. Many people in this room might have actually been part of it. But they were able to bring about the closure of all but 2 of the mines. And then they started a rehabilitation process, engaging some of the schools in the valley, and some money was provided by the state. So replanting of trees and all this kind of thing started. So they engaged 3 schools, and 3 in Dehradun and 2 in Mussoorie. And here you see the boys of the Vellum School, I believe, working, planting trees and trying to rehabilitate the environment. And then I think we have a group from the Doon School as well. But in any case, awareness of the environmental need to keep the valley green was, and the government eventually declared this as a fragile zone. And I believe now there is some effort to declare it outside of that zone, and I would encourage you to please join the Friends of the Doon, help us save the mountain. You see what a mess these limestone mines made. It was absolutely, the mine may be quite small, but the tailings practically took the whole mountainside down. And fortunately, thanks to the efforts of the Friends of the Doon and Mussoorie, they have been able to reverse this. And as you see today, the hillsides are still green again. Please, I beg you, help this to remain so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vir Sahab. In fact, we were enlightened today, especially myself, that due to disturbances in Western Ghats, such calamity occurred. We don't know, but he is going to discuss, especially the Ghat report probably. So I invite Dr. Vijayan to have his presentation, please. Thank you.
2012 to 2017, in 12 it was just 50 lakh. It has gone to 136 in 2017. So that is also part of the GDP-based development. And painfully, we have been told that employment generation would be there if the GDP goes up. Where is it? If you just see that graph there, it is going down. In 70 to 77, GDP was 1.6, but employment was 2.6%. It has gone down. When it was 6.8, it has gone to 0.6 in 2015. So I don't think there is any relation between the present development and the employment of the people here. On the contrary, if the development was based on the actually, not with this kind of development, if we are allowed the people to use their own natural resources as we have been doing all the time, people would have got a lot more opportunities for work. So this problem would have been much less. And this is the development. We have this kind of buildings there. I'm sure all of you would be knowing that building. Ambani's building of 27 floors, about 4,000 crores, and the same city is having the probably largest slum. And you see where the wealth is going in this country. The 1% of people were having 53% of the wealth of this country, and 10% is 76.3% of the wealth. If that is the development, I think we have to have a rethink about the thing. And 31% of the people are below poverty line now, and we have polluted the air, water, soil, and food. And 70% of the Indians do not have a toilet. What a disgraceful thing it is after 70 years. We don't have a toilet for many of the people. And the children below the age of 5 die out of diarrhea, 1,40,000 every year, and 40% of children under the age of 5 are standard growth. And undernourished population is about 250 million, and 17 million children are moderately malnutrition. And nonetheless, 4 crores 76 lakhs, and people without house 2 lakhs 70,000. And worst of all, our development, this is what is created, the kind of waste. The kind of waste. And you see one small baby trying to pick up something from that waste. That is the situation of this country. And of course, we all know that on the top of this, actually, climate change and global warming. And we all know that if 2 degrees centigrade is going to increase, it is going to have 1.5 meters sea level will rise, and we have a coast length of about 7,000 kilometers, and 1/4 of the population is 50 kilometers from the coast. So they are the people who are going to actually suffer, the people who are living near the coast. And global warming due to all this climate change and changes in the rainfall, we are facing it now. And without the development, see how the forest resources have gone down. In devastation in the Western Ghats, depletion of forest cover, in 1920 to 1990, 40% of the forests we are lost in Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and Karnataka. And mainly because of the mining, quarries, illegal constructions, encroachment, poaching, tree felling, pesticides, and all this. All this led to creation of the millennials. Mining, illegal construction, everything. It adds on to the making of the millennials. And wetlands we are lost in this country from 1991 to 2001, about 38%. And the loss of wetlands in Kerala is very painful. That 2004 to 2011, we have lost about 6,17,486 hectares for wetlands and paddy lands. 1975 to 2015, 6,81,000 hectares,
and altogether 19,98,486 hectares of wetlands and paddy lands we have lost in Kerala. And we should note that Kerala requires about 40 lakh tons of rice in a year, and we produce hardly 6 lakh tons, and still we are reclaiming our paddy lands. And the remaining wetlands are polluted. You know that the reason I don't have to say about the our green revolution. And we made a study when I was at the Saribari Center for Ornithology in Coimbatore. We made a study that from the whole wetlands of the country, 17 fishes were collected, 1,700 fishes were collected from 140 wetlands from 14 states, and we found that all the fishes were having pesticides or heavy metals, all the fishes. So if you take it as a sample, in India, all the wetlands are polluted. It's a very, very painful thing. When I asked the scientist who is actually doing the research on this, he started explaining, sir, the concentration varies from 0.00 parts per million to something. I said, don't tell me all the stories. You just tell me if I eat this fish, what will happen to me? He said, sir, if you want to commit suicide, you take 250 grams of this fish every day. But if you want to live some more time, take 250 grams only once in a week. Think about it, how sad it is. And along with that, you should also think about what is happening to the vegetables. Everybody knows that whatever we are eating from the market, they are all poisonous. And this is no one speaks about the biodiversity part of the whole thing. What happened to the biodiversity after the Green Revolution? Of course, there is a good book by Dr. Nandana. This is the example I give it to Kerala because people are familiar with the areas there. You know, many of the areas where I used to go for bird watching from the very beginning of the bird watching in 1976, we used to see a lot of these birds there by us. Now you don't see them that often. They are not there, completely gone because of the use of pesticides. Similarly, many of the species. And of course, when we tried to introduce the organic farming policy in Kerala, the scientists of the Agriculture University as well as the officers of the Agriculture Department were totally against it, saying that if this policy is adopted, Kerala will go back to 1950s, there will be starvation death. Therefore, we should not have organic farming policy. So I took it as a challenge. I said it will not go down. I took it up as a challenge, and then we started doing farming, model farming in about 100 acres in Palakkad district. And when I went there, when we went to discuss with the farmers whether we can start this, their first reaction was that, sir, scientists like you have destroyed our agriculture here. Now we can't trust you, you are another scientist. This is what he said. And I had to go there 5 times to Palakkad to meet the same people and explaining to them. Finally, they asked me one question, sir, if there is a loss, who will compensate that? Then I said, okay, since I was the Biodiversity Board chairman there in power, and I said, government of Kerala will meet you, don't worry about it, go ahead. That is how we started up the whole thing. And the argument put up there was that the food crops will improve. Yes, food crop has improved. I have shown that the graph there. Along with the GDP, GDP has also gone up. Food crop also has from 69 in 1952, 69 million tons to 265 million tons. It has gone up, no doubt. But what nobody notices is that the number of hospitals which has gone up in this country, nobody bothered about it. In 51-52, it was just 2009, it had gone to about 96,212 in 2014. Nobody speaks about it. Nobody speaks. Any village you take, think about what was the number of hospitals there. In my village, there was no hospital at all. But you see there are so many hospitals there. Not only ordinary hospital, it is specialty hospital, multi-specialty hospital, super specialty, multi-super, like that. All kinds of things are there. It is there. But the question is that why the government, and the government gives lot of support to the hospitals. Government gives support for the cancer patient to go to the hospital also. But why the hell they don't spend the same money to see that the cancer won't come, it won't occur? My contention is that, which the farmer was telling me, that before 2016, nobody from our village had gone to the hospital. Now, there is not a small house in the Punjab that is not going to the hospital. Everybody is going to the hospital for some reason or other, and most of them have cancer. Very sad it is. Cancer is there. And I would say that our green revolution is the main culprit in this. There is no doubt about it. And you see further this is just, we can't think about it. See, from the umbilical cord of a child, they could locate about 287 pesticides and heavy metal. An umbilical cord, when the baby is just born. Out of that, 270 are toxic to brain and nervous system, and 180 cause cancer. And is there a more heinous crime than this? That the mother is feeding the baby with a poisonous in the womb, and we are allowing the system to grow. Should we? That is the question. And biodiversity has gone. India's rice variety is 1,10,000, we have gone to about 6,000. And farmer suicide 2005 to 2012, it was 2,86,494. It is not V.S. Vijayan's data, all the data from the government sources. Now this is National Crime Records Bureau. It is. And this is what I asked, whether we should have this kind of thing. All these pictures are for Kasaragod, where endosulfan was sprayed from the air. So we should have an ecological civilization, an environment-friendly sustainable development, improving the livelihood, meeting the basic requirements of every individual. This was what Gadru committee was having in mind. And we are quite sure that the development should also protect. Actually, the development should be with these four national capitals. One is a human capital, natural capital, material capital, and social capital. But unfortunately, natural capital is being solved for material capital. That is going on. Nobody bothers about the human capital. No one bothers about it. And social capital, no one ever bothers about it. And because the social fabric is completely broken in this country because of this development, because everyone wants to increase money, capital, nothing else. Everyone, even in the family, the son will compete with the father, mother will compete with the father, the husband. It is like that, it is going on. So that has to go. That has to go. We have to see that the social capital is maintained. That is India's culture. That let us not forget. And that is how the report's background is that now we have to development programs should consider biodiversity and ecosystem service values. There is no doubt. And ecosystem service values, the background, the scientific background was being given by Dr. Singh very nicely, and entire Western Ghats has to be considered as an ecologically significant area. And importance of Western Ghats, one is the biodiversity hotspots, as 35 biodiversity hotspots of the world, and 8 hottest hotspots of the world. And more than that, 28 crores of people from 6 states, Gujarat, Goa, Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, are dependent on the Western Ghats mainly for water and irrigation and for drinking. Therefore, to accommodate development and conservation, we never say that the entire Western Ghats should be conserved. No, we need development also. So we divided that into ecologically sensitive zone 1, zone 2 and zone 3. Most significant, moderately significant and less significant. Local governments should be empowered to decide both regulatory and promotional measures in a prudent fashion. These are the ecologically sensitive zones which we are recommended. The yellow one is zone 3 and red one is zone 2, light green is zone 1 and dark green is the existing forest and protected area. Now, unfortunately, kind of 2 minutes. Sorry. With that extension, it is 2 minutes? No extension. Very sad. Okay. So I will just go fast. So what you are given, you see, what is the painful thing is that all these things, all our recent flood and landslide, etc., it occurred in zone 1 and zone 2, where we had given lot of restrictions, and where the actually landslide prone areas were marked. And almost all those areas will come under zone 1 and 2, where we said that we should have what kind of work we can do that, what kind of things should be banned. Everything was cleared very well in that technical document was there. And mining, where the mining should be there, where it should not be there. And polluting industries, we never said that the polluting industries should be closed down. What we said, you switch over to zero polluting, we have no problem. And power and energy, we said, we never said there should not be any hydroelectric dams, but we can have, but according to the nature of the area. And building construction is the most important thing. We should revise our building code, national building code. It should cover the house and building should be, what should be the size of a house? We should have a clear-cut picture on that. There has to be a rule on that. We cannot have a 27-story building or 6,500 square feet building in Tichur. We have 3 of that. That is what I said. And while ahead we should be depending on the size of the people, the number of the people in the house. You see, if you regulate a thing like that, much of the Western Ghats ecosystem can be saved. And size of building, water harvesting methods, and these are all things we mentioned in the report. I don't repeat. Building codes. Yeah, development and conservation by inclusion and not by exclusion of local communities. Introduce the system of empowering citizens to monitor status of environment. Completely decentralized development. Let Gram Sabha and Panchayat decide what to do, what do they want to do, and empower local communities using the provisions of the Panchayat charge. And these developments, we should consider the ecosystem service values what we are getting. Dr. Singh has given a background, I will not say that, but the current situation now in India, average value of a forest hectare is 32.71. It goes from 9.87 to 55.55 lakhs, but average is this one. And wetlands it is 93.92 lakhs per hectare. And these are the ecosystem service values, services, I cannot explain it. And this is the global value of the ecosystem service is so much. And in India, wetland values for all wetland that is notified now, it comes to 640 lakhs crores. And forest it is 331 lakhs crores, minimum I am talking about. Total ecosystem service values is 871 lakh crore per year. 871 lakh crore per year. And annual support for biodiversity, I was told yesterday it is just 5,000 crores. We are getting 871 lakh crores from the nature. And our budget last year it was only 17 lakh 25,738 crores. It is our income from the biodiversity is 50 times more. That is what we should do. Unfortunately, the government is not realizing that. That is what we say should come in the national accounting process. And the objective of the development should be very, very clear. It is not very clear, made very clear, it is only GDP growth. That is not the objective. The objective should be to ensure every citizen of this country, clean air, clean water, clean food, livelihood security, financial security, energy security, housing security, clean surrounding, basic education facilities, health protection, social security, and family contentment. Family contentment I want to describe, but somebody will ask and I will answer. Now there is no time. Development should be inclusive, democratic, sustainable, and reaching its roots to all. This is what I want to tell you. And let us have an ecological civilization and not a chronic capitalism which thrive on our natural resources. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for a nice presentation, and probably you have drawn all senior citizen privileges. Now, Now it's turned for a quite a bright young fellow, and the onus lies in the young to compensate the time, extra time given us to the senior citizens. So I expect you will very well compensate the time. Thank you very much.
Namaste, good morning. Dignitaries on the dais and participants. I have been asked by the chair that I should compensate for the time which we allocated to the senior citizens, and I do agree with this. And I had not prepared my lecture in a fashion the researcher prepares. That's why I can stop anywhere in this presentation. My deliberation is largely focusing on the enabling environment which has come up in Indian context, and particularly when we all agree that the climate change is the reality now, and we all are concerned with it. And when I say we all are concerned with it, that the responsibility of different stakeholder groups become more important, and we need to deliver by our professions or by our deeds. That way, I represent a constituency which belongs to researchers group. And or my institute has analyzed as to how the environment in Indian context is becoming more enabling for conducting research on different issues of climate change, related to climate change, and particularly with the Himalaya. This is the broad outline. I will not go by this now. And we all know that in general, mountains have come in focus, global focus, after 1992, when water, energy, biodiversity, and land degradation complex of their complex and interactions came to fore, and global community agreed that the mountains are very important. And these are the ecosystems which have specific features and unique resources. And also, then global community realized that more than 50% of our biodiversity hotspots are located in mountain regions. They are the providers of goods and services. Basically, 24% of global geographical area is under mountains, and nearly 40% of global population is drawing services from mountain regions. So these were the facts which made mountains, which brought mountains on global discussion. Then the changing climate and globalization and their effects on mountain systems also came up, and the debates got intense, particularly the vulnerability aspect of mountains. Then UNFCCC again highlighted the need of research and technological interventions on mountains. And it was realized that researchers community can be one major actor on various or giving data sets, information towards understanding the implications of climate change. While this was happening, and when we understand and we know the Himalaya amongst global mountain ecosystems, they are very important. And perhaps they are the most unique among global mountain systems. So under climate change scenario, the Himalaya with unparalleled vertical profile emerged as most vulnerable candidate among high altitude landscapes. This is the general understanding on Himalaya. So there is an immediate need to understand patterns and processes of changes to draw realistic action agenda. When this was common understanding, then we should know whether at the national level we are responding to this need or not. So before going into that enabling environment which is emerging at national level, I must say that in the Indian context, Himalaya has more than one way. Professor S.P. Singh highlighted the value of ecosystem services that emanate from the Himalaya. But if you see various aspects, then we realize under the climate change scenario, Himalaya has perhaps, in the Indian context, has a larger value. You can see this graphics tries to show as to how in the Indian context we are important. If you see last two bars, the glacial systems, the alpines, they are exclusive to the Himalayan region. And perhaps these are two systems which are being impacted most or being affected very deeply by climate change. So that way, in the Indian context, we believe the Indian Himalayan region is very important to be understood, to be studied, and to be to understand and then draw the plans for this region. Also, being a researcher and from research point of view, we believe the Himalaya are the ideal research system because of the fact three simultaneous transitions or gradients function in the Himalaya. We have large east-west gradient which ranges from humid East Himalaya to dry, cool West Himalaya. Then north-south extent and then low to high, which is the highest in entire globe. Along these three transitions, the climate, topography, and human interventions vary. So that way, this is very important. But we all also know, in 2007, IPCC report indicated entire Himalayan region as white spot. That means we are not having data sets or information to develop the plans for this region. So this this was the point when entire all the stakeholders were bound to have introspection. And also, this was a point which attracted the attention of people for the Himalaya. In fact, it is not true that we are not having data sets or information. Rather, we are having it. But unfortunately, we lack the direct link of our data sets or information with the actions. Perhaps we failed to fully appreciate the contemporary thinking in subject areas. We also failed in aligning studies with the emerging national international targets. And probably, we could not bring in mountain perspectives from our data sets or our information. So this is a challenging point. Then, as I was mentioning, whether at the country level we responded to these things or not. So I believe we had, as a country, we have responded well. Now, there is an emerging environment wherein Himalaya is being given higher priority. I will quote 3 examples only. In 2008, when India came up with National Action Plan on Climate Change, and 8 missions were enshrined in that national plan. Among these 8 missions, only 1 mission was area specific, meaning that particular area which was considered under that mission has greater value for the country. And that mission was the mission on the national mission on sustaining Himalayan ecosystem. And this mission probably for the first time gave the researcher community a clear-cut task for the Himalayan region. I would not go into details what this mission contains, but probably this was the point when research communities across the Himalayan region and those who are concerned with the Himalaya, they started thinking of this context to understand it in more better way. But this was not the end. Then in 2015, the country came up with another national mission, that is National Mission on Himalayan Studies. It is specifically meant for conducting studies on Himalayan issues, including issues on climate change. And finally, more recently, the NITI Aayog government of India has come up with 5 thematic reports on Indian Himalayan region. Report on revival of springs, sustainable tourism, shifting cultivation, skill interference, safe development, and data for informed decision making. I will not go into detail of other 4, but at least the last one. This is more concerned with the research community, and I believe this is the point wherein at the highest level a thinking is developing on creating a data-centric architecture for Indian Himalayan region to address data gaps, data quality control, data management, data access to end users for sustainable development, planning and decision making. So these are some examples which tell us that there is an enabling environment coming up at the national level. I would be citing 2-3 examples from whether research community also has responded to this. And I believe 2-3 examples from my institute or from my own research would be indicative that research community is also responding to these happenings. This is one example wherein informed science-based discussion on critical issues came up. In 2010, Ministry of Environment and Forest along with my institute came up with a report which challenged the content of IPCC, wherein it was mentioned by 2035 all Himalayan glaciers will vanish. That was not correct. And research-based information was able to challenge this, and finally IPCC withdrew that statement. So that way, the evidences which generated by research can even challenge or rectify the global thinking which are not based on evidences. There is some researches on endemics, which was conducted at my institute, and many other institutes are also undertaking these researches. But the major context is whether that research is being taken up in the right perspective of the happenings under climate change. I would just say that this type of research can give us indications whether, let us take an example of protected area. Protected areas are meant to conserve the habitats and the species. But while the boundaries of these protected areas were drawn, that time we had not taken into consideration the population structures, population dynamics of endemics. And these are the very sensitive elements. Whether today also, under this changing scenario of climate, these protected areas are able to retain the populations of these endemic plants or not, this is a question mark. If these protected areas are not able to retain the populations of the endemic plants, then there is a need for rethinking on boundaries of these protected areas. So this is what we can draw from researchers. I will skip 2-3 slides, then I will go to the other example. Professor Singh is coordinating this particular initiative. This is an initiative on team research. The issue of climate change is huge and it is multidimensional. So we need multidimensional or multidisciplinary information to address the challenges. So that way team research is required. And we all know that some of the ecosystems are most sensitive and indicators also. So a team research is being conducted on timberline zone of Himalaya. And perhaps this is the first of its kind research in Indian Himalayan region, which is at a time addressing multiple dimensions of issues related to timberline and impact of climate change on this. Then also there are studies or programs which are going beyond the boundaries. So when we are discussing on climate change and its impact, we can't restrict ourselves to the political boundaries. So there is a need to go even beyond political boundaries, and Government of India has very proactively agreed with this concept, and at least in 3 transboundary projects we are working on. And finally, as a way forward, I will go back to 2013. There was one workshop conducted together by multiple institutions at INSA, GB Pant Institute, ECMO, INSA, DST and Ministry of Environment and Forest joined hands for this workshop. And the conclusion of this workshop was to foster cross-sectoral, cross-border, cross-discipline and more coordinated research. And if we have to address the issues of climate change, we need to do this. Building sound socio-economic database for developmental planning, and finally establishing better connect between policy, science and practice. So all these are required to address the challenge of climate change in the Indian Himalayan region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rawat. Now we have Dr. Om Prakash Chaurasia, who seems to be quite young.
Namaskar. I title is the Trans-Emergent Plant Biodiversity and its Sustainable Utilization. So this is our institute where I work there. And in fact, you must be surprising why DRDO is working on the plants. So currently DRDO is one group working on the life science cluster group. And our main focus to provide the fresh food item to the army through the farmers. So we work in the field of the how to grow the vegetables, then fruit, then herbal plants for the troops staying in higher altitude. Then we also work on the animal groups. So our focus on the transmission plant biology with the focus on the protection plant for the troops staying in higher altitude. How to combat how the plant will be useful to combat the higher altitude problem for the troops in higher altitude. So these are all some features of the Trans-Himalaya. So generally in Trans-Himalaya, when we talk about Trans-Himalaya, it is the outer part of the Himalaya. And Trans-Himalaya means where the temperature drops in winter temperature drops in -60 and in summer temperature go up to 35 or so. And the working period only the 5 months, and
6-7 months are in the severe cold. And I have been working in that area since 1993, almost complete there in for 25 years. So I was working, I served the entire Trans-Himalaya, covering the Ladakh, Laos, Spiti, and the parts of the Uttarakhand, the Pitimana area. And I will tell you how the plants of the Trans-Himalaya, what are the adaptation by which the plants, transfer plants are able to survive in the extreme winter. So these are vegetation, these are temperate vegetation. Generally, some parts of Trans-Himalaya are between the transition zone between the temperate Himalaya and Trans-Himalaya, where the vegetation is temperate Himalaya, temperate vegetation, then the alpine vegetation, Mesotype. Then the typically the oceanic vegetation. Then when you go in the extreme altitude, like 15,000 feet, 20,000 feet, where the plants are out of the high alpine vegetation. And plants have the unique feature to adapt themselves under the characteristic fragile ecosystem of the Trans-Himalaya. So they have the adaptation like ecological adaptation, morphological adaptation, physiological adaptation, and reproductive. See the ecological generally, if you go to the Trans-Himalaya, the plants are with very herbs small, then very cottony looks, and so mostly plants are xerophytic, followed by the dominated by herbs and followed by the shrubs. Generally, to protect the plant from the strong winds, the plants are growing the pocky crevasses and to protect from the plant make mat. See, plant habitat is generally soft cushion, spiny cushion, woolly appearance, and the solid mat. And among the plant to protect from the wind, when the winter starts for the 5 months. Honey plant are the very deep root system, very deep, extremely and solid to absorb the water and to protect from the sub-zero temperature. See, big plant growing in the dry area where the water is a problem. So for that, to protect the leaves are much effective, succulent, tiny, densely area, and people to check the transformation rate. Physiological adaptation also there. Then for the reproductive strategy, generally plants are in the Trans-Himalaya are the perennial and they produce some vegetables for the under-sucker stolen rhizomes. And especially plant growing in the extreme altitude like 15,000 feet, where the temperature is, even in summer daytime is around 10 degrees. So for the reproductive cycle, generally plants are in the very attractive colors, and the flowers are sources to that act to provide heat, extra heat to the reproductive part of the flowers. So here now I will talk about the plant biodiversity. So plants are very unique and these plants are play the important role in the day-to-day life of the locals. So and the coastal plants are the medicinal plants playing very important role in the solar ecosystem of medicine system and Ayurveda as well as so many coastal plants are medicinal values. And because of to cope up with the stress condition, plant growing in Trans-Himalaya, they develop the special they are rich in the special biotic compounds. And during the past 20 years survey, our team has collected around the plants of the various political uses. So these are plant biodiversity, how the Trans-Himalaya looks. Generally it is a cold desert, but population is less, but diversity is more. So I will give you the example of the important plants of the Trans-Himalaya, like atom, very popular Ayurvedic plants and locally called as a aconite. And in Trans-Himalaya there are 3 species of the aconite: Aconitum metropolium, Aconitum violacum, and others are also available there. These are allium, these are wild variety. So many varieties are available, but the common is the wild variety. These are allium crystallized. And still the leaves are, in young stage leaves are harvested and dried, dehydrated for the winter as a condiment. Same thing like Caram carvi there, local jila, and that is very popular there. And Arnibia, that is going around the altitude of the 50,000 feet, and very popular Patanjot. And foods are quite useful for the pharmaceutical, and it is source of the siphoning drug. And foods are yield edible which is being used in the monastery temple like that. The Virginia statue, Pokli called a pasan because it breaks the stone and come, and it is quite useful for the kidney stones. This is Caparis spinosa, this is Caparis, growing in abundance, and it is one of the major ingredient composition of the leaf 52, and Capar birds are edible. This is Sasama, it is a wild gum. Wild gum is excellent alpine pasture for the sheep and goat there. This is colchicum, a source of colchicum drug, and generally it found in the grass area, and as soon as the slope melt, the flower comes there. This is Dactylo as a Hatazilia. This is spotted hardwood, in Hindi it's called salam, but a very high value medicinal plant. Delphinium, generally two species are having there in Transvaal, Delhi, and it is probably called a Himalayan larkspur, source of the drug delphinine. This is Ephedra heradiana. This is Ferva jacksona, this is a wild and it is growing at the height of the generally in the grass area, and the root yield a mild fragrant essential oil. This is Inula esmusa, in Ayurveda it is called the Puskar root, and widely cultivated in the Lahore Valley, and recently in past 2 years the cultivation being done by farmers, and Dawa has initiated, and we are as a technical agency. This is a Lycium botanicum. This is a black Kuchibi wolfberry, and China is having the polio of this plant. Two varieties are available: Lycium barbarum and both red Kuchibi and black, both are very high value and come from the superfood. And this and in Transvaal, in our part, we are having the black gooseberry. Dry fruits are edible and each source of anthocyanin and nutritive bioactive compounds. These are everyone knows the Himalaya, the most beautiful flower of the Himalaya. Ajak Purva, that is a source of the Picro hygiene and Putkin. This is a portfolio of Hexandrum, and source of and source of the drug. Roots are being used as anti-cancer and having the potassium property, and source of the drug, and we are working in this aspect as a protective. This is a Prangos Pavloria growing in the alpine and it is excellent fodder. And foods are having property of the carbonated adjective. These are Rhium vivianum. 2-3 species are having the Transvaal, and in our party we are having 2 species, Rhium vivianum and Rhium specififorme. And the roots are the excellent source of anthocyanin therapeutics, and the leaf stalks are edible, and European country is quite popular as a rhubarb pie, and the leaf stalks are good source of the vitamin C and being used as a thirst quencher. These are Podiola murigata, growing at the height of the extreme altitude, around 50,000 feet to 80,000 feet, and it is called a golden arctic root, and it is sort of anti-stress like that. These are certain foods. I will give you a story of the stream of thorn, how the biodiversity is useful for the farmer. So last 20 years, I started my career on this plant, and my first paper was published in Tribune in 94. And after that, we got the breakthrough, and all the parts of Tribune application, like for the research of the vitamin C, leaves are the good antioxidant, then the CO2 content iron, good sort of omega 3, 6.
even I. So DRDO has developed various products like a beverage, herbal tea, then jam, oil capsule, antioxidant like that. And we transfer the technology to so many vendors. And in fact, from the different point of view, this is an excellent plant for the health beverage, very good for the armed forces. So we have transfer technology and recently transfer technology. And demand has increased like anything. And per year, farmers are earning around the 5 crore by harvesting around the 500 tons of fruits. Their demand of the army. These are, and we have already started, and recently this year's Srivastava has been included as a potential horticulture crop for the 5 Himalayan states by the Ministry of Agriculture. And other plants we are working on the Buskanwood, then Portofino, and we have established a herbal garden to where we start the and these are concerned in terms of the fragile ecosystem and source of the high value plant, and we should give the emphasis on the sustainable utilization of transponder and the.
Because the action on the mountains or the formality that is going on the mountains that is affecting the population of the plains also, population of the sea level also, the climate of the whole world also. The mountains are responsible to activate or to initiate the function throughout the world. That's why this is very important a topic that we are being here, and these mountains, the Himalaya, that is one of the richest source of the water reservoir after the polar region, that has further significance, and the thoughts are expressed here are really worthy, and I am thankful to all these speakers, those spoken about various aspects of the subject. Thank you very much.
This session was very enlightening because we could see some of the Himalayan ecosystems and some part of the restricted source, what are the provisions, regulations, and how to support these ecosystems and how to revive the ecosystem services which we are getting and how we can retain that. And there was some thought about the lifestyle of the population now, how it is changing and how it is changing the ecosystems and how this change of lifestyle has become a problem to the health of the people also in that case. And finally, we had some of the plant diversity of the Himalayan region. And what we need is to have some biophosphating of these plant species based on the local health conditions and other uses available with the local people without destroying the biodiversity as well as the ecosystem, without disturbing the ecosystem, how it can be useful to the humankind for on the sustainable basis. Thank you.
Thank you, all our speakers and the co-chairs and listeners also. The chairmen are made because organizers don't want them to speak, and they were successful in this venture. We have completely run out of time, and one thing I have very recently learned from last workshop I'm coming from, and that was if you don't have time for question answers, you can discuss offline. So you discuss offline, and now the most exciting moment of any workshop is the tea break. So thank you very much.
Just before the tea break, on behalf of the organizers, let us give the token of appreciation from our organization. They give to all the chairperson as well as the co-chairs and the speakers. Dr. Rajendra Dabaldi. Dr. Adi Kaur, Dr. P.M. Krishnan, Professor SPC, Shri Sharvir, Dr. B.S. Dr. Ramesh, Dr. Prakash Chaudhary. Thank you, sir. Thank you. A few announcements. We will break for tea now, and all are requested to be back within 15 minutes. We will start a very important session on biodiversity for food, nutrition and health, which will be chaired by Dr. Vandana Shiva. And also we will see the keynote address by Pidambare, the keynote speaker, Ms. Rinette, Dr. Meera Shiva, and Dr. Devjani Roy.
Which is one of the co-organizers of this Congress, has been working in a dedicated way on biodiversity as the very basis of our economy. So we've evolved biodiversity-based economies. Biodiversity as the basis of our agriculture, so we've evolved biodiversity-based agriculture. And biodiversity can perform all the functions and more that any industrial system can. If ecosystems are rich in biodiversity, they are able to reduce soil fertility, they are able to control pests, they are able to control weeds. I won't take time to go through the details. It's all in this book, that is a 35-year consolidation of research on biodiversity, agroecology, and regenerative organic agriculture that was released yesterday and is available both at the publisher's booth and the Lavanya booth. Over the years, the biodiversity basis of agriculture evolved because decades ago, fossil fuels and fossil fuel-based chemicals, toxic chemicals, started to become the basis of external inputs in agriculture. This is what created the industrial agriculture system. At the time when the industrial agriculture was being promoted, you just have to read books, and my text on the Green Revolution shows it, they really thought they were getting rid of nature. With chemical fertilizers, they said we'll make bread from air. The Green Revolution, they said you don't need land anymore, chemicals will do all your work. And it was an amazing illusion. Over the years, organic farming evolved, matured, it went from this land, and just like here we found today that this building was built by the father of Dilshed, and we got that history. The history of organic is important to remember, goes from India. Sir Albert Howard was sent to India in 1905. He arrived to find the fields fertile, no pest damage. He said, I threw away my spray guns and decided to make the peasant of India my professor. He wrote a book called The Agricultural Testament. That book is called the Bible of Modern Organic Farming, and in it he distills two principles on which any sustainable agriculture system is based, which he learned from Indian practice, the practice of Indian peasants. The first principle, the principle of diversity. He called it mixtures. Never grow the same crop again, in a single crop in a field, never grow the same crop again and again and again. So rotation and mixtures was the language of biodiversity. But the other language was a very important language that will be important for the future. The language of the law of return. All ecological systems stay stable when they are based on recycling, on giving back. All social systems stay stable when they function on the law of return. Sustainability is biodiversity plus the law of return. This has given us a whole new science and a whole new economy. So biodiversity-based agriculture created agroecology. the new science that is recognized as the umbrella science that covers organic, biodynamic, permaculture, natural farming. You can give it what name you want to, but the science is agroecology. And the Food and Agriculture Organization, which has announced the nominated awards, and the second state has been nominated, and the award will be given on the 15th of August. No, we are in October, 15th of October. Here is the FAO's elaboration of agroecological principles from the multiple studies, researches, practices from around the world. Principle 1, diversity. Principle 2, co-creation of knowledge and transdisciplinary approaches to innovation. Principle 3, synergies. Principle 4, efficiency. Principle 5, recycling. Principle 6, resilience. Principle 7, human and social value. Very important phrase, please remember that. Human and social value. Culture and food traditions. Responsible governance. And finally, the circular and solidarity economy. In the last very important session on Himalayan ecosystems and ecological services, there were actually two discourses that I heard. One was a discourse that if you find that an ecosystem is performing an ecological service, then fit it into the old model of greed. Find how to extract something out of that service. It doesn't matter the rest of the services, because no natural system, no living organism performs one service alone. The forests of the Himalaya are both emitters of oxygen, providers of stability for water flows, which is why the Chipko movement happened here in the 70s. But more importantly, what the women said, Khas Lakru Pani, the local village economy of subsistence is an ecological service of those forests. Now in 2012, the big banks of the world, who had just brought the world's financial system to collapse in 2008, thought, oh, we're running out of making money. Now there's all this talk of ecological services. Why don't we turn ecological services into the next financialization instrument? And they actually wanted to buy and sell on Wall Street and investment banks the capacity of a green leaf with its chlorophyll to do photosynthesis and convert this into a climate bond, a carbon trading bond. They're desperate to turn organic farming and the return of organic matter to the soil into a new climate bond. On terms of measuring carbon, it doesn't matter whether it's pollution from industry dumped in the soil or living carbon recycled by farmers. So as we move into the future, and this Congress is really meant to clarify our thoughts, link it to the larger worldview, because there are two competing worldviews now. The reductionist worldview of making money, and I think Dr. Vijayan said it very clearly, he showed the graphs. GDP is not a measure of social well-being, it's not generating employment, and it is definitely not a measure of nature's well-being, which is why the government of Bhutan went into gross national happiness and well-being, and Bhutan works with us on a transition to 100% organic, just like Sikkim has made a transition to 100% organic. Oikos is the root of the word ecology and economy. Oikos means whole. As ecology, it means the science of the household. As economy, it means management of the household. That means the management of our ecosystems and understanding their services and having the ability to say no to destruction is the value of ecological services. When we were asked by the Ministry of Environment to do the study on limestone mining in 1982, which led to the Supreme Court case, which led to the closure of the mines, we did a very simple calculation. In a period where ecological services was not even being talked about, we worked on the ecological function of the limestone in the mountain in providing water, and the economy of limestone mining as an extractive economy. And we could show the court that hundreds of times more is the economy of water when you leave the limestone in the mountain. We reverse the thinking of the extractive economy into the circular economy, the ecosystem economy, oikos, the true economy. We have a planetary devastation, including biodiversity, erosion and loss, and extinction, on the basis of an extractive logic. You extract from society, you extract from nature, you extract a function, you let the rest be ruined. The final remark I want to make is value means strength. Valere is derived from the word valere, strength. A system, an organism has strength from its resilience. An ecosystem has strength from its resilience. Societies have strength from community, solidarity, interactions. Value does not mean money. It has been given that meaning recently, but to reduce every value to money value would be a huge error for the future of humanity. We've seen that with the case of biodiversity in agriculture. We are now learning that a biodiverse agriculture based on principles of agroecology is providing health for the planet and health for people, and you're going to hear amazing contributions from these people. But we also see that the fossil fuel-based industrial agriculture, based on monocultures, commodification, and now the rush for financialization of ecological services as the next step of commodification and the next step of monocultures, is creating sickness of the planet, whether it's climate change, biodiversity loss, water crisis, toxics, the disasters of Kerala, the disasters of Kedarkati, and the chronic diseases, the non-communicable chronic diseases about which our speakers will contribute. I will now, before I invite Renate to do her contribution, I will invite my colleagues so that, Renate, you can release 2 more books. You know, I give you books each time we meet? Yes. Yes. So 2 more books. One is Biodiversity in a Glass, all the indigenous cold drinks that India has had. And we're constantly collecting them, and my dear Maya Govardhan, the director of Navanya, has been working at this. I think 15 years ago we started, and we don't just write books. We actually make the drinks. And we actually create local economies where mothers, fathers can give these healthy drinks to their children. The second is The Colors of Biodiversity. Yesterday, the CISA also released a book on the plants that are dying. For everything that fossil fuel does and everything that toxic chemicals derived from fossil fuels do, biodiversity can do it better, richer, safer, healthier. So 2 books will be released by Renate, and then you are very welcome to give your keynote. I would suggest each of you should pick it up from the Navanya store and give up Coke and Pepsi and start drinking this. The second one is The Colors of Biodiversity, Abir Gulal, which is a natural holy rather than the toxic colors, Fibers of Freedom, the natural dyes, and Anna, the diversity of colors in food rather than the toxic coloring agents we eat. Thank you, Natalie.
ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the introduction. And maybe we are now on a bit a different point of view than we are or have been with the Himalaya sessions, where we did see all the flowers that nourish us or heal us. Now it is a bit on a different perspective. What does that mean? Now we are not starting looking at the point what nature provides us. We are just looking on the question, overview of the question, how to make the diverse way the easy way for our everyday living. And due to, am I not loud enough? There is such a lot of thing around me, I don't have place for my papers. So now our question is, my question is, how to make the diverse way the easy way for health, for environment. So I think at the very end we have to look at our daily food, where does it come from, how do people get it? But let me first note what is the easy way today. Today the sounds normal way or easy way is what? That out of thousands of crops, only 150 crops are used worldwide because there is the profit. So we have a reduction of diversity. Or to go and look at the apple, an apple, food that is eaten very much in Germany, in Europe. You know, in Germany we have one fact, 70% of every apple that is eaten is coming from 3 sorts of apples. Where are all the other hundreds of apples? It's just due to the industry and the retailers offering us these 3 kinds of apple. And the curious thing is that if there are no more apples in Germany because you can't store them more, you know, or they're eaten, then the same apples, the same 3 sorts of apples are grown in South Africa. So that people start to think we can have the same 3 sorts of apple 12 months a year, which is nonsense. But this is food industry. What do we see? We see that 3/4 of seed varieties on Earth we had in 1900 had become extincted in these years. In 2018 we say 3/4 of seed varieties we have lost. What do we see if we look at the normal and today easy way? The easy way is that 3 chemical companies own more than the half of all the seeds. What is curious on this? It's not only curious that 3 companies earn the half of all seeds. The most curious thing is that 3 chemical companies own this much of seed diversity. What does that mean? That means that really we have an agri-industrial complex with chemicals and seeds in the same company. And to tell you, it's just getting worse, because now they are also entering the digital age. They also become digital companies. At the very end, you know, you don't know if the big machines driving on the arable lands, if this is, is the English word?
Spyway. No. Spyway, the tractor.
Yes, not that. No, the tractor, yes. I'm looking for the tractor. You know, in former times the tractor was a big machine doing different kinds of work, having wheels. Today, the tractor is in a different way. It's a big tablet with a lot of software having 4 or more wheels. So this industry, these 3 ones are getting, you know, chemical, agricultural and digital companies now. Which at the very end means they do not only force the farmers to use their patented seed, their chemicals, you also have to use their software and they use all your data. It's combined with the point which was mentioned yesterday, that even Bill Gates, with all his money, tries to get patents on a lot of seeds so that he has all the seeds. Now, at the very end, they have all detailed data about on your land. You know, they know where is a tree or a little lake where you drive around with your tractor. They know everything, and they know at what time you did your work. Personal data, not only big data. This is the reality internationally. But this is not all. They just put their way of thinking all over the world. They overwhelm the whole. And at the very end, what do we see to look from the city side? If we look from the city side, we get their industrial food everywhere. You can't find in an easy way biodiverse food in big cities. I would say just go to the big train station in my city, in the capital of Germany, Berlin, because I'm very often there traveling a lot around. I know the one shop where I can get good vegetables, but all the rest is junk food, fast food, you know, white flour, industrial food, snacks, sugar, and fat and salt on it, and a reduction of biodiversity. You find these 3 kinds of apples out of hundreds. This is the reality. So today, the easy way is to live in a uniform way. If you just go and buy and eat or buy clothes, you're always, or the easy way is to go on the uniform way. So our question is how to change this, how to make the diverse way the easy way. And I want to talk to you on 2 levels. You see, what 2 levels do we have? Or do we go for? The first point is that we say we want to break dependency on multinational corporations. We want to fight biopiracy. We want to achieve sovereignty, push biodiversity. And what are the tools we have? There is the level of the global agreements and global action, and on the other hand, the local level. There is the society as a whole, not only scientists as we meet here, and there is the individual behavior. Let me focus on some of these levels. The first point is the international point. Of course, what do we have? Some things have been mentioned yesterday. We have the Rio Declaration, which is a good point, especially for the precautionary principle. We can use this principle as an argument, and we need it as an argument against companies or states that only support their companies like the United States do. We have the convention, secondly point, we have the Convention on Biological Diversity. We have the Cartagena Protocol, we have the Nagoya Protocol. What do all these protocols do have in common? First point, we have been happy when we had them. We had big and long fights for years. But the second thing they have in common is they don't change the structure. They do not really change the structure. If you look at the last one, the Nagoya Protocol, we discussed about this yesterday. We said it's about access and benefit sharing. Yes, but it does not interrupt the possibility internationally to take patents on your knowledge, for example, on the knowledge of the people in the Himalaya region or Amazonia. In Amazonia, they have the knowledge, big chemical industry is going there, and at the very end they say, okay, if we have patents on this and earn high profits, it's okay to share the profit with you. But they have the big enterprise, they have the big money, they are lobbying politics for doing rules or not doing rules. So this is the problem. With this, we are not changing the structure. And this is the point we really have to discuss on. You see, what is our goal? I think our goal is to change the structure and go on with saying it's not allowed to have patents on biodiversity, patents on life. To tell the truth, I'm not sure how and if we can succeed in this. But this must be our question. Why? Because the minimum, even if we don't succeed and get rid of patterns of life. The minimum is that we delegitimate, that we tell them it is not right what you are doing. So no, not we are going there and begging for, could you please share the benefits? The point is, it is not legitimate that you have all these patents and all the money doing with us. So we have, on one level, the real big fight we have to do. And there, I want to ask you a question, maybe for our further on discussion. You know, what are our goals on this international agreement level to force and get more biodiversity, or to protect the biodiversity we still have after all these losses? Or let me focus on this question in a different way. Where is the G20, the G20 group, in the last Doha round, years ago, when least developed countries and states like India and others put themselves together, networked, and said to the industrial countries, no, not this way. They said, it's not okay that you have all the subsidies and then send your surplus by export subsidies or export credits to all our countries to Africa and destroy their markets. This is not okay. And it's not okay that you allow us to export a few more things to Europe, but you are allowed to come with all your services and management offices into our countries, and then you did not only rob our land and that biodiversity, but you also fulfill the level of management and you know, the big management offices and all this, because we ourselves want to be the people and educate our people to fulfill this and create these jobs. So this was a real good work. But where is this G20 group now? So my question is, couldn't India push on this issue, saying we are discussing about international trade agreements now? You know, we need someone putting the countries together. Why? Because the result of an unsuccessful Doha round is that there are now a lot of bilateral agreements, and they are not good. Everyone has to fight for his own or her own. We did the fight in Europe with TTIP, you know, the great trade agreement, European Union, United States, and it got stuck. Good luck. You know, because they wanted to tell us we'd sell more cars, but how much cars should every family drive? They told us a lot. In every country they told we'll have 10%, no, it was a bit more than 1% growth immediately. But then we figured out it was not immediately, it was over 10 years. So what for? And what growth? They tried to get us with the old growth and not with a new renewable way of regenerative organic way of thinking. On the other hand, in the Pacific, the TPP was kicked off by United States and Trump. And on every level, they are now trying to do bilateral agreements, which doesn't make it better. In the Pacific room, China is expanding more and more because Trump leaves back a lot of room for engagement and investment, but they are also not looking on diversity, definitely not. We have a lot of bilateral agreement now where the people or countries were left alone, for example. Looking at Africa, even the European Union started to do a trade agreement with the African Union, but there were a few countries, I think, they thought a bit wrong. It's my personal opinion. Because they said, no, we are a sovereign country, our own, we don't want to make a trade agreement in the big group of African Union. So some went off, so now they start to do bilateral agreements with every country. But the conditions are worse for Africa after this, and Africa would have been much stronger doing it together. So why do I ask on all this? Because they always try to, in these agreements, try to fix the privileges of the big companies. They should have their special court. They can go to court by saying this country made some laws. For example, Germany by TTIP. The point was A chemical company from United States investing their money in Germany could have gone to a special investors court in the case Germany makes a decision and plan to reduce pesticides. They could go to the court and say, oh, this is against our profits, because when we invested there was this prognosis, and now you decided to reduce pesticides by 30% in the next 5 years. You know, we are going to claim that on court. Isn't it horrible? This means they have the possibility to go to court, and we, as a free elected parliament and government, are not able to do the things we have to do for our environment, the basic of our life, and for the health of our people. This is horrible. So this is why I asked, there is such a lot of things to do there, to implement health, the precaution principle, for example. And this is the point. We have international agreements with brilliant ideas, but they are somewhere in heaven, you see, in the sky. How do we get this precautionary principle, or our health, from the agreement somewhere in heaven down to the earth into the trade agreements in daily politics? This is why I asked for India to be busy again on this and maybe lead the change. This is a free place. Lead the change. You know, it's not Europe being able to do this part, because we are always the rich Europe with the wrong lifestyle and all this. We cannot do like colonialism, decide for your countries. But the developing countries have to manage and, you know, network themselves. And not only say no for all the services, but also to say international trade should be fair trade. What is fair? Fair is fair payment, living wages, is preserving the varieties, the biodiversity, looking at the health of the people. So there is a free place where someone could go in, for example. The second point, and I'm just telling this to you because I myself am asking, what are the things we should do for health, for environment, for biodiversity on the international level? So this could be one. You know, focus on what is ruled in the trade agreements. It is not unimportant, because the United States, for example, or others say, we ruled in this, with this country, so you do the same, please. Why don't you do this? They are pushing around. The second level is the financial level. I'm not a specialist in financial questions, but I know that we have to change the system. We need more transparency. What is the money invested in? We have to go on like with divest initiatives. What does it mean? We have in Europe, in the Western world, we have divest initiatives against fossil fuels, for example, and fossil energy. So where is the divest movement that is saying don't invest in agri-industry, invest in varieties, in biodiversity, in organic farming, because this helps always biodiversity. You see, transparency on this divestment movement, for example, or even consumer rights, saying that some of these possibilities to invest your money are not allowed because you are cheating the people, for example. In Germany, there is now founded a movement on this level of financial politics, because they say after 10 years after the financial crisis and Wall Street, we did not really have a change. So this is also a possibility. But these are my two ideas on this global level we could deal with. You know, what are the possibilities on, you see, on different levels? My idea is that it would never be enough to just come from the top down, from international agreement. We have to start from the bottom. I would say, let's send a message from the bottom. Since yesterday, I was talking with two women here, walking around, and I had a melody in my mind, which was not a message from the bottom, message with a bottle. Do you know this? Message of a bottle. This is a famous song. I don't know, maybe later on someone says, who is the singer? Message in a Bottle is the song. James knows, yes. And this is, but a message in a bottle, you never know if someone will find it. At least it can take 100 years and someone finds this bottle somehow, somewhere on the shore. So don't take a bottle, take a message from bottom in a very direct way, you know? And the message should be, we want our daily life to be organized in a way that the healthy way is the easy way. What does that mean? Of course, one possibility could be, as we listened here, chicken. You know, just declare the country 100% organic, then you are more biodiverse, you don't eat pesticides, or so. So it would be easy. But this will not work everywhere. The first point, I would say, could be message from the bottom is, I as a taxpayer don't want to spend so much money for agricultural industry. So maybe that this is not important for every country here, for Europe or for United States. It would be important. Why? Because in Europe, for example, we invest 40% of our European Union budget on agriculture. And the very biggest amount of this 40% of the European household is invested wrong, because it's just on mass production, on using chemicals and all this. And there is a way to go. The good message from there is there are a lot of people on the bottom now that discuss this. For example, every January we have a big, you know, one of the world's biggest fairs on food, the International Green Week. It's only called green, it is not green, you see. It's agri-industry and farmers' union focusing on this way of doing it. But what we do have is, since some years, a big demonstration in the city of Berlin. This fair is in Berlin, and you know, the big transparent in front of this demonstration always said, we are fed up. You know, we are fed up with this way. Why do I mention it? Because this is a new way of networking. If we want to change our daily life, make it healthier, make it more biodiverse, we have to do new networking. And on this level, it's networking between consumers, alternative organic farmers, chiefs of restaurants, for example, and a lot of environmentalists, because the environmentalists, which did successfully work on the decision Germany going out of nuclear power, they now figured out one of the next and most important points for biodiversity, for our health, for protecting nature is, where does our food come from, how is it produced? So the agricultural sector subsidies is one of the main points. Of course, my second point is how to get it healthier, is to give us the possibility to make decisions. And this is why I'm always calling for transparency and labeling, but clear and fair labeling. Why do I mention it? Because in Germany, Europe, we have a regional label, which means 51% of the ingredients of the processed food must be from the region. This is not much. You know, this is just that much, not to get red in your face and be ashamed. You know? So we are, for example, fighting for increasing this percentage, but nevertheless, transparency, how is something produced, organic labeling, for example, or others, give you the possibility to make your first decision, and even the GMO labeling, of course. And what we do need is not only, I'm not GMO, we need, this is GMO, or this has GMO in it, and even it had GMO in the processing, which we don't have until now. For example, if the cow is feeding with GMO soy, then, or if there is oil, you know, they say if you are not able to detect it in the product, then we don't have to label it. But I'm interested in 2 points of quality: the quality of the product and the quality of the process. So I think I have to know what happened in the process and that there was GMOs. And to add this here, some people say, oh, why do you not want to have have this extremely detailed labeling or transparency and so on. And I say, I don't have to give you a reason for this, it is just my right. So let us go on a right-based approach. Why? We are part of economy. When people talk of economy, they very often say, this is economy and this are the consumers. No, I'm part of the economy because without a consumer there is no economy, of course. You see, this is one of the points. Let me add two more ideas when I say let us come from the bottom. The point is, let us focus on the cities. And this is, you know, the mirror I put here. We talked a lot about on nature, on mountains, on rural areas, but don't forget the cities. If we want to have a bottom-up approach, we have to look at the cities, because in some time 80% of the world population will live in cities. So how do they manage to feed themselves biodiverse? But on the other hand, how do we use their power to change the system? This is a very important thing. We have organic cities, a movement of transition, or transition cities, of organic cities. They try to come together, they try to put the cities, the land, the rural areas and the food together again and personalize it and give transparency. And if looking at the city, I would like you to use the word foodscape. You only know the word landscape, but there is, on the mirror, is the word foodscape, because the foodscape in the cities decides how it looks in the rural areas, in the landscapes, vice versa. And this point. My idea is, focusing on the cities, reclaim public space is one point. What does that mean, reclaim public space? I think in what is happening there, for example, which is what? Try to get the city more diverse. Start to give farmers a perspective by saying school or public feeding has to be organic or more biodiverse. Schools, kindergarten, universities, the canteen of the company you are working on. We have to do this because it's our right to have healthier food and with our money to put an effect to biodiversity. And the other point is, when I say look at and reclaim public space, is also, you know, the money. What do I mean? In Germany, every year we spend 350 billion euros for public procurement, which means the uniforms of the police, which means what food catering is the mayor or the minister offering at his reception. You know, I see, if the governments sign international agreements for biodiversity, then I think they also have to sign and organize that they deliver biodiverse food. Look at this, we've started it somewhere in there. And this is also, you know, a message for the farmer. You can change your way of production because there are people, you know, a lot of people, there's much more asking for that. Reclaim for public space, reclaim the public space also means starting the cities with reducing pesticides. A lot of cities in Germany, for example, were already off glyphosate. They said, you know, we don't not only fight against Monsanto, we also said in our parks, in our school greens around the school, no glyphosate for this. And even the cleaners, you know, the public cleaning service for the streets, sometimes they use this glyphosate because of, you know, the hard work getting the plants out of the corners. They are getting rid of it. So why do I mention this idea? Because I think when we start from the bottom up, we have to look to the place where the most people live. These are the people eating yours. I always say, protect what protects you, or protect by eating it. That sounds a bit curious, but only if I eat diverse food, then the farmer producing diverse food can do this by financing his own living. And on all this, I want to add, start a new way of networking. We should be broader, you know, should have new alliances. This is a research meeting here, a scientist meeting, but we have to go on. We have to do networking together with parents and because they think of the health of their children and the pupils, for example. We have to go together with doctors, children doctors. Why? Because they look at biodiversity, for example. They know that the pupils are not able to learn good if they are not fed good for this, for example. So my question is, be creative. Look at all the possibilities. You can build up new alliances and new networking. Take the chiefs of the famous restaurants. Take everyone in this point. Why? As I mentioned, you see, this is not a message in a bottle, but a message from the bottom, and then it must be heard, so we have to do a lot of networking there. If anyone suggests that this part of the story is not for scientists, I would say, yes it is. Why? Because the World Health Organization did a lot of research, and they said to prevent illnesses or to give people chances in their life, then you have to change their living condition. What does that mean? It means change the cities to biodiverse, healthy places. Not more, not less.
Thank you very much, Renate. And for those who weren't here earlier, Renate was the former Agriculture Minister of Germany and is a leader of the Green Party. We do have a doctor, equity and society, but also farmers for food safety and doctors for food safety and biosafety. 15 minutes, Meera.
My perspective to the whole thing is from the eyes of someone involved in public health. And so the consequences of some of these things, how they affect large number of people, especially those who are less privileged. So if you say that I have a bias looking at biodiversity, yes, I look at it from that point of view. There's supposed to be SDG goals, and the SDG goal 2 is related to food, and SDG goal 3 is for better health. And the SDG goal 2 is for hunger, food, nutrition security, and it's got 2.1 says very clearly, access to safe, sufficient food all year round. And why I'm even mentioning this is because the new UN report that has come on global hunger, it says that global hunger continues to rise. And there are 821 million people now hungry, and over 150 million children stunted. And when children are stunted, it means chronic hunger. And the long and short of it is, with UNICEF, FAO, so many bodies, CBD there, why should there be hunger, continuing to be hungry? And the question is, by the age of 2 years, the child's mind, the entire development, first 1,000 days are the most important. And if children under 5 continue to be undernourished, what does it mean to their intellectual or their the development of their mind and their body? And we say, if the future is going to be like that, and for me, I see biodiversity contributing to adequate food, adequate nutrition to the children. And if the mother is undernourished, of course there will be low birth weight babies. So we had 43% of the children in India stunted. Now the figure has gone down to 38%. As if to say this was not all. Let me also mention about anemia, because I've been told only 10-15 minutes, so I'll be flagging some things. Because I've been involved in the issue of health and women's health and childhood for so long. And the anemia continues, nutritional anemia, and 10%, in some places 20% of the maternal mortality, the death of the mother, is because of anemia. The National Institute of Nutrition has brought out this book earlier about the nutritional value of Indian foods. So if like methi and fenugreek and what are the things which are iron rich, which are the foods which are calcium rich, which are the foods which, for vitamin A. Now, I would say in biodiversity and those who are involved with it, making sure that the agriculture policies and what is grown as food are those that ensure nutrition security. I am also part of the right to food and right to health. And as was mentioned, part of the Doctors for Food Safety and Biosafety. Christine had shared this with me about connecting global priorities, biodiversity, and human health. And there are a lot of things inside it. I would have liked to have read it, but I'm not doing so because of the question of 15 minutes. So now these are the poorest people, what happens to their health. And like in US, you see the growth of the industrial agriculture in which there are pesticides, fertilizers, genetically modified food crops being grown. But we also see industrial processing and industrial growth of the industrial food system. So if you're going to have industrial dairy, then the use of hormones, bovine growth hormone, and use of antibiotics, which are critical for human health, are being used. And emergence of antimicrobial resistance today is a major public health problem. And not only that, in some of the GM technologies, like 3 genes being used, in like the BT brinjal technology, there was Bacillus thuringiensis polyfra mosaic virus, but the third was antibiotic resistant marker gene. And those of us who know, being involved in tuberculosis, etc., and know that the horizontal gene transfer takes place. What could be the implications of antibiotic resistant genes with the question of horizontal transfer? Now, the other point I'd like to make is that having been involved in the issue of pharmaceuticals, and many of the companies that are making pesticides, and I mentioned earlier that many of these, the genesis of these was from war, basically the industry for war. The health hazards of that have been systematically denied. Systematically. The question of conflict of interest in those involved in research, conflict of interest or presence of people who are in the regulatory, policy making and the regulatory issue is now emerging as a major concern for the public. So in WHO and all, a policy for presence of conflict of interest has to be told. Because who and why some of the autonomous scientists who bring out concerns get harassed and are targeted. I wanted to just mention a little bit about glyphosate. Actually, endosulfan, our friends had come from Kerala, and I think Dr. Vijay had mentioned about, like from the hydrocephalus to what happened to the rest of the body, to the motor neuron, to the mind. But I studied in Christian Medical College, Ludhiana. We used to see cancer, we used to see acute poisoning of pesticide, but the chronic poisoning, which is showing up with cancers, and you know about the cancer chain going from Rajasthan, from Punjab, from Batinda going to in Rajasthan to Bikaner, because that hospital gives cheap treatment. Anyone who's had a loved one with cancer knows the entire family is crippled. And the costs of the medicines, which are most of them are patented medicine, are huge, absolutely huge. So if we are seeing that a certain kind of agriculture is resulting in increase in cancers, increase in neurological problems of Parkinsonism, from Alzheimer's to autism, and from neurological you're seeing immunological problems, you're seeing chronic kidney failures. And anyone who's gone through dialysis, peritoneal dialysis, hemodialysis, and needing kidney transplant knows the costs are unaffordable. For majority, they are unaffordable. So anything of these, and these are not all, from the liver to the, every system getting affected, there's an absolutely long list. The issue of epigenetics, how some of the environment, these factors affect the genes and the birth defect in the children being born. And we do not have a social system where the children get looked after. The children have to be ultimately looked after by the mother. And even if a girl is born, though the XY chromosome comes from the father, who is blamed for giving birth, which should not be, because she should be proud to have this girl. So we know that in a patriarchal society, in a society where compassion, caring, etc., which were values at one time, and sharing are disappearing, where everything has a market value, that we cannot have a future where 1.2% of the budget is for health, 1.2%, which is extremely little. But you have also health problems related to undernutrition. There are, like, if you do not have enough fiber in the food, of course there is going to be constipation. So from fiber, water, micronutrients, protein, calories, fat, what kind of fat? Is it going to be hexane extracted, refined, colorless, odorless oils? The long-term effect of the health of that has not been adequately shown, though many people know it. So what will be amongst the diverse oils? Which is the oil you're going to have? Which are the vegetables, fruits? Which are the dals? Is it going to be imported yellow pea dal, which some people, feed to the animals? Or is it going to be our diverse dals, some of which are so much more protein, and some of which grow where you don't have enough water? So the question is, what is grown, what is eaten, affects health very deeply. And the epidemic now of non-communicable diseases is a public health disaster. And why I'm saying it is that even to take care of, typhoid, malaria, tuberculosis, you will have the treatment for a limited period. But when you have non-communicable diseases, like because the food allergies are increasing, gluten enteropathy, what they call celiac diseases, where what they call the leaking gut syndrome. Why are they increasing? A lot of this is to do from the pesticides and the increasing chemicals in the food. So the chemicalization of the environment and chemicalization of the body are taking place, and the price paid is by the public, the women, children, and the rest of the people in terms of ill health. The non-communicable diseases, hypertension. School children, study done in Chennai, 21% of the children in certain schools were found to be having hypertension. We never heard of these things before. 19, 20-year-olds are needing to have, stents put, cardiac problem. So you're seeing increase in hypertension, diabetes type 2, which we used to see in older people. You're seeing increase in cancers. You're seeing increase in asthma, chronic bronchitis, chronic obstructive lung disease, and mental health problems. I did not mention the mental health, but monosodium glutamate, many of the coloring agents, many of them have effect on the behavioral problems. The documentation of this, there is lots and lots of data and documentation. But again, as was mentioned, the transparency, and the sharing of this. You know, we were taught that knowledge is power, but if unbiased information is made available, then the people can take certain decisions. In the absence of that and only propaganda, you know, I was saying about the advertisements, many of the advertisements pushing junk food, and the relationship of the junk food, by the way, the food industry does not like the word junk. So you say high sugar, salt, fat diets, but it's actually junk food. And the growth of the food processing industry is up like that. And the growth of the non-communicable diseases is like that. Same thing. And I was in certain developing countries, and this is from the report of the UN Special Rapporteur on Food and in human rights, I think human rights and food and health, who had shown that 60% of the FDI in a certain developing country was for processed food. Following that, the increase in non-communicable diseases. Can I have half a second, please? So that's been very kind. So coming to the question of glyphosate, when you test, you know, in dealing with the question of pharmaceuticals, unless long-term studies are done, unless intergenerational studies are done, please remember thalidomide, please remember dithylstilbestrol, many of them. Like for Roundup, the formulation, the testing of the formulation and the testing of the glyphosate alone will show different results. You know, and in our parts of the world, we have comorbidities. The liver, kidney, etc., many of them are already compromised because of many other things. The toxic effect of some of this is much, much more. And the health, with the extremely privatized health system, catastrophic expenditure on health care is unaffordable to most. And the last bit, in the half second which I have extended, is that Monsanto has been ordered to pay 89 billion for hiding some of the effects related to glyphosate, and the cancer, Hodgkin's lymphoma, that was found, and it was the gardener, the person who was working in the school, person called Johnson, who has been, this is American court, that has issued this order about making this payment. Now, unless there was some evidence, this payment would not have been ordered by a court in America, because all these companies are from there. And there's another Johnson & Johnson, you must be knowing, because many of our friends will be reaching that age, because joint pains, cough and colds, low immune system, picking up infection, all this is happening. The hip transplant of Johnson & Johnson, which was metal on metal, which was cobalt and chromium. And many people that leached into the system and have had numerous problems. And they said, no, this hip implant was great. It was going to last you 25 years. And the young people should have it. And you pay lakhs for it. And at the end, they've landed up with many other problems. And the question of, again, I'm leaving it at that because I know my chairperson is saying something. The compensation paid to the victims in states is a different matter. And most of the people wouldn't even have heard that in 2010, this product was withdrawn in certain countries. And in 2010, they got a marketing license. So those who get marketing license for things which have potential hazards, precautionary principles should be used. Wishing you all good health. Thank you.
One, I have stepped into a territory voluntarily where I am working in a field which is like marrying a traditional community knowledge systems practitioner with a very modern international quality and standards regime. So how do we perform this marriage? My whole story is, how are we performing this marriage? We are no priests. We are trying to get them the recognition and the sort of protection and preservation of the knowledge. And my second challenge is to keep time. Hopefully I'll be able to do that. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. So basically we are dealing with the folk healers. The folk healers are known to be present. The numbers are more than 1 million in our country. And we are trying to preserve their knowledge. And just one single slide about the organization that I work for. It's Quality Council of India. It was established through a cabinet decision in partnership with premier organization CII FICCI Essential. It's an independent, successful PPP model which actually started functioning before we started talking about PPP. It's an autonomous body. A society, and the chairman is appointed by the Prime Minister. The first chairman was Ratan Tata. Presently we have Adil Zainul Bhai. Our nodal ministry, Kamala Ministry of Commerce, and our nodal ministry appoints people are the DIPP. We provide accreditation framework in the country, spread quality movement in India, and provide the right and unbiased information on quality and related standards, and represent India's interest in international fora, help establish quality of Indian products and services. And this is the first time in our country, and maybe for the first time in the world, that we have embarked with the traditional knowledge systems and the practitioner of this system. And what does the international scenario give us? They have given us the increasing use of standards for products, services, processes, and systems. As I said, these were already there. Now we have started dealing with the persons. Need for checking their compliances on the prescribed standards by regulations and by voluntary standards. For the traditional healers, there are no regulations, so there is a voluntary standard. We have just established that, and we go through its conformity assessments by inspection, testing, and certification. Why do we do it? Because we need the confidence that we are providing quality standard procedures or products, a need for international acceptability for facilitating trade, recognition of inspection, testing, and certification across borders, that is across countries, and accomplished by the method of accreditation. And what is this model? How do we go about it? And I will confine myself to the voluntary sector only, because for the traditional community healthcare providers or the folk healers, the common terms, it is lying in the voluntary sector. So therefore we should have defined standards for certification, and there should be a logo, lays down uniform procedures for evaluation and the certification process. Then we should have third parties who would do the certification, not the scheme owners. There will be a severe conflict of interest, because if we are the scheme owners and we start implementing, therefore there should be a personal certification body, and they will be accredited through ISO 17024. That is the standard for personals. And these are sector-specific and additional requirements for accreditation defined by the scheme owners. Since ISO 1704 is for personal certification, but they are not mentioned for the folk healers or the traditional community health practitioners. Therefore, we have to have very defined, clearly mentioned standards for them, and manage the scheme operation and any other measure to promote certification and seek acceptability in the market. That is very important, and that is why ISO standards are important. And what are the scheme components? Any scheme, any voluntary scheme, it should have the standards, as I said. Standards is a set of requirements to be fulfilled by the person. Here I'm just confining myself to the folk healers. process of evaluation and certification, sufficient objective of evidence, and competent bodies to perform these assessments. So these are the scheme components. And what are the type of certifications that till now in our country we have been doing? We have product certification like ISI marks, process certification, organic certification, global gap, the system certification which many of us know, but for personal certification I must say, this is for the folk healers, first time in the world, maybe first time in the country. Of course, country is the first time, maybe for the world as well. So what is personal certification? The personal certification means shift from qualification-based systems to competence-based system. And competence is based on the knowledge and skills to be demonstrated by the persons. Define knowledge and skill. They can have this knowledge and skill through any route. They may get it through education, but for our traditional community healthcare providers, mostly not. They would have gained their experience through observation, through the parampara, through the gurus, from the elders, or through self-studies. Then evaluate and certify by which route, because we're just taking for our own traditional communities. They may not be literate or able to read and write, therefore we can do it orally through practical demonstration, observation, or any other means. And then we'll have the surveillance and recertification so that we see how they're performing. It's not a one-time certification, but definitely they will be under surveillance and they can come up for recertification. And therefore, we started taking all these criteria in mind. We started doing the certification for the traditional community healthcare providers or the folk healers of our countries. And we have followed the worldwide certification model, which fits in easily for them. And we have taken into consideration, because these people are mostly found in the remote areas of our country, and they may not have formal education. They would have acquired this knowledge through learning or observing and then practicing it, and any other route to get their competence as long they are able to be found to be evaluated and they comply to this. And therefore a pilot certification project, it was at that time mentored and funded by the Department of Ayush. I was at that point of time 2010-12 in IGNOU, so it was basically my passion for this and I believed in this. And therefore I submitted this project proposal, and the accreditation agency was QCI and our technical collaborators were FRLHT. And we actually worked in 6 states, 1 district each, mostly the tribal districts in Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan and Gujarat. It was a 2 years project, as you can see, and we certified 1,570 people. Of course, this was a pilot, so the rigor of the certification was there, but still we thought after doing this that there were many gaps to be filled. So what these gaps we thought could be filled, like we should have tools for documentation of resources, practices and customer information, certification for the recognition of the knowledge, skills and services. There should be provision for skill upgradation training if gaps for the competence standards are found to be missing, and continuous information on technical assistance for certified TCHPs for upgradation. And therefore, by that time, IGNOU had shut shop on traditional knowledge systems. They were not willing to go forward, and that is where I shifted my base to QCI, and we continued this project. And by that time, it was the Ministry of Ayush which came in, and in fact they supported it. And we launched a national voluntary scheme for this, and it was launched in March 2017 as a national scheme. And so this scheme was launched. The photographs you see is the cover of the scheme. These are actual pictures from the pilot project. And now we have a very clear-cut defined scheme structure which is available on the QCI net, because that is one mandatory regulation for the standards organization. Therefore, we have a governing structure structure. In the governing structure, we must have a steering committee, and on a steering committee, we have nominees from the Ministry of Ayush, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, NBA, the state biodiversity boards, the Northeastern Institute of Folk Medicine in Arunachal. There are educational and research organizations, NGOs, and I must say that Healers Association make a very important part of our committees. We have Ayurvedic practitioners. I must say that the local health tradition of the folk healers or the folk medicines are not the codified, they come under the non-codified systems, whereas the Ayurvedic practitioners or the Ayush, they come under the so-called codified system. So these people are even one more degree behind the movement that we are trying to make, so we must preserve and promote their knowledge, and therefore we decided the Ayurvedic or the Ayush practitioners make a very important component, and they should be on our committees. We should have a technical committee, an assessment committee, and everywhere we have the Ayush and the Healers Association as members, so that they become convinced of the whole system besides the ministries. Then we have defined the minimum standards of competence, the detailed certification process, and then we have the personal certification bodies, and they are eventually updated by the ISO 17024 by the National Board of Certification Bodies, because that is where the international equivalence will come in for the certified CHPs. So that is very important. And criteria and process for provisional approval of training institutes means people usually, what is our thinking right now, that we can train people even when we talk about skill development ministry and other things, that we first train the people, then bring them up for the certification. Whereas here, we say that they have the knowledge. So let them first come up to get themselves assessed, and if they have the informed knowledge about what they are doing, they will be certified, and if they are not, they can be suggested to go for a training. But all this is lying under the voluntary sector. This is not coming under regulators. So they have to be told about the benefits, the drawbacks, and if they are convinced, then they will come up. So for this scheme, it is certification first, then comes the training institute. So both the training institutes and the certification bodies have to be in place when you are running the scheme, and they cannot be under the same legal umbrella, because then there will be a severe conflict of interest. The same people certifying cannot send to the same organization for training, and vice versa. And then when we did the pilot project, we did a rapid village survey, and we are not considering all difficult like cancer and other diseases, but what we did was across the 6 states we did a rapid village survey, and these were the 10 domains or the 10 streams of ailments which were found across the country, and from that they picked up 6. And that is jaundice, common ailments, that means fever, cough, cold, stomach upset, traditional birth attendants, traditional bone setters, the arthritis and the poisonous bites. We found even skin conditions, women-specific health conditions, anorectal disorders, and infertility and impotency. But for 7 to 10, we are not in a position to develop the minimum standards, so we are sticking to these 6 only. And what are the eligibility criteria for the CHPs to apply? They should be 28 years of age. They should have 10 years of experience. They have strict code of conduct, the free prior control consent, and the self-declaration forms to be signed, and all these to be endorsed by the village or the local body. And all the DCHP members who are on the committees, the senior people, they should be 50 years of age, 20 years of experience. They should be from any other district but the district where the evaluation, because they also become evaluators, and they should be objective, unbiased, and transparent. And therefore the whole certification process is by application, the scrutiny of application, the examiners where there is one Ayush doctor and 2 senior TCHP. There is no written examination, there is oral examination in biodiversity, practical demonstration, and on-site visit to their practice station, how they are doing it. And I'm not getting into the details of the evaluation methodology where weightage has been given. Till now we have certified, accredited one personal certification body. It was just announced in Chhattisgarh on 1st of October, and one training institute, that is TDU in Bangalore, and we are promoting the schemes. And the Planning Commission, the Niti Aayog, they had a meeting, and Ministry of Ayush has sent us a letter saying that we appreciate the scheme and we should approach the various state governments and the organization. They can find funding under the Flexi Pool. The Chhattisgarh government has already given us some funding. Nagaland government has conducted training programs. We are in dialogue with Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh and Sikkim governments. We have training in Sikkim and then we have had a dialogue with NBA, and NBA is a part of our story, and I think I've been in touch. That was my biggest challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, speakers. And we have got about 5 to 10 minutes for few clarifications or questions to the distinguished speakers. Yes. Anyway, yes, please. Mike. See. Yeah. It's not audible.
Mr. Chair, I take the privilege, because I have asked the Chair earlier, to point to 2 crossroads where, even though this is a scientific meeting, scientists sometimes may draw conclusions from what they learned and take a stance at the crossroads. And I would invite the audience and the dais to take a stand. One of the crossroads is the interpretation of ecosystem services. I was so glad to hear that our eminent keynote speaker in this morning's session said understanding and conserving ecosystem services is the precondition for functions, is the preconditions to harvest the services. Now we have 2 major reports, economic reports, one the Stern report on the climate change and the Teeb report on ecosystems and biodiversity. Both basically say what it will cost in the future if we do not act now, and to put it bluntly, both say it's going to be unaffordable. Now they both are very well as a defensive tool, but some interpret them as an aggressive tool to commodify, commercialize, expose to global market and investment forces all biodiversity and gifts of nature. And may I just point to one of the findings of Teeb, that's the ecosystems, the economics of ecosystems and biodiversity. There is a graph on the Teeb of the poor involving India and also Brazil, basically saying the rich have only a small portion of their well-being and their GDP in direct ecosystem services. The poor largely depend on it, from 60 to 85%.
Excuse me, could you please?
I will now come to the second one. So we might end up with a carbon market, a water market, which means water grabbing, land grabbing, biodiversity grabbing. And that's the second crossroads where I would invite speakers to take a stand. At the last scientific meeting of the body of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the World Economic people and others introduced the fourth industrial revolution, involving a total inventory of living beings as digital sequence information on life, and gene editing, synthetic biology, and gene drives. And the combination of the two, basically to cover the surface of the earth. It's as if the fox said, I have an interest and expertise in chickens, so please let me be the guardian of the chicken coop. There is the crossroads. Either go the pathway of the fourth industrial revolution, or let biodiversity be safely in people's hand. At the same time, there was a community resilience conference on biodiversity, exactly doing that, and reminding me very much of the conference, of FAO conference in Leipzig in 1996, where Vandana and I worked together on a
Sir, thank you, sir, because we just have a couple of other questions also. So, any... Say, we just... please direct questions.
There's to Dr. Roy that we have discussed because talked about this iron systems of medicine, and we have pointed a very vital fact, that is on traditional medicine and iron. That is those who have degree holders and those who are without still practicing the traditional medicine. Being an ethnobotanist, I say that point should be implemented. That is mine. It is better to have the Irish into
we will include that in our recommendations. Okay?
Sir, may I tell? I am taking how a bit because this seminar should be interactive. I am talking to the point. That is into Irish and traditional medicine. Only then we can conserve this thing. Otherwise, we can do nothing. Being an ethnobotanist and work at the ground level. Otherwise, this won't be anything. Right? We have discussed earlier, we have some discussions. Please see that it is to be converted into Irish and traditional medicine or a separate history for traditional medicine. That is my thing. Thank you.
The last question. See. Mike, please hand over the mic.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. I just want to go back to a staff conversation in which there was a very strong criticism about the Biodiversity Act and that it was obstructing the advancement of science. When in fact, if I read the Biodiversity Act, I get the sense that there is a construction of a worldview where science is supposed to, and when I say science, administration, executive, and also scientific establishments which are outputs of the industrial world, is required to subordinate itself to diverse thinking that emerges from below, which is what communities do. They are not industrialized, they are not conformist, they are diverse. And scientists and administrators have a problem dealing with diversity, and that needs to go. And maybe then we can see the biodiversity in a very different light. But that said, I also want to flag for attention another form of thinking which is evolving in this country, which is, in my opinion, quite dangerous, and which is the appropriation, as Dr. Vandana said earlier, of knowledge systems which have been there for thousands of years, codifying them by employment of terminology such as natural farming, and more recently the zero-budget natural farming is being employed as a model for financialization by the same forces which destroyed our planet, which is the fossil fuel industry. And in this case, BNP Paribas Bank of France, which is probably the number 2 or number 3 bank which finances fossil fuel industry, is now going to invest 16,000 crores in the state of Andhra Pradesh to appropriate natural farming systems of the farmers through what is called the climate resilient zero-budget natural farming program, which unfortunately has got the uncritical acceptance of United Nations Environment Program. And to me, what's worrying is that the CBD has been largely left in the lurch in promoting this program. And I've written a critical note on that which was not ready to bring it here, but soon I will.
Thank you, sir. We are shooting time. So, I think with this we wrap up this session. I think.
Questions, we would answer. There were questions, there were informations, very important informations, and we are grateful, but there were no direct questions to any individual. And I think we should...
I have a direct question.
Yes,
okay.
I have questions to Dr. Rai. See, Ayurveda has not progressed, the reason is validation. So what is the way you are looking to take care of the validation of the drugs which are being used by the healers?
Can I just... Yeah, I did not get into the evaluation procedure because I needed to explain that, and that is the evaluation procedure where they have to demonstrate, show, and how it is being done, and that is the validation part. It will come over there.
That is right, but we need to validate what type of compounds are there, are they working or not. These compounds which are medicinal in nature, are they actually there? They vary with altitude, they vary with temperature, there are so many factors.
Yes, we have taken considered that, but one point is there that we have to get, as I said yesterday, there was a lot of discussion on the free prior consult. So the PRCBs, the personal certification body, are the people who are in charge. They will hold the soft copy and the hard copy. And if those sort of experiments have to be done in the lab, they have to get the consent of these knowledge holders, and they will do it with information to all the parties. So validation part is there.
I would request you to round up because you're raising an issue in the framework of a scientific system that is recognized to be limited. There was a mechanistic, reductionist, linear causality system in which one cause has one effect, one chemical has one effect. Now the new ecological sciences that are showing that there's a relationship between the biodiversity in the field, the biodiversity of our crops, the biodiversity of our gut microbe. This is the system that Ayurveda has practiced. This is the system of the new gut microbiome. These are about systems causality, validation of drugs. Assessment of Ayurveda is using the wrong yardstick of causality. In Indian thought, that's why Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, we always talk about Desh and Kal. Renate talked about quality in process and quality in product. A product mentality doesn't get the process idea. And now new science is recognizing that causality is four-dimensional. We have to elevate our scientific understanding to that. This Congress is a small little platform. Tomorrow we'll have a knowledge system session, and I hope this will be taken further. But now I think it is due time to wrap up these extremely important questions.
Thank you the chair, and thank you the coordinators, and probably we'll have the discussion during the lunch break as well. We'll be, this as a token of appreciation from the organizers, the gifts to the chair, not the chair is part of the organizing group, and to the co-chair, and the invited speakers. And also, before lunch, we have a short, quick presentation by Pankaj Kumar Satija from the Tata Steel. I invite Sir Pankaj. And Dr. Geeta Baran will be chairing the session.
I think I'm the block between you and the lunch. So I'll keep it simple, straight, and minimal. There is saying in the Shastra that Kast Pashan Arjuna Pitva Bhaven Sedna Sadha Chaka Siddhi Tasvishnu Prasadita. cast means wood, Pashan stone, Dhatu metal. These are the blessings of Lord Vishnu. And this should be used with the gratitude. And I am representing a company, Tata Steel, which is more than 100 years old. And follow this principle, that's why it's a sustainable 100-year-old organization. This is a photograph of Zhumar. Zhumar is a tribal dance of Jharkhand where most of our operations are placed. And if you see this dance form, the beauty of this is that the players, they never leave each other. Either they keep the hand behind or they keep the hand up. And when you talk of ecosystem, that's the example that each species is important. And for our operation, each stakeholder is important. We also understand that when a tree is cut, it's not only the tree. It's all the whole ecosystem which goes with that. And we plant a tree, it's not only the timber, it's the whole world comes. And that's the saying in the Slok 26, 31 Bhaksha, the Samadhyaya Vibhutiyo, Srimad Bhagavad Gita, when Arjuna asked Lord Krishna, who are you? And Lord Krishna replies that Aswatha Savichana Devarshinam Cha Narada Heravatam Gajendranam Naranam Cha Naradipam Prajanasmi Kandarpa Sarpanam Vasuki Mriganam Cha Mrigendroham Vayantis Cha Pakshinam Chakanam Akrasmi Flotamasmi Jangve. अर्थात वृक्षों में मैं पीपल हूँ, सर्वों में मैं वासुकी हूँ, पशुओं में सिंह हूँ, नदियों में मैं जानवी हूँ. So God Himself manifests that He is in the different form of or in different species, and that's our philosophy with biodiversity also. We are a steel company. We don't have much expertise on biodiversity, so we engage with one of the consultants, IUCN, and we followed the process of planning biodiversity assessments, community consultations, business ecosystems, and consultation with our senior management. And we are in phase 2. Phase 1 we did the assessment, and then we made biodiversity management plan for each of our locations, especially the raw material locations. And then, based on the BMP, we identified the biodiversity management projects. And now in phase 2, we are working on those projects. And we are the first few companies in India from the extractive sector who have its own biodiversity policy. And we emphasize on no net loss. This is the second dance form of Odisha, where our raw material locations are there. And it is known as Gotiko dance, where the dancers change the form every now and then with each steps. And they come with either in the form of Dashavatar, which was also presented last year, and different form of species also. So these are the different biodiversity management plans for each locations, and it's a detailed projects which have been specified in that. So we have not only in the qualitative terms, we thought why not to make it quantifiable, that we can monitor the progress, and then we have biodiversity indicator and reporting system. So each location has BRS score, and which we monitor on a year-to-year basis how we have progressed. So there is a RACI chart also, the responsibility, accountability, consultation and information for each of the project. And there are a few snapshots. This we have implemented in a reclaimed area in the mining area, where artificial burners we have put up. We have seen some good results over there. This is a before after photograph of one of our mine 1930s, and today how it looked like. Our operations in some of the locations are electricity positive and water positive for townships. So for our manufacturing we use power source from the State Electricity Board, but for our colonies we have solar power which takes care of that. And we have enough rainwater harvesting structures which make water positive for the colonies. These are the practices which we follow in our operating area, and we have Cactus Park also, second industrial sector after Bhubaneswar, medicinal plant park, and last session we discussed about ethnic botany. So we organize one event, Green Therapy, where we call all the traditional healers and professors from Ayurvedic colleges, where they interact for a whole day session, and it's a knowledge sharing and sometimes changing into very heated discussion and debate, where each one contradicts that whatever you are doing is not scientific. And the traditional healers say that we have cured so many people, and then somewhere at the end of the day they arrive at some consensus that okay, let's collaborate on those subjects. We also organize Jayakala Vividta. It's a 4 days event on art form, right from watercolor to acrylic to sand art, different form of art where more than 30 artists come at one place, and all the school children, people from the community, students, they do art form on species. We have a Prajati Father, so sometimes we have a very different feeling towards the tribal that they only make liquor and they drink. But when you go deeper into it, you see that they are still dependent on the forest produce, and they need very little land for agriculture. And we try to break this misnomer and disbelief. And this event is basically to capture the food practices they have, and in turn also makes us enlightened with the kind of forest produce they use in sustainability. This is again a program on ethnicity at Dastur. You can see Padma Shri Tulsi Mundashi has done a lot of work, and this is again on linking with biodiversity and ethnicity. It's on the reverse then. We have organized Run for Biodiversity last year, and this year again on 28th of this month we are organizing the second event, first of its kind in India. And we also collaborate with persons with disability, and last time it was very heartening to see that 40 PWD participated in this event. Sometimes we hate many species, one is snake, and we thought if we can develop some sort of love for snakes, probably other species will also fall in that endeavor. So we organize on Forest Day, Snakes Are Friends event, and try to break myth about the snakes. Spot the species to give the mobile phone to all the kids in the township, 2 hours time to capture any species what they see, and then reward them with the best photograph and the best caption. Varta is with the farmers on the climate resilience foods and how they can grow and then sustainable farming. Kanwar Flower Show is the annual event where the community and the employees are encouraged to participate. And when we take this journey, we don't feel that people with high stature can contribute. We believe that everyone who has little inclination towards biodiversity that contribute in this journey. And whatever we have shown, it's not a big thing, it's a small endeavor what we are doing, and we have also a long way to go. Last day we also discussed about the policy, and we believe that no policy has chance of success if it is born in the minds of the few and carried in the hearts of none. And with the famous couplet which we practice in our remediation in our cleaning area, that दरख्त न काट सूखी ही सही घास रहने दे धरती के तन पे कुछ तो लिबास रहने दे. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Pankaj, and Dr. Pitambaran will present a gift to Pankaj.
And I request Shri R.S. Pisali, Member Secretary, Uttarakhand Biodiversity Board, to please chair the session. I also request Dr. D.P. Uniyal, U Post, to co-chair the session. Thank you, sir.
On my right is my co-chair, Dr. D.P. Unyal, who is a scientist of renown, and he specializes in fisheries and wildlife, and is a very able partner of UCOAST, where he works. Able and indispensable partner of UCOAST. Today we'll have the privilege of listening to, we would have the privilege of listening to 20 presentations, total 20 presentations. And they are very detailed works, they have written papers on which it is based on. If you look at the presentations, if you go through the list of presentations to be made today, you'll find that there are 7 will be on mammals, and within our arrogance, we normally say that the lesser beings like butterflies or insects, there will be again 8 of them. Aquatic will be 8. Sorry, your lower forms will be 8. Aquatic will be 8. 2 will be on birds. 1 on snails. Just imagine that people are starting to look at snails also, because most of the time we are fixated on tigers and all, but now people are starting to look at even snails. 4 will be on mammals, and more importantly, 2 will be on ecosystem services. We are starting to talk about ecosystem services also. There are papers on ecosystem services like Sundarban mangroves and the hyper-aid zone of Sundarban areas. Among the presenters, we have some backings of some veteran biologists who are among us today, with us today. And there are some novices also who are going to put the presentations. I'm sure that it will be a great learning experience for all of us. Now I request, what we have done is, we normally see that when you make a question, people tend to give a very long background to the questions. To curb that, I have a friend with me here who will be sitting on the BDS section. If you got any question, please write it down. It will give you a hand over a small piece of paper. You can write down the questions, then we'll take out the questions one by one. So we'll take out the question as soon as the presentation is over, because there are long list of presentations. By the time the 20th is done, we might forget. So please get a slip from there, and then you can write your questions on that. So I request my co-chair to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saidi. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to add on what Dr. Saidi says, that we are having the 20 odd presentations from mammals to insects, varies from various groups and represented by various industries and colleges. I request all the presenters to stick to the time. Time given is 15 minutes, and after that we can take up the questions. So please, I request, without much delay, I invite first presenter, Mr. Aman Verma. Is there? Mr. Aman Verma will be presenting on abundance and seasonal diversity, Western Ghats. I request those who have participated, those who have joined, please upload their presentation here so that we can save time later on.
And my audience, myself Aman Verma, I am presenting my work on abundance and seasonal diversity of Tapis and Madia at Pancheshwar, the proposed multi-purpose project in Western Himalaya. So, starting from introduction, the proposed dam is to be built on the Mahakali River, which forms an international boundary between India and Nepal. And this dam, which is to be constructed, has been envisaged to be built on across 2.5 km downstream of the main dam site, from where this dam, which is proposed to be built, will be the largest hydropower project in South Asia. And it is a binational scheme under Mahakali Treaty between India and Nepal. And so the Himalayan ecosystem within which the dam is to be envisaged to be built is very rich in biodiversity, as the area holds both the faunal elements from Palearctic as well as Oriental regions. So it can be well understood that the region is very well rich in wildlife, and the IUCN and the United Nations Environment Programme World Commissions on Dam recommendations suggest that we should avoid such areas which are very rich in biodiversity, but we can't oppose these policies of the government, but we can here suggest some suggestions so that we can have some minimum loss. And till now, the Pancheshwar Development Authority have explored the region very poorly, we can say that, for faunal elements as well as floral elements. Till now, they have reported only 47 species of butterflies, and these species, just they have written there that they are present here, and we have no information such regarding what is their abundance, what is their seasonality, and which are the main species of conservation which we have to focus on. And if we do not consider such things, so it can have serious impediments on the whole ecological balances. And till so far, from Uttarakhand, there are 500 species of butterfly, and butterfly in itself are very important or crucial element of ecology. And as they are the keystone pollinators in the forest ecosystem as well as other ecosystems, so we can't neglect the butterflies from such activities which have to be carry on in this site. Sorry. So the present objectives of the present study were, we recorded some levels of disturbances that were ongoing in the project area, and we determined the species composition, their seasonal diversity, and we also recommended some species of conservation priority. So the main dam site which is to be built at the Pancheshwar site, the term Pancheshwar is a vernacular name which has been meaning Panch means 5 and Ishwar, Pancheshwar means the Lord of 5 rivers. As here the 5 rivers amalgamate at the main dam site, and this main dam site is particularly very well known globally for golden mahasi, which is one of the threatened species according to the red list of the IUCN. And it will definitely affect the whole marine ecology as well as forest ecology. So we can here say the site number 1, which is represented here, is the main dam site which we surveyed in our study, and the dams number labeled as 2nd, 3rd and 4th are the re-regulating dams like Rupaligarh and Purnagiri. So we only focused our studies on the first, which is marked as first Pancheshwar, the main dam site. The main dam site, and for the present study we selected 5 transects, and the 3 transects, about 3 transects from 1 to 3 were represented by riparian zones, and the transects 4 and 5 were located at the hilltops, or we can say at higher altitudes, where the activities like dam construction activities like tunneling and other are going on there. So these are the few pictures which are depicting the study area, like the left bank of Sarju River and the Khaikot village at the transect number 4, which we selected for the purpose of our study. And the surveys was simply conducted at the 3 consecutive days from August 2016 to July 2017, and we followed the pollard walk method for conduction of our survey. And species composition, then we categorize these species on the basis of their frequency of occurrence in 4 categories, and these were very common, rare and uncommon species. And we evaluated the seasonal variation in diversity through PAST, software program PAST, and we calculated some diversity indices. So the results were, we calculated around 2,600 individuals of butterfly belonging to 84 species and 6 families. Nymphalidae was the most species rich as well as dominant in terms of their abundance, with recorded species of 40, and which is followed by Pyridae, Lichenidae, Papilaridae, Hesperidae and Bryodinidae. the pyrite was represented by 13 species, as well as the lichenidae was the number was the same, and the papilinidae, hesperidae were also similar in their species richness, that is 8 species, and the rhodinidae species were only 2. And according to this is the graph which shows the represents the number of species with number of individuals of different families. This is the main checklist of butterflies from the present study site. We recorded 84 species. Out of these 84 species, 11 species were very common and 23 species were uncommon and 37 species common, and a good number of species were also, that is 13 species were we recorded were categorized as rare on the basis of their frequency occurrence. So these are few species of family Hesperidae and then Rhodinidae. After that we have species of Pyrinidae, Papilinidae, then Lichenidae, Nymphalidae, a good number of Nymphalidae, that is 40 species. Out of these seasonal diversity, focusing on the seasonal diversity, the maximum diversity was recorded during the rainy season. As we know that there are the climatic conditions like rainfall stimulate the plant formations or the development of plants, which provide a good source of foliage for the caterpillars of the butterflies. So their abundance was finally increased during September and October, which we concluded these months in the rainy season. And the season, according to season, the rainy season was followed by the summer season. And summer season we recorded 74 species and around 944 individuals, and least in the winter season. These are some measures of diversity indices. Here we can see that the overall Shannon-Vennon diversity index was around 4.145, which indicates a very rich diversity of the study area, and followed by the Shannon diversity index was maximum also during the rainy season, that is 4.072, and least in winter, that is around 3.615. The Simpson dominance index was around 0.966 to 0.979, which is almost nearer to 1. And this indicates the dominance of certain species like Pyrus brassicae, Pyrus canidia, Eurima hicabe, Eurima lita, Euploea core, and other species of like Parentica agli, which were, we can state that were dominance in the study area. And they were almost Pyalus, even Ivanus index was around 0.9354, indicating almost even distribution of the butterfly species. Here these are the species of conservation priority based on their frequency occurrence. Around 11 species, 13 species which were rare, and we can say we have to focus on these species, and other species like 11 species were under the Wildlife Protection Act, and this indicates a very rich floral diversity of the region. And around 5 species like Eurima brigata, Pontia depilidis, Euploea core, Junonia almana and Junonia haerta were under the categories of least concerned species of red list of IUCN, and the species like Papiliopolycter, which is very common in our study area. Papiliopolycter, also known as common peacock, has been designated as the state butterfly by the State Wildlife Board of Uttarakhand, and it is very common species in this study area. These are the few species which are legally protected. Out of these, most of the species are legally protected under the Schedule 2. And we can here see that out of these 11 species, almost 6 species are in rare in the study area. And only one species we can see here, that is Euploea core, was found very common. These are some disturbances in the study area, like pre-dam construction activities of tunneling, and like landslides, common natural landslides are there, and a few other minor activities by the local villagers and the daily altitudinal migrants can be recorded or can be seen frequently here. And as we know, this study site is very known worldwide for golden mahseed. So the activities of angling by the foreigners or other Indian visitors are very common in the study area. And so these all activities are having a very negative impact on the butterfly species. This particular activities which are undergoing in the study area can be evaluated for its impact on the butterfly diversity. Or in a simple way, I can say that we can simply monitor what is the effect of disturbance on the butterflies. If we have to study such aspect of the butterflies, we can just frequently visit that and we can check that out. So these are the photographs. This shows the tunneling of in the activity in the study area and the landslides. So here I conclude the study. This study area is represented by 84 species and maximum number, that is 39 species, was very common almost throughout the year. So here we can say that after the dam constructions or as the dam is going to be constructed there or the activities like tunneling or other are going there, so we should focus almost direct on only that time. We have to focus that how can we minimize this mass extinction of butterflies or other faunal groups. So we should be aware of that, and the government or the planners involved in this construction of dam should be focused on such groups, and the damage to the area should be minimized and can be minimized. Like unnecessary road construction in the study area should be avoided, and and compensatory afforestation, which is to be done, should be followed immediately, so that the butterflies to which we can at the maximum we can save. So we should do that. And plant species of family like Rutaceae, Anonaceae, Lauraceae, Euphorbiaceae, Acanthaceae, Fabaceae, Cruciferae, Poaceae, which are very common in our study area, should be keep in mind for plantation of these species as a compensatory afforestation. These are the references, and these are few species of butterflies which we recorded in the study area. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Any queries, please? Yeah, butterflies definitely have very important role in the ecological processes. And if we are having such a loss of butterflies, then we are losing valuable assets of the biodiversity. And these should be focused for the reason that they are very delicate creatures and very sensitive to the disturbances and other levels and other factors. So these all factor or disturbances are having very negative impact on these butterflies, and like they are very important in the keystone ecological process of pollination. And so if we are having such a loss, so we are having a loss of pollination as well as aesthetic values are also will be gone. Thank you, sir.
I am representing Center for Marine Living Resources and Ecology, Kochi, Kerala. Here I would like to present my paper on inferring variations in spatial and trophic niches of synopsis species of Indian waters from morphological differences on body shapes. Actually, the study is based on the research we have carried out on the theoretical ecology of sea fishes and fishes. Comes to the introduction. The main tool we are used to studying is the ecomorphology, that is the importance of morphology on their ecology. Ecomorphology is the study of the influence of morphology on ecological relationships and the evolutionary impact of ecological factors on morphology. Studies in fishes focused on variety of body shapes within a community, the interaction between habitat and form, feeding and locomotion, environmental influence. All these factors are very critical on the fish body shapes. And fishes are highly diverse in their shapes, from pelagic fishes to deep sea fishes. That shapes and morphology and their change. It is closely related with their ecology. And the models demonstrate an association between ecological nature of the species and its morphology. The otoliths are very familiar to the fisheries people, and since I will tell you something. The otoliths are hard calcareous structures present in the fishes, as we have in our earstone, like Malleus incastabilis. In fishes also 3 pairs of earstones are there, calcareous structures, that is called sagittae, lapilli and asteriscus. These structures having very many biological functions in the fishes, like buoyancy maintenance, sound reception, etc. and hearing. And that is also we are considering in our study. And among the 3 pair of otoliths present in the fish body, we are considering the sagittal otolith. That is the biggest otolith. This otolith is mainly used for aging the fish. We can see the annual rings in the otolith. And we are considering the sagittal otolith for our studies. It shows very clear interspecies morphological variations. The differentiation of fish populations, stocks, species using otolith morphology is very popular in fishery science. And the morphology is mainly influenced by genetical factors, environmental factors like temperature, depth, salinity, etc. And depth is also the most important, because when fishes are going to deeper depth, the otolith is found to be big, because the sound reception has to be more pronounced, because light availability in deeper waters is very less, so the fish has to depend on the sounds. So the otolith will be big in deep sea fishes. And the ecological factors determine the major variation in otolith morphology when there is an intense symbiotic evolution occurs. It's very, you can see the pattern of speciation from the otolith morphology. And the main goals of our study is to elucidate the morphological difference between synopsis species inhabiting in Indian waters, and to hypothesize what is the ecological mechanism and environmental filtering or limiting similarity. These are the two theories behind the distribution of species, like environmental filtering and the theory of limiting similarity by MacArthur and Levins. May I explain this difference? To understand the variation in the otolith morphology and morphometric relationships, whether the otolith growth rate and growth pattern and morphology differ among the species, then what is the ecological interpretation for the difference? To understand the variation in the sensorial capacity, as I said that the ecology is very, the otolith can give very much clues about the ecology of the fishes, how the sensorial capacities of these we are considering 3 species for our study, how the sensorial capacities between the 3 species. Materials and methods. Deep sea fishing experiments conducted in on-board for Sambada, which belongs to our ministry, Western Indian Ocean and Andaman Nicobar waters. On the right side you can see 3 species. The first one is restricted to Andaman waters, and the second one is restricted to Arabian Sea water, and the third one is distributed both the Andaman and Arabian Sea water. The idea behind this work is we have to understand why the first one is restricted to Andaman, second one is restricted to Arabian Sea, and the third one, what is the morphological or functional superiority or adaptability to distribute in both these 2 waters, because both these ecosystems are entirely different. So we are trying to explain through the geometric morphometry how the shapes differ and what are the functional difference between these 3 species. Our paper having 3 components, that is ecomorphology, that is using geometric morphometric analysis. The next component is morphometric analysis of otolith, to compare the relationship between the otolith growth and fish. And the third one is the shape analysis of otolith, how the morphology is different between the otoliths of 3 species by quantification of the shape using multivariate analysis. The lower on the right side showing the position of 21 landmark open circles and 4 semi-landmark we digitize. We have made 21 digitization in the fish shape to quantify the shape. And the first method, ecomorphology. The shape was analyzed using landmark-based method 21 homologous landmarks and 4 semi-landmarks were selected. We applied a generalized prognostic analysis. It was performed to superimpose a statistical method to remove the effect of size, and we are mainly using the photograph for putting the landmarks to avoid the influence of distortions in the figure and the mistakes in the digitization. We are using this statistical procedure. And after a prognostic ANOVA was performed to examine any significant difference in shapes and size and void. After we conduct the PCA, principal component analysis, perform the prognostic coordinate. These are statistical terms to quantify the shapes. After linear discriminant analysis, also evaluate the significance of difference between the species. Leave-on outcross validation is used for explaining. And the next component is otolith morphometric analysis. 5 morphometric measurements of otolith and sulcus acousticus. It is the sensory area of the otolith where the nerves are impregnated, and these nerves are connected to the brain. If we have sulcus area, larger sulcus area related to otolith, it's indicated that this species mostly depend on the sounds for communication when the light is a limiting factor. And the regression coefficients were estimated by power function. And the ratio between sulcus area and otolith area. What is the size of the sensory area of the otolith among 3 species? That is also calculated to interpret the ecology. And ANCOVA is also used to compare the slope of this relationship. Finally, the most important component is otolith shape analysis, that is quantification of the shapes. First is the extraction of otolith after making an incision in the fish head, collecting the otolith, washed, and photographs were taken using camera and microscope, stereo zoom microscope, and otolith shape analysis are done using wavelength analysis. It's a statistical method to quantify the shape. 5-17 equidistant Cartesian coordinates was extracted from each otolith, and contour was measured from the posterior end of the otolith. We again conducted a principal component analysis to build on the selected wavelength, which shows the maximum variation. The allometric influence, definitely the 3 species having different size range, so the influence of size will be there, definitely beyond the data. So we have to remove the influence of size. That is called allometric correction. The size influence has to be removed from the data by using linear regression analysis. After we conducted a principal component analysis, canonical variant analysis, finally the statistical significance of this difference was evaluated using multivariate analysis of variance. All statistical analysis are performed in morpho-J. It's a morphometry is used to quantify the shape and past and half statistical program. Significance level by 0.05, less than 0.5. The results, first geometry morphometric analysis. You can see the variation among the 3 species. The first principal axis showing the maximum variation of nearly 48.7%. You can see that even though the fish look similar in their appearance, there are many variations in their fish shape. First is the depth of the shape and the degree of insertion of the pectoral fins, the position of the eyes, position of the mouth. There are many functional variations in the fish about these species, mainly the Andaman species and the Arabian species. There are many differences in their body shape, and described mainly by the height of the body. Caudal peduncle is the caudal area of the fin. It gives thrust during the fish. Since if you have a fish having a maximum caudal peduncle width, indicate that it is a good swimmer. The positive values indicated the deeper, more head height, large and high caudal peduncle and bigger eyes, and the negative values of the first axis indicate the fishes with a fusiform shape. And the principal component analysis separated these 3 species into 2 groups. Synopsis cyanea and intermedia, both are present in the Arabian Sea water, into 1 group which is having a fusiform shape, whereas the obscura, Synopsis obscura, it is restricted to Andaman water. It's a separate group by oval shape. So the oval shape is an adaptation of a deep sea environment. And principal component axis 2 also indicating the difference in the head size, position of the eyes, insertion of the pectoral fin, and positive values define the fishes with a larger head, upper head placement of the eyes is, and the more vertical orientation of the pectoral fin. Synopsis obscura showed an intermediate shape between the other species in the axis 2. You can see that. And the LDA also agreed with the findings that it gives significant difference among the 3 species. ANOVA values are given. Then Obscura showed 100% classification success, which indicates that our qualification and differentiation of species is statistically very significant. And the next component is the otolith morphology. This is the otoliths of 3 species. You can see that there is some morphological changes, morphological difference among these 3 species, but we cannot say where it is. And in between, the center of the otolith is called the sulcus acousticus. That is sensory area of the otolith. In that area, the nerves are there, which will be connected to the brain. If larger area, sulcus area is there, it indicates that the fish is mainly depending on the sounds rather than light. So these are the 3 different otoliths. And we have done morphometric analysis to understand how the otoliths morphometric measurements like area, perimeter, length, weight changes with as fish growth. And the significant difference of the relationship, all the parameters we check have a significant difference among the species. That means the growth of otolith is significantly different for all these 3 species. The growth of the otolith is closely related with the environment they live because it's a calcareous structure. The accretion of the calcium is from the water where they are living. So it depends upon the water chemistry. The formation of the otoliths also differs. Indicated that there is a significant difference in the otolith growth pattern. The relative length of the otolith is decreasing. That means when the fish grows, the length of the otolith is decreasing. That means the dependence on the otolith is decreasing when it grows. For Obscura, the results indicated that size of the sulcus is, even though the length of the otolith is decreasing for Obscura, the size of the sensory area, relative size of the sensory area is increasing. That means when it grows, this fish having a tendency to go to the more deeper water because where the light is limiting factor is the adult forms are go to deeper, they have to depend on sounds. So the sensory area became increasing. It indicates that. The result indicated that size of sulcus is represented with the fish line that is maximum in Synopsis cyanea. Ancova showed very significant difference among 3 species of all these relationships. The relative increase of sulcus area is found to be very high for that I already discussed. The negative, you can see the graph upper panel, it is the negative correlation. All the other 2 species found in Arabian Sea water having this negative correlation of sulcus area. That means when it is growing, the sulcus area is decreasing. That means it can go up to upper layer. The range of distribution is more than the species seen in Andaman, which depend on deeper water. So the only species showing the positive correlation is the deeper species. That indicates that in adult form it is going to deeper waters. Sulcus area ratio increases already discussed. And the shape analysis is the crux of the species, the crux of the paper, because we quantified the shape of the otolith, how the otolith shape varied and where it is varied. First principle 5 species showed 79%. It's very significant difference between the shapes. Manova confirmed the significant difference among the species. In canonical variant analysis, differentiated the otolith into 2 morphotypes. The first one is the fusiform shape in the right panel, smoothly curved dorsal and ventral margin, and the more oblong at the other. On the left side, negative values of the axis indicated only one species, that is the Andaman. It indicates that the Andaman species is significantly different from the Arabian Sea water. And the discussion and conclusion. Morphological differentiation have been performed from linear measurements, trust network and meristic. Previously, the morphological differentiation among stocks, population of species, mainly done by linear measurements like truss analysis, meristic data, length frequency analysis. But nowadays, in fishery science, the geometric morphometric analysis is getting much acceptance because it is very strong, you can define and you can differentiate and you can exhibit the variation very clearly. It's probably this will be the first approach investigating the morphological variability of fish shape using landmark analysis and their ecological interpretations. The highest morphological dissimilarity was observed between Obscura, that is Andaman species, have a deeper shape with the other 2 species. The deeper bodied are less efficient in terms of swimming velocity. The deeper bodied fishes are not very good swimmers and have a greater hydrodynamic drag while swimming. These features can serve as a proxy for the fundamental ecological niche. The morphology of the fish indicates the niche where it inhabits. inhabit. Explain the coexistence of the species. The Intermedia and Cyanea, the two species seen in Arabian Sea water. The Arabian Sea water are more productive than Andaman Sea waters. So the availability of the food will be more in Arabian Sea water. So it reflects in their morphology also, the swimming and locomotion abilities. The eye size and the position is other key factor differentiating ecological features. Intermedia and Cyanea have smaller eyes. Already discussed. The pectoral fin position very closer to the central gravity of Intermedia. Intermedia, that is seen in Arabian Sea water, they are very good swimmers, and the position of the pectoral fin is also indicate they are good swimmers. The morphological and morphometric variations.
Please come.
Yeah, last slide. The biotic and abiotic factors promote the coexistence of the species. The morphological and morphometric variations in the otolith support the hypothesis of niche differentiation. The sensory requirements of all the three species are different. High subcustal area, otolith area ratio show that obscura depending more on sound than light. Relative size of the otolith sensory area is decreasing as fish grows, indicated that obscura prefer to stay in deeper waters during their adult stages. This species depends more on sound than light when light is a limiting factor. Synopsis species are morphologically very dissimilar due to the variation of features related to the feeding, locomotion, and habitat utilization. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Maybe one question from you, Mr. Manish.
Yes, sir.
You said that you did the digitization, which means you are having a partial data distribution of all the species you have selected.
Sorry, sir.
You told that you have done the digitization of all and you must be having the partial data with you.
No, sir. Actually, we have taken the photograph of each species. We put the landmark points. Each points indicate the locomotion abilities, the feeding strategies, how it is, and each biological position, the position of the fish, position of the mouth, position of the head, each landmark indicates these positions. And finally, we quantify the difference between the three species using this position. These are unitless values in a Cartesian graph. It's a particular digitization method. It's called geometric information.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manish.
My dear friends, I am Binoy, representing the Insect Ecology and Ecology Laboratory, Department of Zoology, University of Kent. I am here to present my paper, The Distribution of Calcic Bass, Hymenoptera calciculae, from Kerala, with 3 new reports from India. As an introduction, calcic bats are tiny bats with hymenopterans, falling under the family Calcididae, superfamily Calcidoideae, and are minute, ranging from 0.5 to 2.5 centimeters in length. These are either pupil idiobiontic or larval pupil coinobiontic parasitoids or holometamorphs insects with lepidopterans, that is moths and butterflies, with the parent host. They are primary parasitoids and solitary in nature, but we can see gregarious and hyperparasitic forms also. These are cosmopolitan and seen in their beds in tropical lowlands as per Portugal. These species can be easily recognized from the fellow Calcidoidean subfamily by their enlarged serrated and toothed femora, enlarged metatibia, and an interesting prepectors. There are around 1,464 species in 84 genera in 5 subfamilies discovered from the world. Of the 5 subfamilies, these are the 5 ones. That is Halticalinae, that can be distinguished by a truncated, sharply perforated high tibial apex. Next comes Calcidinae with an extended tooth-like apex of the high tibia. Hirinae with frontal horns. Epicraninae with petiolate abdomen. And Micromorphinae with 2 petiolate abdomen. And are parasitoids of weaver ants, Oikotilas magadi. The only comprehensive taxonomic revisions in this family was carried out by Dr. T.C. Narendran in the year 1989. No further revisions in this oriental region has been done so far. Where the was first study from, that comes the methodology part. The study was conducted in the state of Kerala, in the western coast of Indian Peninsula. In the year, I conducted my study during June 2017 to March 2018. Why Kerala? That's an important question. As you all know, India has 4 major hotspots. Kerala lies within the Kerala lies in one of the hottest hotspots in the world, the Western Ghats and Sri Lankan compartment. According to analysts, around 2.3% of national forest cover is lying in the state of Kerala, with immense biodiversity wealth and is home to endemic species of flora and associated fauna. 80% of this southern Western Ghats, that is the classification of Western Ghats as per topography, 80% of southern Western Ghats lies in the state of Kerala. Topographically, Kerala can be classified into 3 geographical terrains: the highlands, the midlands and the lowlands. Collection of specimens were done from these areas from disparate locations. The collection followed 4 major steps. First one is Malay trapping, yellow pan trapping. These are passive collections whereby we can collect the insect specimens passively. Next is by sweep netting and by wearing of host stations. The distribution of calcium wasp as per my study showed that Horticaria formed around 65% of total collection, followed by calcininate, epitranine, pyrinine and micromorphin. The generic distribution was as follows. The most major group that I could collect was from Anthrocephalus genus, that is comprised of around 18.14% of the total collection, followed by Brachymeria species and Neocalcis species. These are some of the representative genera that I recorded from Kerala. This is Anthrocephalus QB, Anthrocephalus decipiens species name, Brachymeria podagricka, Epitranus albipennis, Derinus anthracene, Crishbomerella ayeri, and Hokeria tristis. Next, coming to the next part of my study, I recorded 3 new reports of calcium species from India, previously reported from other countries. The first one of this is Prochyura asiatica, narrated in 1989. It was reported, the only report of this species is from Taiwan, Yufeng. The next report, it was determined by Narendran and is recorded in the Narendran's Oriental Calcium monograph. Next species is Micromorpha dori. This is a peculiar species that is limited with only 1 species reported from India. That was Micromorpha carelensis was the only one reported from India. This is the next one that I recorded. This was first reported and is still being reported only from the Australian realm only. The last one is Epitranus stanley. It was reported from Malaysia by this was determined by Narendra and is recorded in the Oriental Calcidate monograph. These are the locations where I collected these specimens from. First one, Micromorpha was reported from Mukam place in Kozhikode district in Kerala. Prochyura asiatica was from Malappuram district again in Kerala. And Epitranus from Una Idiki, that is also in Kerala. Next comes the important question of them all. Why these wasps are important? Parasitoid wasps are species that lay their eggs in the immatures of other insects, like I said, holometabolous insects for example, and they control their population by ransom. These parasitoids can be used in biocontrol mechanisms, and that's why these wasps are important in future. This is a pictorial representation of how we were using this pesticides in controlling noxious pests throughout time. In the earlier 20th century, we were using it a lot. By mid-20th century, this was limited and the pests were in a dormant state. But what happened next is a drastic step. These pest species, they have produced resistance to these pesticides, and we are bound to use more and more for controlling them. This is a menace case that was reported from India in the this August. First one is pink ballworm, Pectinophora gossypiella, that was found to be re-emerging in Nagpur district of Maharashtra. What happens if the major pests reappear, re-emerge like this? We can't go on adding more and more pesticides into our ecosystems. It has been causing problems to us in a large basis. Another one is the next news cutting is much more serious one. It is a fall armyworm, Spotocra frugipeda. This is a noxious pest reported from the Western Hemisphere only. This pest was first reported from America, and this pest on this August 2018 was reported from the state of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. What makes this pest more serious is that it is a polyphagous pest eating about 80 different kinds of crops that are present, that are cultivated on an economic basis in our country, with maize and wheat being the major ones. How can we control this? As the cutting says, after wrecking havoc in Africa, impossible to kill crop destroying worm reaches Asia. What is this? This is because this worm can't be controlled on one plant itself. It goes to another. It goes to another. It will transmit from one crop to another, and it will go on if we start spraying. We can't just go on spraying. We have to find a solution. What I found out there is a Calcidodian database managed by the Natural History Museum, Britain, and according to them, these two species of pests, Pectinophora gossypiella and Spotocra frugipeda pupae, are found to be infested by calcidic species. These are the calcidic species that are infesting these two pests. Pectinophora gossypiella pupae is being infested or being controlled by Brachymeria lasus, Brachymeria ovata, and Brachymeria nosetae. The serious pest that I mentioned, Spotocra frugipeda, is being controlled by ovata. What I meant by control is that it is not controlling as in the nature. It can be manipulated, it can be inoculated, it can be augmented. We can use this as a biocontrol mechanism to control this kind of pests. Then let me conclude by the wise sayings of Dr. E.O. Wilson, the father of biodiversity. We are drowning in information while starving for wisdom. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Thank you very much.
Basically, we are presenting the dynamics of scavenging ecosystem service role in the absence of vulture in Tarai region of Uttarakhand and its implications. As we all know, India provides habitat to 9 species of vulture, and Uttarakhand also holds population of all 9 species. And we all know vultures have been an important role in ecosystem services in terms of disposing dead animal carcasses in cities, villages, and urban areas and other urban areas. But during the 1990s and 2000, there has been a severe decline in their population, and it was up to 99%. And this vulture cases has been resulted into critically important ecosystem services loss. As the decaying carcasses serve as incubator of many pathogens, and the small predator like rats, feral dogs, and other act as the transmitter of these pathogens to humankind, and in wildlife, the hyena and other wild animal, the secondary predators, spread these pathogens to wildlife. Thus, vultures play an important role by consuming the dead carcasses and by preventing disease in human and in other wildlife. In this background, we have conducted a study in Tarai region of Uttarakhand, which is spread over 400 kilometers from Kalsi, from Yamuna in the west and up to Sarda in the east. We documented the carcass dumping event to understand that how the dead animal disposal system is working after the declination of vulture, and to understand the livestock carcass dumping pattern in rural and urban setting. As we all know, the study area, the Uttarakhand Tarai, is important habitat to various endangered species, including tiger, elephant, and two important landscapes are the Rajaji Tiger Reserve and Corbett Tiger Reserve in the area. We documented the carcass dumping site where the dead animal from villages, cities and municipalities are being dumped in this region and being consumed by other scavengers. We documented a total of 350 such dumping sites. We calculated and we monitored 35 such sites, 20 in urban areas and 15 in rural areas. A total of 540 observations have made and 5,020 dumping events, mean fresh carcasses, were recorded in these 540 observations. We calculated it for the observation, the number of carcass dumping event in each day in each site, and it came around 1.25 carcass per day in rural areas and 0.87 carcass per day in urban areas. And on calculating it for 350 dumping sites, it came around 1,34,596 carcasses in the Tarai region in a 400 kilometer stretch. We also calculated the number of dogs in each dumping site, and we calculated, we found that around 53.53 feral dogs are in each dumping site. It means in the total 350 dumping sites, there are 18,734 dogs, feral dogs. We also recorded the vulture population in these 35 sites and found that in the month of December to April, the migratory vultures, which include Himalayan different cinereous vultures and the Eurasian vultures, are in highest number and consuming these dead bodies, these dead animals. But in winter, there are dog in higher number which are decomposing the dead carcasses. And also, the number of dogs is increased when there are no vultures. We found that in the dumping sites where there are no vultures, there the population of dogs increased. And the number of dogs are higher in urban areas. And migratory vultures. We recorded higher in the rural areas, which are the dumping site closer to the forested landscape. These are photographs we have taken during our field survey. There are various other scavengers which has been increasing in number after the declination of vulture, which are crows and egrets, but mostly in the crows in rural areas and egrets in urban areas. We found the sequence of changing scavengers in the absence of vulture, and feral dogs are on the top. These are dogs in carcass dumping sites. And the second number is resident vulture, but the Egyptian vulture. We also recorded some jackal in various dumping sites of Tarai region. We found that Egyptian vulture and feral dogs more in urban sites play an important role in scavenging throughout the years. But in December to April month, Himalayan vultures, steppe eagles contributing the scavenging, but mostly in rural areas. It was observed that months of May and November, in the absence of migratory vultures, feral dogs constituted to be the major scavenger. Toes, kites and egret are other major co-scavenger that has been seen in large number in all dumping sites. We recorded scattered population of white-drum vulture, red-headed vulture and Indian vulture in Tarai region of Uttarakhand. However, these are limited to very few, 1 or 2 dumping sites, mostly in Corbett and nearby Corbett landscape and Rajasthan. This study has been conducted with the help of financial support from Conservation Leadership Program, Rupert Foundation, MBZ Conservation Fund, Royal Society for Protection of Birds, Oriental Bird Club, Wildlife Trust of India. We acknowledge all of them, and Uttarakhand Forest Department for providing permission to conduct this study. We also acknowledge Skinners, Villagers and Vulture Mitra, the program which I have initiated. We have nominated 100 Vulture Mitra in Uttarakhand, which provide information to us regarding the carcass dumping event and vulture population.
Thank you, Mr. Murali. Any questions, please?
They have to conduct a study, the habitat feasibility. Like we are conducting the study in Uttarakhand, and Uttarakhand is important for the vulture would be released from Morni Hill because it is within the range of 80 to 100 kilometer radius. And when they release their bird from Morni Hill, it is possible, the possibilities are the bird may arrive in Uttarakhand and may arrive in these dumping sites which I have recorded, which I am monitoring. And it is important to safeguard these dumping sites because most of the dumping sites are over the riverbed and are near or below the power line.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. We know this building is also a heritage, right? So biodiversity is also one kind of heritage. But what if we are not saving it before we are knowing it? Just like there are so many lesser orders in animal family or in plant family, before knowing them, it's all gone. And I'm starting my presentation with a statement from Dunn. The biodiversity crisis is undeniably an insect biodiversity crisis, because insect is one of the major ecosystem, play one of the major role in ecosystem function, and there are almost 40% species that still unknown to us. And yet, insect conservation remains the awkward kiss ratio to vertebrate conservation. So, what are the 7 impediments of this kind of insect conservation? There are public dilemmas, political dilemmas, scientific dilemmas, linear shortfall. There are several theories related to how this particular group of organisms was distributed among several diverse landscape or different biogeographic zones. And today I am talking about linear shortfall. It's mostly related to taxonomic inventories and to knowing the species. So moving forward, what are the pitfalls in this research? So there are critical gaps in dragonfly research, and some factors are regulate the ecological structure and the functions. And what are the underlying patterns in their community structure to know? Because today I am going to talk about a dragonfly distribution in Himalayan landscape, one in Western Himalaya, one in Eastern Himalaya, and they are major pioneer part. We started, everybody knows names of Jim Corbett, who is contributing so many like short mammal or birds conservation or in human-wildlife conflict in their perspective. And there is another Corbett who is contributing in dragonfly research, and his name is Philip Corbett, who is first studied the dragonfly distribution and ecological importance in our system. So, today's my topic is taxonomic inventory and patterns in diversity of dragonflies and damselflies in river Bhagirathi landscape, Western Himalaya and Tista river landscape in Eastern Himalaya. So, before jumping into my main topic, I'd like to introduce what are those dragonflies. This beautiful organism was evolved before the dinosaur was evolved, and their first evidences are found in 325 million years ago, and they are one of the first ground group of fossils. So they also survived 3 ice ages, or also better known as global Earth conditions. And the modern day dragonfly looks like this. They are divided into 3 suborders. One is Anisoptera, the dragonflies, and Zygoptera, the damselflies, and what's in between, Anisozygoptera, showing the character of both dragonflies and the damselflies. So focusing on my title, the main objectives are to assess the diversity and distribution patterns related to different elevation and vegetation times, and which are the factors actually governing their distribution patterns in terms of environmental parameters or anthropogenic stresses. And third, to identify second is identify the indicator species and to help in the modeling the niche characteristics of particular species in our study area. So these are study area, left side showing the Bhagirathi river basin, which is around 700 square kilometer area, and right is Tista river basin, which is around 500 square kilometer area. We are choosing for this particular type of study. So initially we adopted the methodology compiling all the published information and directly jumped into the field sampling strategy, and we found 14 endemic species were found in Western Himalaya and 68 endemic species found in Eastern Himalaya. And most significantly, there are only 4 species being reported from Bhagirathi river basin before our study, and there are 87 species reported from Tista river basin. So our field sampling is related to stratified random sampling, which is based on we have segregated at least 10 plots at 250 meter elevation at each elevation range using the belt and transact methods. And this is, so far we have finished our sampling in Bhagirathi river basin, and this green grids are showing the sampled area in Bhagirathi river basin. And so far we have found that overall diversity of dragonflies and damselflies are decreasing with increasing altitude. Also the overall family, richness in family and the species also decreasing with increasing altitude. And we also segregate the habitat types into 8 different types. And so we have found that open streamline, stagnant pool, and dry streamline are the major habitats which are harboring maximum number of species. And also the mean encounter rate, we calculate the mean encounter rate for different elevation and range, and we have found that encounter rates are also decreased with increasing elevation ranges. And the species accumulation curve or species area curve is showing the sufficient sampling are done for the Bhagirathi river basin. And we also try to identify the indicator species based on my second objective, and it's based on relative frequency and relative abundance. And we have found that this Thamia virginia species are the good indicators for dry streamline. Ischia falsivita is a good indicator for the stagnant pool. Libellula quadrimaculata is a good indicator for alpine meadow lakes. Typhoeus festiva is a good indicator for the streamlines. And also try with another kind of atmospheric stability index, and we chose lifted index indicator for our study. And this lifted index indicator deals with the real-time data. If you encounter in the transit or a point count method, you encounter a real-time value of atmospheric condition, and it calculates what is the actual atmospheric stability on particular time. So at that time, how many species we encounter based on this kind of atmospheric stability zones. And we have found most of the number of species were encountered during atmospheric zone this highly, near neutral or the stable zones. But we have also found there are few species are active during this particular instability zones also. Also for the Bhagirathi river basin, we have tried to model how this particular orthithum, this 5 species belongs to the orthithum genus, and how this particular group of particular genus is distributed along Bhagirathi river basin, which are the governing factors, microclimatic. So first, the top left one is the orthithum internum, top right is the orthithum pruinosum. There is below that orthithum tenuolatum, and this below is orthithum sabina, and the bottom left is orthithum triangulatum. So these 5 species we try to calculate which factors actually govern their diversity. We follow this. These are the different air parameters like wind chill, air temperature, and evaporation rates, and these are the factors. If you see how this particular 5 different species from orthithum genus are distributed in Bhagirathi river basin based on this particular air climatic features. And we also try with the different aquatic variables. So we know these species are also subaquatics. So this is how these 5 particular species are distributed in Bhagirathi river basin at different aquatic microclimatic features. And we also found these few notable species during our study. These are few species recorded from Bhagirathi river basin. These are some dragonfly species, and we also found there are some new records for the state of Uttarakhand, and this species particularly known as Libellula cardimaculata is earlier known from only Jammu and Kashmir 36 years back, and this is even found in Uttarakhand, and its habitat is particularly related to European pond weeds. They are breeding sites basically, and this pond is actually accidentally migrate by the migratory ducks during their migration, and we hope this particular larvae of this species were accidentally migrated with this particular pond weeds. Coming to our new findings, these are the left side is showing the new findings for Bhagirathi river basin, and as we already just now started our work in Sikkim, Tista river basin, we found 2 new distribution records for Sikkim, which is Davidas species and Phylisa divya. And for Bhagirathi basin, we found Ashna mixta and Sidodon phalanx. We also found few species morphometrically completely new to science, but it needs to be validated after proper molecular work. And these are some closely related species from Neolavesta species, the top-lid, Cephalaris species, and the Anatogasta species. And the methods of species distribution modeling. So this is one of the new concepts in Dragonfly. So we try to build our prediction-based model to understand how this particular group of species were distributed based on different biochemical features. So we just manually filtered all the data from the secondary study as well as our study, and we filtered using the maximum models and ArcGIS. We filtered all the data, and for this particular model, we choose this one species for now, which is Ashna petalura. It is one of the rare high altitude species only found from 2,500 meter altitude to 4,000 meter altitude in Himalayan region. And after describing this species, in world there are only 37 known locations was found. And this species are very much respond to the alpine meadow lakes. Lakes are close to the glacier-like areas, just like habitats are like this. This is one of the study sites of Biodiversity River Basin near to the Dopriani Glacier. And these are the previous records how the species were distributed along Indian Himalayan region as well as neighboring countries like China, Bhutan and Nepal. And this blue is showing the recent records from the Uttarakhand. So we chose this species for modeling, and we have found this temperature seasonality was the major factor which is govern their distribution in Bhagirathi River Basin. This is the current condition, and we also try to compare this particular current situation with the past conditions based on all prediction models. This is how this species are distributed in last interglacial period, mid-Holocene period, and this is the comparison with the present day status. And the next one we also tried with the future modeling predictions, how this species will be distributed among this particular ISL landscape, Indian Himalayan landscape. So present day it looks like the extreme late, and the right one is the future in 2050, and next one is 2070. There is not much change in 2050-70, but there is a lot many change from the present day in 2050. And we also try to do the modeling, how this modeling predictions and distribution is governed in this particular Indian Himalayan region, so the importance also. And most importantly, it is a preliminary study so far based on in case of taxonomy, and we have found around 87 species from the river Bhagirathi basin. Previously only 4 species are reported. And just now we started our work in Sikkim, and we only recorded 22 species from Sikkim. And previously our based on field criteria, this model testing sampling method restricted the species counts, and obviously based on this model, this present distribution model is also the species distribution is underestimated. And there is observed there is a drastic shift in species response to the temperature seasonality after last interglacial period. And coming to my summary, did past climate affect species distribution? So climate niche was restricted. As I said, drastic reduction in range after last interglacial period. But still in this kind of prediction model, we need to validate with ground verifications too, like habitat suitability modeling we have done. But we need to validate with several other factors, like how this species governing dynamics is working. And our future plan is to compare this about the theory of oscillation versus strain and stenothermal versus eurythermal concepts. So oscillation versus strain and stenothermal and eurythermal concepts are like the species are restricted into particular temperature zone, which is known as, the short temperature zone, which is known as the stenothermal organisms, and eurythermal is actually up when inhabited in the larger temperature zone. Based on this theory, we are continuing this work in Indian Himalayan region, our proposed to study set, and also we are trying to build Dragonfly Biotic Index for the Indian Himalayan region. I like to acknowledge these people and obviously this beautiful conference. Thank you.
no questions. So thank you, Shubhendu, for nice presentation.
So, first of all, the cloud forest. In that technical term, that is tropical montane cloud forest. We can simply put as cloud forest. I will broadly define as the forests that are frequently covered in cloud or mist. So, the nature or the landscape is a solar grandstand ecosystem. The landscape is isolated in nature and fragmented. So we can call it as the sky island ecosystem or sky islands. So nature or the atmosphere is very cool and humid nature, and normally the altitude is between 1,000 to 3,000 meters. And for my study, I classified the cloud forest into two, that is upper mountain and lower mountain. And the spiders, that is from phylum Arthropoda and class Arachnidae or Arachnidae. So they are very important role in nature as a predators, but other researchers and always some common people also neglected this species because of so many other problems like arachnophobia, so many other things. So we are trying to research more on this spider species. The spiders appear to be ideal animals for effective ecological assessments. So my objective is documentation and quantification and of diversity, and second one is a comparative analysis of abundance, community structure and species composition. And third one is a distribution of spiders. So these are some photos of my study sites, the cloud forest of Western Ghats. My methodology is sampling duration is 2 years. And sampling was conducted in monsoon, pre-monsoon and post-monsoon period. And sampling method is started method. 9 collection sites were selected. Each of the selected sites were divided into 4 plots, and 4 quadrants were taken in each plot. Spent 30 minutes in each quadrant. So I take this study site based on the gaps of Western Ghats. So geographically, the gaps is first one is north of Goa Gap, Maharashtra. The first one is Mahabaleshwar, and between Goa Gap and Palakkad Gap there is Baba Budangiri, Mullayanagiri, Kemnagudi, and Chembra Peak. And between Palakkad Gap and Chekota Gap there is Karimala Peak, Anamudi Peak, and Anamudi National Park. And last one, south of Chekota Gap, that is Bonuri. These are my study sites. So these are common sampling methods for collecting spiders. First one, pitfall traps, litter extraction, sifting and sweeping, and visual search. The specimens were preserved in 70% alcohol. Collected specimens were identified with the help of stereoscope microscope and the available infection. So observations and results. So a total of 151 species, 88 genera and 30 families were collected during the entire sampling period of the study. So my total spiders in 2 infra orders, there is one Mygelomorphae. You can consider this a very primitive group of spiders. Only 6 species belong to 4 genera and 3 families. And 4% of total species collected. And second one is infra order, that is Araneomorphae. This is a majority of spiders belong to 11 species of 80 genera and 22 families. That is 96% of total species collected. So Anidae with the dominant family represented by 21%, and Salticidae is the second dominant family, that is 13% of total species collected. So just a diversity analysis, the richness, species richness is high in Erevigolam Solanashapa, very low in Mahabaleshwar. The diversity analysis of this community structure. The community structure based on the sites of my study sites. The first one is Mahabaleshwar, Baba Budangiri, Mullayanagiri, Kemnagudi, Chembra Peak, and they formed with 2 major clusters, which hinted that Palakkad Gap is a significant geographical feature shaping the community structure of Western Ghats. So, gill structure analysis. The spiders' gill structure mainly based on the foraging pattern of spiders. So, Orpivipers is a dominant gill, and the ground runners is the second dominant. This one is tangleweb builders. So, some new species and new records to that one. This one is Secra species from Secridae family, and Etrictella species from family Thomisidae, and Plesiophrictus from Theraphosidae. It's a very primitive spider, and a male of Plectrutratus from family Arenidae. So Okilukaje, family Tetranathidae, and Matrichopoda from family Sparacidae. So for my study, I just comparison between upper and lower mountain cloud forest. I just compare between them, and I reveal it as exceptionally high levels of endemism by some genera. Endemism means they are endemic in some parts of forest, that is in cloud forest, especially cloud forest. That is, first one is Matrichopoda, second is Messida, there is Plebs and Hermicus. So another comparative analysis between these two upper mountain and lower mountain cloud forests. So we can see from this graph, so most of the species is high in lower mountain cloud forest, except the Erevillum nasapa. Erevillum nasapa, that I got it, 79 species from upper mountain and only 68 species from lower mountain cloud forest. Another interesting feature in spiders is mating plague. So mating plagues which are supposed to function as a paternity protection devices. So you get seen in the female species of spiders. So I got 5 of 9 female specimens of Plebs mitratus collected from the same locality have the mating plagues. So it is very amorphous secretory material which covering the copulatory opening of the female spiders to prevent that copulation. So this is another example of mating plagues in spiders. There are some photos I have collected from cloud forests across the Western Ghats. Some photos are Hermicus, Tylorida, Clubionida, Deltus cincletus, Epius species, Colonia, Equilucaceae. These spiders they are endemic in high altitudes, because high altitude species is blocked in that region because of so many climatic features, and other hypothesis also says that they are strictly focused in that area because of escalator effect and so many other things. So we cannot see these type of species in other areas. Some species we cannot see. So that's a speciality of high altitude species. So in my study, I found exceptional high levels of endemism exhibited by some genera from the cloud forest are indicated to preserve the fragile ecosystem that is unique to Western Ghats. The remarkable intraspecific variations of Plebs mitratus indicates geographically isolation in tropical mountain cloud forests of Western Ghats. So I found that the intraspecific variations of abdominal pattern, we can see that the pattern is very different, but I collected the species from the same locality, but all of the same species. So very remarkable intraspecific variation I can see in that area. Though these forests are climatically colder environment, the unique geography makes the one among the hottest in terms of biodiversity. So I need more. More studies on taxonomy and ecobiogeography of spiders in the tropical mountain cloud forest of Western Ghats. Thank you.
Any questions, please?
So apart from collection and identification of the spiders, have you done any work on its role in the biological control of many of the pests? Because nowadays, these spiders are widely used in many parts of the world for the management, especially the paddy diseases, paddy pests and all. Especially orb weavers, that doing good work, tetranychus is doing a good work in paddy. Have you done any work on that?
No, I never checked that aspect. I checked only the high altitude species and their biodiversity and how they are different from other species. Because I cannot see some species, these type of species in lower. So I found maybe some other climatic variations or other things will help them to.
So especially in the higher altitudes, for example, in the case of cardamom pests of cardamom, pests of cocoa, coffee, pests of tea, is going to be a good work if you can work on that particular aspect.
Yes, I also studied on that because in Munnar regions, Munnar is a very hill station in Kerala, but in most of the solar forest is now estate solar, converted into estate solars. Estate solar means tea estates came into that solars and they degraded the natural beauty or the natural thing of the solar forest. So some more spiders will affect on that based on that more pesticides affects so many things. So I already checked that effect, but it is a very complicated part. So that's why I just changed my topic into the diversity and endemism and the distribution of spiders in these cloud forests.
I have one question for you. Do you think that your study will work as a kind of baseline data for spiders in that area? Baseline data in the sense that number of species as well as population that decreasing, increasing, will it serve as a kind of baseline data, your study? Could you get my question? Yes, you did this study in that area. Will this study serve as a baseline data for future studies? When people go back to the same area, they'll find lesser number of species, higher number of species, or maybe population is decreased, increased. Will this serve as a kind of baseline data, this year's study? Have you thought of this? Have you thought of this idea?
No, actually, I just started, I think so. No other works will be done in this area. Actually, in the cloud forest, spiders in cloud forest. So that's why I take this thing, the spiders in peculiar area, cloud forest. I think that is just a baseline study. So that I never checked on other aspects. The first is the base, and then other things we can check the other things also.
Actually, my question is very similar to what he's asking because we are more interested in conservation and the impact of change on pesticides also, but use of these resources for different purposes.
Yes.
And what is happening to these spiders? They are either losing them, they are disappearing. Conservation is our main motive. So if you have in your study just collecting the spiders, just reporting the number of spiders found there, I don't think there will be of much utility if you don't put some practical use like this, or my question that this should serve as a baseline data, because afterwards when people go back to the same area, they might want to know that what was the status earlier on and now what is the status now, whether we are losing a species or number. Thank you so much, we are out of time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Often unheard. A roar comes and catches all the ears. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Kriti Verma, here to present my work on distribution and misclassification of 3 separate species in Valmiki Tiger Reserve, India. About 36 species of small carnivore, 9 are viverids, and the viverrid family is the largest family in terms of number of species. Around more than 80% species. 80 species are found in this family, and my reported 3 civet species are under the Schedule 2 of WPA Act. These are the recorded 3 civet species: common palm civet, small Indian civet, and large Indian civet. The ecological importance, they mainly act as a seed dispersal, serve as an indicator of healthy forest. The economic importance, it is more like threat to them but economic to us, like meat purpose, body parts are used for making local medicines, civet coffee, pets and perfume industries. The distribution, the map shown here, you can clearly get a sight regions of these three species. And the last civet and is under the near threatened list of the IUCN, and the other two species, common palm and the small Indian civet, is under the least concern category of IUCN list. The need of the study, basically I chose this study because there are very few studies that have been done in VTR, that is Valmiki Tiger Reserve, even having a wide diversity. Secondly, these three species are uniquely found in the Tarai region. And thirdly, very little is known about the ecology distribution and other interactions. My objectives are to study the population status, occupancy. Secondly, to understand the spatial and temporal preference of this civet species. Study area. This VTR is the only tiger reserve of Bihar adjoining Nepal's Chitwan National Park and Parsa Wildlife Sanctuary, and it occupies a huge area of 101 km square. Methodology. Here we have used the camera trapping, and the team has followed a grid system of 2 by 2 km square for the 2 years, like 2016-17 and 17-18. And for that, 475 and 463 pairs were deployed respectively. You can see this whole VTR, that 2 by 2 grid has been covered, and the team has tried to put the pair in every grid. This is for the second year. Now the data analysis. For site occupancy, the present subset data was made, and for which the standard X matrix format was taken. 1 indicates the presence of the species and 0 indicated the absence of the species. Single species occupancy model was run in the present software, and the AIC value was considered to select the covariates. The value less than 7, the models were selected. The highlighted covariates are taken in this study, but other than these covariates are still to be taken, and we are working on these covariates. Now the objectives. Objective 2. The mean activity of this for 24 hours were taken from the camera trap reports, and it was determined using the Oriana software. Spearman rank coefficient was done for taking the correlation between the species. And the effect of moonlight, the percentage of lunar illumination was divided into these 4 categories, these ranges, and the chi-square test was done for knowing their effect on the frequency. The Priyanka niche overlap index was chosen to measure the temporal and spatial overlap, and it ranges from 0, indicating the significant difference, and 1, that is complete overlap of the 3 species. For habitat preference, the data of 2 years was merged, and it was plotted or overlaid on the quantum GIS. And the LULC, that is land use land cover map, was obtained from WWF India. The Evelyn Collectivity Index was also considered for the habitat selection. It ranges from positive to 1 to negative 1. Positive denotes the overutilization of the resources. 0 indicates the equal or the equivalent utilization, and the negative indicates the lower utilization of the resources. This is the LULC map, land cover land use map, and the white points you can see, this is the present point of the 3 civet species in the of 2 years. Results. This is the preliminary study that I have done, and the data here of the occupancy shows without the covariates, and it is clear that the large civet, its abundance and its occupancy has increased in the 2 years, and the other 2 species like common and the small Indian civet, the occupancy is constant for the 2 years. This was the table obtained in the present software for the year 2016-17, likewise 2017-18 and also made, but it has a big table. This part of the discussion I will be explaining afterwards. Now coming to the second objective, this is the percent activity of the civet species, and you can see that the large civet have the two peaks in the, of activity in the morning and in the evening. But the other two, palm and the small civet, have almost overlapping activity. The reason can be that they have the similar distribution range, they have, or they have resource partitioning, like one is arboreal, other is terrestrial, one is frugivore, another is insectivore, and the last civet has two peaks, can be because to avoid the interspecific competition. This is the result obtained from the Oriana software, which is a circular representation of the time activity. Here you can see that the civet species are nocturnal, and you can also see the where these three species are overlapping. At what time they are overlapping? This is analysis done for spatial and temporal use of the civets. You can see that palm civet and the large civet, it has 0.36 and 0.5 Pianka test. That means they are highly different from each other, and the temporal and the spatial uses are significantly different. They avoid each other, this means. The chi-square test was done for the lunar illumination, like that is for the effect of moonlight on the civet activity. It shows that there is no such activity. Effect of moonlight on their activity may be because of the lower visibility or higher risk of the predation. This is the now I'll come to the concept of the habitat selection and the habitat preference. At one point they are similar, but if you go in the deep, habitat selection is based on the species behavior, and the habitat selection is when the probability of choosing an item and number of things are kept in front of the species. Like here the Eblif index, dense forest is negative. That means it is underutilizing. It means mainly because of the area. Dense forest area in BTR is large and the utilization of the species is low. If you see in the habitat preference part, the dense forest is highly preferred by the civet. It may be because of the resting beds found in the dense forest for the palm civet. Now the discussion, as I told earlier, this is the discussion with the covariates of occupancy. The occupancy of common palm civet was negatively with the large civet, mainly because of the large home range and the bigger size. It was positive with the villagers because it is a disturbance tolerant species, and it was also with the NDVI, means vegetation cover, because of the resting beds, and the presence of predators has a negative effect because of the chance of predation over them. Small Indian civet, it is positive. Its occupancy is positively affected by the presence of common palm, and there is no effect of NDVI in slope. Large civet, it is clear that its occupancy is independent of the other two species, and the presence of villagers have positive effect. This is I have earlier explained. The conclusion: the hypothesis kept that there is no effect of humans on the occupancy holds true for the common and the large civet, but it is negative for the small Indian civet. This is the future recommendation for the research that can be done in VTR. I can speak out few, like as the population of large civet has increased in 2 years, the dietary site should be identified for the population estimates. Here camera trap is used, and other methods should be used as one of the species that is common palm is arboreal, so other methods should also be taken here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Again, you mentioned economic value of civets. Economic value of civets. Are you sure that they can be used economically? Economic value of civets. You mentioned that economic.
Yes, the importance, economic importance.
Importance. So can they be used economically?
Economically, so yeah, they are used in trade. They cannot be like huge trade is there, and in the civet coffee is very famous. Civet coffee.
Is it civet coffee found in India?
Yeah, from the latrines they are washing.
No, that's fine. But is coffee found in India?
No, not so in India. It's a this is the importance of civet as a whole.
As a whole.
Yes, sir. But the common palm civet is usually used in this trade for civet coffee. They have captured for this.
Thank you very much.
Here, I am Anisha Onyal from SCRR University, and the topic of my presentation today is Hyperic Zone, an important ecosystem service provider for maintaining aquatic biodiversity. So, first of all, the overview of presentation, it includes introduction, ecosystem services provided by Hyperic Zone, and a case study, and conclusion, references, acknowledgement. So, Hyperic Zone is a part of riverine ecosystem. It is actually we all know about the riverine ecosystem. Rivers, they flow in unidirectional manner, and Hyperic Zone rivers have some important components like adjacent watershed from where the water flows within the riverine ecosystem. Then floodplain is there. Floodplain is that particular part of river which holds the water whenever the river is flooded. Then riparian zone, it is the part of river where the vegetation exists, where the forests are present, forest cover are present at the sides of the river. Then when the water flows in the river, what happens? Sometimes they flow in a slow rate, and that particular region is called pool, and rivers where the water flow with turbulent, with shallow region, and with velocities higher at riffles. So these factors affect the presence of Hyperic Zone. Now, this riverine ecosystem is divided into surface water and Hyperic Zone. Surface water is the active channel in which the water is flowing, and Hyperic Zone means the saturated zone which is present beneath and at the banks of the river. Hypo means beneath and reek means the river. This is the diagram in which we can understand what exactly is Hyperic Zone. It is present beneath and at the banks of the river. This term Hyperic was coined by Orgidan in 1959. He was a Romanian hydrobiologist, and different definitions are given to explain Hyperic Zone. But Hyperic Zone, exactly, it is an ecotone in which groundwater and surface water, mixing of groundwater and surface water takes place. And it is important because it is having the characteristics of both the types of water, that is surface water and groundwater. It is having the blending properties of both the sources of water. Then presence of Hyperic Zone mainly depends on the type of substrate. It is present where the substrate is porous. Porous means having interstitial spaces between the substrate like cobbles, pebbles, gravels and sand, and it is completely absent where the substrate is impermeable. That is rocks and clays. Within the rocks and clays, no Hyperic Zone will exist. Then the fauna of Hyperic Zone. The organisms which are present in Hyperic Zone were termed as hyperios. And hyperios are of different types. They are occasional hyperios, permanent hyperios, and groundwater fauna. So what happens in Hyperic Zone? In Hyperic Zone, there is mixing of both the type of sources of water. That is why it provides a different type of ecotonal zone. And various services are provided by Hyperic Zone. They act as refuge and hatchery for aquatic insects. They help in nutrient cycling. They help in water purification. They provide food for aquatic insects, and the Hyperic Zone may be used as bioindicators as well. So, how refuge and hatchery? The early life stages of aquatic macroinvertebrates invertebrates exist within the hyperic zone. Like they lay eggs in there, the larval conditions are present there, the larval stages are present in hyperic zone, and different order of insects are present in hyperic zone. Then nutrient cycle, how the nutrient cycling is taking place in hyperic zone. The aquatic insects, we all know about the nutrient cycling. The aquatic insects process the organic matter present within the hyperic zone. It is in the form of leaf, debris or woods. So processing of nutrients take place with the biofilm present within these zones, and these nutrients are through the process of decomposition, they are readily available for to aquatic macroinvertebrates, and again the cycle continues, and these nutrients are utilized by algal component and vegetation also. Then water purification, whenever the water flows within the hyperic zone, a continuous circulation of water takes place, and these pores act as sieve for the filtration of water. Moreover, the process of deposition, decomposition and sedimentation also helps in the purification of water. And recently, it has been discovered that it has been used that hyperic zone have a potential for riverbank filtration. Such project have been established in our state of Uttarakhand also, and RBF technology, which is known as riverbank filtration, is being used for the filtration of water in our state. Then a case study of hyperic zone. This study was conducted on river Bhagirathi, downstream the Tiri Dam reservoir up to Devprayag in the year of 2007 and up to 2009. And in this study, the data was obtained. These were the 3 sampling sites. One was after the zero bridge of the Tiri Dam reservoir. Another was at Koteshwar, which is a proposed dam site, and then next was Devprayag, which is the confluence of river Alaknanda and Bhagirathi. And then the methodology which was followed, it is designed by Bresco and Clements. We use standpipe tracks for obtaining the samples from hyperic zone. And in this study, the biodiversity of hyperic zone, it was recorded that it was composed of microphytobenthos, microzoobenthos and macrozoobenthos. So microphytobenthos is the algal component, microzoobenthos is the zooplanktonic portion, and macrozoobenthos included macroinvertebrates. So microphytobenthos, these families were reported, and these 4 families, Bacillophyceae, Chlorophyceae, Desmidiaceae and Mixtophyceae. And after doing that sampling, what we observed that 3 sites, out of the 3 sites, S1, S2 and S3, S2 was affected by construction activities, that is the proposed site of dam site. So microphytobenthic component was absent from S2 and present only at S1 and S3. And Eulothrix and Cladophora, which are reported as clean water area by FA, American Public Health Association General Manual. So they reported these algal component as bioindicator for clean water. This was the percentage composition of microphytobenthos at S1 and S3, whereas S2 showed complete absence. And it was observed that as the depth increases within the hyperic zone, the number of algal component became less within the depth. That is, density decreased with the increase in the depth. And the correlation was observed with some important physicochemical factors. With air temperature, they showed negative correlation with temperature and positive correlation with pH, dissolved oxygen, total alkalinity, etc. Similar was the pattern with microzoobenthos. Rotifera, Copepoda, Cladocera were reported from these zones, and S2 showed complete absence, and it was in coordination with the presence of microphytobenthos, because they feed on microphytobenthos. So they show the same trend in their diversity. This is the percentage composition, and same trend in chemical parameters. Then macrozobenthos. Total 6 orders were present: Ephemeroptera, Trichoptera, Diptera, Coleoptera, Odonata, and Lecoptera, and these genera were present. Similarly, the macrozobenthos were also absent from the site S2 due to the same conditions, and they follow the same trend, that is, they decreased, their density decreased with the increasing depth, and at the depth of 50 centimeter they were completely absent. This was the trend. This is the correlation. They showed positive correlation with pH, dissolved oxygen, total alkalinity, and negative with air temperature, water temperature, and turbidity. These are some images. Now, threats to hyperreach biodiversity. First of all, heavy downpour in the area, frequent cloudbursts, change in river flow due to construction activities, minimum flow of water in river during construction time. Sometimes there was very less flow of water in the river, and the construction activities, disposal of sewage, landfilling of solid waste on the river bank. These are some images. So the measures, what we suggested, that stream bank restoration should be done, protection of riparian vegetation should be done, safe disposal of municipal and solid waste, controlled extraction of building material, eco-friendly construction technologies, and regular monitoring of flora and fauna, and most important is mass awareness among people. This is the extraction of substrate. These are some photographs of work done. So, I would like to conclude that hyperreach zone provide numerous important ecosystem services, so they must be protected and managed properly. Study on hyperreach zone should be promoted, as these studies will help to identify potential hyperreach zone in the area, and they are useful for monitoring and improving the water quality of the area. These organisms are used as bioindicators, so they are important. These are the references and acknowledgement. This research, this work, institutional support was given by Tanzania and supported by UPA, study supported, and SGRI University. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please? Can you give mic?
I named it S2, and it was adversely affected with the construction activities. So the biotic profile, the biodiversity was absent at that particular time.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Today we are going to talk about the urban bird diversity in distribution, urban bird diversity in distribution in persistent habitats of Delhi. That's the title of my work that I have done. This I'll be showing you the results of a project which was 3 years long, and we had looked at the diversity and distribution of birds in an urban matrix, and we were looking at the relationships of the different dominant habitat patches and how they are related with bird diversity, and also bird occupancy in the Delhi stage, in an urban area. So Delhi, as we know, is very rich in urban diversity, and it is the second bird-rich capital after Nairobi, Kenya. It has a lot of forest areas. We have in Delhi, we have around 300 square kilometers of forest, and despite of being a city largely, and with 337 species of birds, we have a few endangered, near threatened, vulnerable, and endangered species as well. Now, the objectives of this study were to assess the occupancy status of different bird species in an urban area, and to associate their occupancy with the persistent habitat patches, the dominant habitat patches that we had in urban areas. And we also estimated the diversity values because we wanted to have some community level data as well. So we estimated diversity estimates, and we tried to relate them with persisting habitats. We had assessed the importance of habitat islands like urban parks, we have tree-lined avenues and some interspersed forest patches, how they are related with bird occupancy, how they are helping in supporting the bird occupancy in an urban area. We had also created distribution maps for some of the species. So if we look at the study design itself, the first thing about the study was that it covered the entire Delhi state. We divided the entire state into 60 grids and further subdivided the grids into 4 subgrids of 2.5 by 2.5. So the larger one is 5 by 5 kilometers, the smaller is 2.5 by 2.5 kilometers. So we have 4 subgrids within each grid. The study design protocol was designed using ArcGIS Explorer. And we did bird surveys in all the subgrids individually in 2 years, 2012 and 14. So the survey period, which was February, March and April 2012 and 14, we used line transect methods and random sampling to optimize or to look at the how much effort should we give in terms of estimating bird diversity and recording bird data. We did the species incidence curve in 2 characteristic landscape. One was forested area and urban area. And we found that roughly 1 kilometer of transit was very good in terms of estimating, recording maximum number of bird species in an urban area. So we have used ArcGIS Explorer for land use, land cover classification, presence for occupancy modeling, and Biodiversity Professional for estimating diversity estimates. Those who are interested in softwares. So this map we created using a Landsat ETM image and doing an unsupervised classification in ArcGIS. So we try to bring up the habitat, the urban areas mostly and the forest areas. So you can see the red color areas are the built-up areas in Delhi, and very distinctly you can see the blue color are the water bodies. That is the river Yamuna on one side, and the one which is connecting to river Yamuna is the Nazargarh drain, which is another prominent water body in Delhi. The yellow areas are the open areas which are mostly in the peripheral region of the city. And we have some interspersed forest, fallow lands and wastelands as well. The green color patches are the forest areas. The largest one in the central Delhi is the one which is the Raisina Hill, the iconic Rashtrapati Bhavan, that forest. So for occupancy modeling we have used program presence, and these are the logic links that we had used. Maybe we should leave this. So we have used single season model just to give you an idea for doing the occupancy modeling. So we recorded around 115 species of birds from the 60 sampling grids that we had. And for 56 species out of those 115, the recordings were so low that we were not able to do the modeling exercise. So we estimated only naive occupancy, and for rest of the 59 we went for the occupancy modeling, and we had the psi value for them. And the coefficient of covariates, that is the beta habitat, which means that which particular type of habitat is supporting, or how what is the direction and the strength of relation of a particular type of habitat with a particular species, that was done for around 55 species. Now these are the results of the model selection for some of the species: Indian peafowl, Vanellus indicus, the red wattle lapwing, Paraya kite, rock pigeon. So you can see we have used an AIC cutoff value of 2 for getting the best models. So most of the best models, so here just to give you an idea, so the psi here is the occupancy probability. So occupancy probability is a value which is basically ranges from 0 to 1, 0 being the minimum occupancy, 1 being the maximum, and the P here is the detection probability. So basically the reason why we are doing occupancy modeling is that we want to correct our occupancy data for the detection probability of various species which varies. Like a colorful species, a more vocal species is more easily detectable than a species which is more conspicuous and not easily found and is less vocal and less colorful. So, and there are many other parameters also which affect detection probability. So we try to estimate what are the factors which actually affect detection probability. We first model that, and then we model the occupancy values. So for most of the species we found that the percent habitat, that means, which is a very general assumption that we would have made, that the percent habitat in the grid, in each grid, is actually affecting the occupancy, and the abundance is actually affecting the detection probability. So these are the values of occupancy, not very visible, but just 0 to 1. This was the baseline data for Delhi. So we were a little bit interested in doing that because we are also now conducting the same study, like it was done in 2016 by some MSc dissertation students, and then we are planning to repeat it like in another 3 or 4 years just to get that if there is any trend. So we will use exactly the same protocol. We'll have a long-term data in that sense. So an important result as we observed in terms of relating bird occupancy with woodland areas was the fact, if you look at this graph, we have plotted percent woodland area in the grid and with the probability of occupancy of individual species. We have here Streptopelia lecaucto, that is Eurasian collared dove, rose-ringed parakeet, red-vented bulbul, greater cowcle, and yellow-footed green pigeon. Most of these are woodland species. So if you see, with around 5% of woodland area in a particular grid, we are seeing that their occupancy peaks. So with 0 or 0.1%, their occupancy value is close to 0.4, 0.5. If you have even 0.5% of woodland area in a particular grid, their occupancy is actually 1. So we don't need an entire forest to support their population. That's one thing that we can directly comment from looking at this graph. But if we have small interspersed forest patches which are actually connected and not isolated, they will be able to support these species in urban areas as well. So, motivated by our earlier result and that graph, we also tried to look at the importance of these interspersed forest patches in the city. So, we basically, we had 60 grids. So, we divided these 60 grids into 3 different types of habitat. So, one was, if you look from above, urban A, the first one, which is the kind of habitat which we have in Delhi, where we have good parks and tree-lined avenues and the kind of thing that we see in the Lutyens Delhi, the central Delhi mostly. So, that was urban A. So, urban area with interspersed forest patches. Then urban B, which is the lowermost one, is the homogeneously urbanized urban area, which we mostly have in West Delhi and in East Delhi. So, and then there was other habitat, which was kind of mixed, urban A plus B. And then we plotted the grid level occupancy values for all the woodland species, and clearly we can see that the urban A has maximum occupancy in almost all the species, then urban A plus B, and then urban B. So isolated forest patches were actually working, and that was one of the main results of the study. We also were looking at the diversity, because we also wanted to have some community level parameters as well. So we estimated diversity values and we tried to plot them. We realized that the diversity values are basically decreasing. There is not a very strong correlation here. R-square value is only 3.229. So that is why occupancy gave us a better results in terms of identifying the habitat patches which are actually supporting bird diversity. But diversity index also gives us some idea that with increase in total percent urban area in the grid, the diversity values were declining. So using the occupancy values, we used site conditional values of occupancy, and we plotted distribution maps for most of the species that we could. So for around 65 species, we plotted these distribution maps. And this was almost the first kind of exercise, a rigorous exercise in Delhi state that we had done. So you can see the relationships. Like for instance, the first species, that is a Paraya kite, it is an urban species which has much more Catholic diet, widespread habitat preferences. So it is found in almost all the grids with the maximum occupancy. The darkest green is 0.8 to 1.0. That is the maximum occupancy. The light green is the minimum occupancy. So with the maximum occupancy, rock pigeon, again an urban species found all around the area. Now, greater cowcle, which is mostly a shrub land or a bushland species, is found in the outer portions of the Delhi where we mostly have those habitats. Rosing parakeet, again, which has a much more Catholic diet, found all across the Delhi. Barbets, specifically centered in those areas where we have most of the woodland areas in the city. Green bee eater, which is more or less an open area species, found in the periphery, which is the open area in the Delhi city. Similarly, we can see some trends here. Some of the species like common wood strike, their occupancy value is very low, but they're still located close to the area which is the Asola Bhati Wildlife Sanctuary, the only protected area in the Delhi city. And then we have black drongo and open area species again in the open area. So these distribution maps also were one of the first the baseline maps that we had made for Delhi, and again through repeating this exercise in 2018, which we are planning to February, March 19, and again in 21, we will be able to get a good trend line of how these species has been working, has been doing over past 6-7 years or so. So the key results for the species I can just summarize quickly as the broadleaf species, those were much more Catholic in terms of their diet, which were had wider habitat preferences. They were most abundant and widespread species. The woodland birds, they exhibited high occupancy in urban areas, which has isolated green patches. The distribution maps, they provide strong evidence that the variations in occupancy values of a species was linked to the existence to the extent of persistent habitat that we had in the city. And the bird diversity declines with an increase in the urban area in the grid, which we all would probably assume will happen in urban matrix. And the study also highlights, and that's the main result, or one can say a policy level suggestion emanating from the study, is that we should definitely integrate islands of greenery or green patches in our urban planning. So instead of making a homogeneously urbanized areas, because nowadays in Delhi the urban structure is also changing from the horizontal growth to the vertical growth. There's a lot of things happening in the satellite towns. Mostly we have those high-rise buildings coming up. So we do have the space, or we should create space for some interspersed forest patches, which definitely will solve one of the major problems that the city has of air pollution, but also supporting bird diversity. And birds being one of the most perceivable form of biodiversity in an urban area, we should definitely try to work out on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Good evening, sir. Good evening. So, primarily this is in defense of metapopulation, with having interspersed forest patches. Now I have a slightly off-topic question, is that even though with such high levels of pollution that Delhi has been known to having for the past few years, it still is the second highest bird-rich capital, as you mentioned. So does this data provide some kind of baseline to suggest that the bird diversity or the species diversity of birds in Delhi is resilient to pollution?
As far as the checklist is concerned, the 337 species, as I told you, it is an area-based checklist which was last updated in 2015. But population history in Delhi is also not very recent, that also goes way back long. We, as of now, we definitely don't have any study directly correlating pollution with bird diversity. Although there are some impacts somewhere, like for instance, it could be said that there was a study, not a typical study, but some speculations that maybe the use of some chemicals in the unleaded petrol is going to affect the insect diversity, which is affecting sparrows and other populations. So there could be such small observations made in somewhere, but we definitely don't have a very direct relationship between pollution and bird diversity. Yes.
Thanks.
I hope I've answered that correctly.
Any more questions? Thank you, Mr. Nabil.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad to share my findings in my study, Ecosystem Services Under Economic Valuation in Sundarban Mangroves of India, with you today. Ecosystem. Ecosystem is the umbilical cord between nature and all life forms. Ecosystem sustains us, ecosystem nurtures us. Human, with their action and decisions, affect the dynamics of ecosystem services, which in turn impact on other biotic entities of the bioscape. Ecosystem assessment and their economic evaluation serves as a tool here to assess and economically represent the values of invaluable services of ecosystem in monetary terms for our understanding and emphasize on their importance in our sustainability. Mangrove is a very important ecosystem. The specialized plant communities thriving in the ebb and flow of the tide waters dominate over 2/3 of the coastal and intertidal regions of tropics and subtropics. The Sundarban mangroves is the single largest natural stretch of mangroves spanning over India and Bangladesh. It is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and Biosphere Reserve. The Indian Sundarban mangroves account for the 1.46% of world's mangroves and 3.69% of Asia's mangroves. They are nearly half of the total mangrove area India has. Now, threats to the mangroves. Why we need such studies? Anthropogenic degradation, fragmentation, overexploitation, and deforestation is the main driver of degradation of the mangrove ecosystems. As we can see, within 2 decades, mangrove area of the world reduced from 16.1 million hectares to 15.6 million hectares. The mangroves are in verge of extinctions in 26 countries. The annual depletion rate may lead to the loss of these beautiful ecosystems within a century. In case of Sundarbans, rampant conversion of the Sundarban mangroves into agricultural land has already caused the extinction of freshwater swamps, which were extended up to Kolkata, and extirpation of very important mammalian and other species from the landscape. Sundari, Heritiera fomes, the tree from which the area derives its name, is endangered today. The Royal Bengal tiger, the iconic species of this area, is also endangered. Climate change and rising sea level, on the other hand, is causing inundation and destruction of mangrove forests by the rising sea level. So, through my study, I want to assess and quantify the ecosystem services value of these mangroves and their importance in our lives. For the study, I considered 4 villages near the Sundarban National Park. They were between 1 to 5 kilometer radius of the Sundarban National Park: Sonagar, Jharkhali, Daipur and Shadzelia. The objectives of the study was assessing and identifying ecosystem services and forest dependency of people. For this, I considered Millennium Ecosystem Assessment and their economic evaluation. A semi-structured questionnaire-based survey with focus group discussions and personal interviews, age-wise and gender-wise, were conducted. Homestays, tourism, launch owners and different Kolkata-based tour operating agencies were also interviewed for the cultural services. For provisioning services, the direct valuation method was considered and the local market price was considered. In case of tourism, travel cost method was followed. Millennium Ecosystem Assessment classifies the ecosystem services as provisioning services, regulating services, cultural services and supportive services. In case of Sundarban mangroves, the main provisioning services were collection of forest resources, which locally termed in Bengali as Jongal Kora or Pudu Jungle. The timber collectors were known as Baule, honey collectors Mole, and aquatic and shrimp fry, fish, crab collectors as Jelly. The cultural services encompassed recreation and tourism and the impacts of mangroves on tradition, faith, literature, music, lifestyle. Regulating services were air quality maintenance, water regulation, shoreline strengthening, coastline protection, etc. And supporting services, they have a huge importance in Sundarban. The mangroves are harnessing the wide variety of flora and fauna, as well as the umbrella species, the Bengal tiger. The annual average value of Sundarban mangrove ecosystems were found to be nearly $500,000 US, mainly originating from the provisioning and cultural services. Provisioning services in the edible mud crab collection topped the list with more than 2 crore, around 3 crore rupees. Kalo Kakra, Skyla serrata, Neel Kakra, Skyla franco-iberica were the 2 mud crab species that were collected. The timber collection being banned as Sundarban is National Park today, many of the timber collectors have transformed their occupation into collection of crab, as this is quite an enticing and economic generating service. Prawn fry collection followed by fishing. And prawn fry mostly Macrobrachium rosenbergi and Penis monodon shrimp fries were collected and grown in the mangrove areas. Honey was once a very important ecosystem service collected by the localites, but today there is a very regulated collection of honey. The forest department allows around 1,000 boat owners and provides them with license to collect honey in the month of March to June once a year, and that has caused a reduction in the economic generation from honey. Nevertheless, they are protecting our ecosystem. Fuel wood and leaf litter collection is done there. Fuel wood is the main fuel for 80% of the populace, and in case of leaf litter, I found that leaf litter was collected by fishing nets from the river there itself and being dried and then sold as in barter system, like 7 mons or 740 or 280 kilo of leaf litters, dried leaf litters were exchanged for 30 kg rice. In cultural services, the homestays, Tiger Rescue Camp in Jharkhali were the main iconic activities, eye-catching recreational services for the locals. And overall from the globe, there are, everyone is interested to visit Sundarbans. So, in my study area of the 4 villages, 45 lakh rupees was generated from cultural services. And there is one important cultural service that the Sundarban ecosystem has on the lifestyle of the localites is that the environment has made the locals of both the sides of Hindu and Muslim to worship the same tribal deities and lords of Honbibi and Dakhinrai. The total annual value of Sundarban was found to be 3,79,78,236 from provisional and cultural services. 80% of the ecosystem services that generated economy was from crabs, followed by ecotourism, prawn, fish, honey, and fuel wood leaf litter, although negligible, was an important ecosystem service. To represent the regulating services, a comparative evaluation of air pollutant concentration was done. The daily average concentration of air pollutants were collected from West Bengal Pollution Control Board, and their concentrations were compared at Kolkata and Sundarban. And it shows that the concentration of air pollutants at Sundarban are half of that of Kolkata, maybe because of the higher rain cover and the lower number of vehicular and industrial effluents. In the 4 villages, it was found that around 75% of the populace were dependent on mangroves for their livelihood. 38% of populace of Jharkhali were dependent. It was found that the more detached the islands were from the mainland, the more they were dependent on natural resources for subsistence. In case of Jharkhali, the presence of the Tiger Rescue Camp and the direct connectivity to Kolkata has led tourism to flourish, and they are not directly dependent on ecosystem goods collections, rather indirectly dependent through tourism. The 4 villages of the 3 islands incurred around $500,000 US in a particular year annually. The study was conducted in 2017, so I have considered the year 2016-17. The proliferating crab market has a potential of overexploitation, and they might have an effect on ecosystem. The enticing prices are causing illegal entry into the forest to increase, and this has led to increase in number of unattended, unreported tiger, crocodile attacks and death. Use of drag nets to catch shrimp fry is affecting mangroves and causing impaired regeneration of the species. Prawn culture, crab fattening ponds, unplanned urbanization for tourism and land use changes are drivers of mangrove forest degradation. Mismanaged tourism, overcrowding, fuel leakage from boats can cause more pollution to this untouched natural ecosystem. To conclude, I'd say sustainable landscape management practices are need of the hour. Provision of incentives and adequate alternative income sources to the people may restrain them from depending on the mangrove resources. Mass awareness regarding ecosystem services and conservation are necessary. and active participation of locals has always been proved to be successful in conservation activities. The regulating and supporting services should also be economically evaluated, and environment degrading tourism practices should be stringently penalized. Moreover, I'd like to say ecosystem approach is a necessity for the future studies of all landscapes because it gives a holistic idea about the ecosystem. I'd like to thank IBC and FRI for this opportunity and our chairs and audience for active participation. Thank you.
Who are collecting MVAP, are they getting proper price or not? And another thing is, I'd like to know the forest department, they are putting a restriction over the forest owner. You should not sell in the market, you should not do like that. So what is the overall consequence in Sundarban? Thank you.
Government corporation, and they buy back honey at ₹90 per kg, whereas in market, the customers get to buy honey at 250 to 450 any prices. This has an impact, and this has led to develop a parallel market where the collectors are not directly selling out their honey to the Forest Development Corporation and rather selling out to the middlemen at variable prices from 120 to 300. In case of crabs and prawn fries, the shrimp fries are bought at ₹350 to 500 for 1,000 pieces, and the finally when the shrimp are grown-up prawns are sold in market, they are sold at ₹550 per kg around. In case of crab, the crab collectors are buying the crab from the crab collectors are selling them to the middlemen at around ₹450-500 per kg, whereas they are fattening them in the crab ponds dug out from the mangroves, which are affecting the landscape, and they are selling them at ₹750, 800 to even 1,000 or more in case of export variety crabs. These are my findings. I hope it.
Okay. I have two questions. First of all, you mentioned that you use the travel cost method. What method in the travel cost did you use?
Different kind of tourism activities by the boat owners, homestay owners were considered.
So you had a total population.
So again, please contact her after this thing and we can continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Respected Chairperson, Co-Chair, dignitaries and friends, a very good evening. My presentation topic is status distribution and factor governing distribution of musk deer in relation to the associated fauna of Uttaranchala Himalayas. The species falls under the deer category, and the world distribution of the deer is that there are more than 55 species of deer available in the world. Out of that, 80% are present in the Asia. Out of that, India is having the highest concentration of the deer species, 9 true deer, 5 musk deer and 1 mouse deer. Musk deer is not doesn't fall under the deer category because it is not. We call it not a true deer because the family differ from cervix. They have separate family Moschidae, and they are lacking antlers and the facial glands. They possess only a single pair of teeth, a gallbladder, a caudal gland, a pair of tusk-like teeth. They are threatened, endangered in IUCN and Schedule 1 species of Indian Wildlife Protection Act. There are 7 species of musk deer all over the world. Out of that, 5 are present in India. Those are Moschus, Chyprissus, Chrysogaster, Leucogaster, Berwowski, Fuscus. Whatever available in India, they all are endangered. And Moschus mochiferus is the only species which is not present. Moschus annuensis and mochiferus, they are not present in India, and Moschus mochiferus are vulnerable. So the species I'm talking about is highly threatened and least studied species. They are the major threat to these species are the habitat fragmentation because of illegal encroachment over the high altitude Himalayas. The forests are left in a very fragmented patches and they are vulnerable to extinction. Poaching is the second major cause of the population decline of these species, and exploitation for the musk, secretion of the prepucial gland of the male. The musk is being used in more than 400 Chinese medicines, and the best perfumes are from the musk. So these are the reasons why this species is being killed, and to collect 1 kg of the musk, you have to kill at least 300 musk deer, and there is no sexual dimorphism in musk deer, so many more species are being killed, 3 times or 4 times are being killed to collect 1 kg of musk deer. In 1998, 97 to 98, around 60 kg of the musk was exported from the Germany, and that all was from India. So cross-border trade, tourism, anthropogenic pressure, these all are the major issues, major threat to the species. And in international market, the musk pods, musk has got the very high value, more than the gold. Like for 1 pod, which can contain 4 to 5 gram of the musk, that is 25 gram cost 75,000 rupees, and 1 kg of musk in Indian market is around 30 lakhs, and international market around $45,000 for a kg. So these are the threat to these species. We decided to work, no studies was done except one that was by Green in Kedarnath Wildlife Sanctuary on the ecological aspect. So we decided to survey the distributional range of the species, and we selected the 13 sites throughout the Himalayas. The criteria for the selection of the site was the altitude. The altitudinal range from 2,500 meters to 4,500 meters was selected for the survey. And from east to west, and also selected some different protected areas were selected for this survey. Kedarnath Wildlife Sanctuary, Nanda Devi Biosphere Reserve, Nanda Devi National Park Sanctuary, and Govind Pashu Vihar Sanctuary and National Park. And apart from that, some nearby areas like Forest Panchayat were also surveyed for the musk deer survey. Because these all survey sites were falling in 2,500 to 4,500 meter altitude, so we got parent groups from most of these sites, but direct sighting, because they are very shy animals, so direct sighting was really difficult. After 3 years intensive survey, we got to see only 28 individuals. So we adopted the different methodology, like because the direct sighting was very difficult. So Himalayas, laying the transects and walking on the transects is really difficult. By the time you reaches to the top, the animal crashes out. So we opted altogether different strategies. That was the trail monitoring. We did the trail monitoring for direct sighting and did the transects for the pellet collection for the musk deer, as well as for the associated species, to see the association between the musk deer and the other existing species. So not only the pellets of different species, but the scats of the prey predator were also collected, assessed in those areas. Along with these pellet groups, indirect evidences, we collected the vegetation parameters so that we can find out the kind of habitat they prefer. So out of 13 sites, we got the indirect evidences from almost all these sites, but the direct evidences, direct sighting only from the 8 sites. The reason for not sighting the animal in those areas, because the animal, the musk deer, is present in almost in all the pilgrimage sites. So these areas are highly disturbed. Like Tungnath, I could not see even a single musk deer, though pellet groups are recorded. Kedarnath, near the Kedarnath, no musk deer were found, not seen. Only the pellet groups were recorded. So pilgrimage sites are the areas where these species are present, and they are highly disturbed because of the tourism and other factors. So maximum pellet groups were recorded from Sokhar area, that is the part of the Kedarnath Wildlife Sanctuary, and the pellet groups were also recorded maximum in the Kedarnath from the Sakhar area as a part of the Kedarnath Wildlife Sanctuary. To see the association, we performed the discriminant function analysis and we standardized the data. And we found that some parameters came out that was the altitude, herb, shrub density, distance from the nearest human habitation. These were the parameters which were governing the distribution of these species in high altitude Himalayas. So this is a graph showing the position of the species in X and Y axis on different gradients. The X axis is about the altitude, shrub density, and the distance from the nearest human habitation. So the musk deer is preferred. The graph shows that the musk deer prefer. They are very well coexisting with other species because they prefer the higher altitude far from the human habitation and high shrub density, while on y-axis they are discriminated by low herb density. So there are prey species also. The result shows that musk deer is separated ecologically along the altitude, distance from human habitation and shrub density on x-axis, while it is separated ecologically by herb density and at y-axis. They prefer high altitude, dense shrub, very low herb density and maintain distance from human habitation, and therefore may not have much inter-specific competition with other species. The natural predator of Himalayan musk deer are the fox, leopard and yellow-throated marten, and musk deer separated ecologically as the predator prefer the low altitude as compared to the musk deer. We surveyed all the 13 sites in high altitude, and still we have enough forests for the species to survive. The only issue is the illegal poaching, trans-border killing of the animal and smuggling of the pod is going on. Even the locals are involved in the smuggling of the musk pod as well as the bear bites. So these are the major issues with this species, because it is the musk deer from the India, especially the Uttarakhand, is in the high demand. Though the Chinese are doing the farming, but their musk pod is not as good as the musk pod of the Indian musk deer that is mainly in the Uttarakhand. So we need some more enforcement of the laws and some check on the in these international boundaries to protect this species, because population is drastically decreasing day by day, and still we have not yet done. We have assessed the abundance, but density we have not assessed. But the literature says the Chinese, in China there are 6 lakhs individual are left, and in India more or less than 2 lakhs individual are left in the India and the Indian subcontinents. So this is about the musk deer. Any question?
You said that fox and martens, yellow-throated martens and fox are predators.
They are natural predators.
How do they do that? They're very small animals.
They're small, but 2-3 martens can easily kill the musk deer, because musk deer is also not very large. It's very small animal, very small, smaller than the dog. So easily 2-3 marten can kill, because we have seen in lower altitude, and these leopard are but they maintain the distance. This musk deer is very shy and live in a very difficult terrain. So predation is not the issue in the case of the musk deer. Rarely these species can kill the musk deer.
Because they are smaller than a dog.
Almost equal, equal or...
Have you seen one in the wild?
Yes, I have surveyed, I have seen. Soccer, if you go soccer, easily you can see 4-5 musk deer. That's near the Chopta, just backside of the Tumnath temple. So there are easily you can see. That is the only area where you can easily see the musk deer.
Any impact of forest fire on population?
Sir, the area which I surveyed, there was no forest fire. That was at the high altitude near the alpine meadows. So the forest fire is not the causes for the species. I have not seen, like 7-10 years of study, I have never seen forest fire at that high altitude. But yes, the domestic cattle which passes through the area, they are the major issue, major problem for this species. They passes like.
Thank you very much. Kumar, representing from the Center for Marine Resources and Ecology, Sriyamandare, Cochin, Kerala, India. My topic is systematics and distribution of anglerfishes, prices, law reforms along the Indian region. So the anglerfishes, that is, perform quite impressive mode of life in the ocean. So introduction. The order law reforms referred as anglerfishes that contains highly diverse group of marine fishes that primarily inhabit both the shallow and deep water environments. And the most striking character of this law form is the first dorsal spine, which is modified as angling apparatus, bearing and iska. Iska in the meaning in Latin, this is a Latin word origin, the meaning is bait. So this first dorsal spine, which is modified as an angling apparatus, which is mainly used to attract opposite sex for mate and also for prey. And the pectoral fin is highly modified, especially all the suborder, especially mainly 5 suborders are there, among them 4 suborders which have this pectoral fin highly modified except in Ceratoidae. Why this pectoral fin is modified like leg-like means it is usually walk on the bottom. That is why its feeding methods. That's why the pectoral fin is highly modified, but not in Ceratoidae. Typically they are small fishes. Largest individuals attain around 25 centimeter. But in some cases, some families, it will become more than 1 meter and more than 27 kilogram in weight. Body shape, it is varies from globose to almost spherical or elongate or laterally compressed or dorsoventrally depressed. That is a wide range of body habitat showing in these anglerfishes. And also the ischial morphology, that is the first dorsal fin spine. That is, each and every species have its own morphology, complex morphology. So this plays one of the critical role in the species identification. That you can see in that figure, different kind of this isca and its morphology. And this is the general arrangement in order law forms. There are 5 suborders: Lophoidae, Actinoridae, Chunacoidae, Ogosophaloidae, and Ceratoidae. And altogether around 71 genera and 348 species worldwide. So from this figure itself you can see the first one is somewhat dorsal and reflattened, but in Actinoridae it is, first one is dorsal and flattened, second one is laterally compressed, and Chunacoidae is also laterally compressed, and Ogosophaloidae is also dorsal and flattened, and Ceratoidae is somewhat globose in shape. The economic importance, that is in the Lophoidae, in Atlantic and Mediterranean, that is NOVA fisheries report, around 10 years they are saying around 10,000 metric ton is the major contribution of their landing, this Lophoid species, but in Atlantic and Mediterranean. But unfortunately there is nobody is eating this fish in India. And then already it plays our critical role in, economically important in aquarium trade. And Chunacoidae also some Asian countries, especially in Taiwan, they are used as a food fish. And Ogosophaloidae is also somewhat used as an aquarium trade. So around 71 genera and 348 species globally. And one of the important character for the Ceratoidae, that is very interesting character, that is the sexual dimorphism and sexual parasitism. That is, in this suborder, display extreme sexual dimorphism in which a unique mode of reproduction in which the males are dwarfed, means the males are very small, it is measuring around 2 to 3 centimeter, but in female there are more than 35 or 40 centimeter in length. That is a huge female and male is very small. And also the male lack luring apparatus. But in the rest of the case, all the male and female have the luring apparatus. But in the case of Ceratoidae, the male lacks luring apparatus and also well-developed eyes and relatively huge nostrils. And why this relatively huge nostrils means, in order to, female secrete certain pheromones in order to attract the male. So in order to get in touch with that female, these nostrils are very huge in male, and also male possesses a tentacle in order to clasp the female during the mating time. That you can see in the figure, that is in Photogornis spinatus. Then a small circle is there, that is male is attached to the relatively gigantic female. The fusion is sometimes it is temporary or permanently. Suppose if it is permanently, it is get attached, the male get attached with the female, gradually the tissue will be fused, and ultimately after a couple of months, ultimately all the activities, hormonal or endocrinal activities is under the control of female. That's why it is called sexual parasitism. One of the interesting characters in this order Ceratodidae. Lots of scientists are working on that because the endocrinology system is least understood, and more work is happening in this area. And my objective is to investigate and to taxonomy and systematics and distribution of deep sea anglerfishes in the EEZ, Indian EEZ, comprising Arabian Sea, Bay of Bengal and Andaman Water. Why this study? Relevance of the study. Among the 5 suborders, the fishes are represented by 18 families, 71 genera and 348 species. But only limited number of species are represented from the Indian water. That is 7 family, 13 genera and 21 species. Then you can see the drastic difference. And the most species-rich suborder, Ceratodidae, around 165 species globally, is represented by only 4 species from Indian water. Taxonomic ambiguity still persisting in many families needs taxonomic upgradation. And from this, I can say that Indian loic forms are least studied and demands detailed investigation to elucidate its systematics. So once again, Indian EEZ represented by 7 family, 13 genera and 21 species. Globally, 18 family, 71 genera and 348 species. So the study area and sampling methodology. Study area, mainly I am studying 3 ecosystems: Arabian Sea ecosystem, Bay of Bengal and Andaman Sea ecosystem. That you can see in the figure. The sampling is conducted by our own fishery research oceanography vessel, Sagar Sampada, and demonstration trawl by using 3 types of net: HSTT, Expo and HOT, high opening trawl. Area AS means Arabian Sea. 12 cruises conducted, 33 stations. Bay of Bengal, BOB denotes Bay of Bengal, 12 cruises, 13 stations, and Andaman 5 cruises, 32 stations. Around 19 survey and 78 stations are covered during this survey. And suitable grounds were identified through acoustic scanning using multi-frequency echo sounder Simrad EK60. As you can see, because when we are going for trolling, whether we want to know whether the bottom is uniform or not, otherwise we will lose our net, around 4 or 5 lakhs rupees net cost. So before that, we should thoroughly check our bottom through this scanning. That is through echo sounder EK60. And taxonomic analysis, mainly 5 suborder. And Lophoides follows Corozo 1981-83 and some references how these fishes means how we will identify how, because each and every family have its own body nature. So the measurement will be vary according to the species, according to the family. So different methodology. And Indian loic forms, a brief of Indian loic forms. Taxonomy of deep sea fishes of India is pointed by the outstanding work of Alfred William Alcock, A.W. Alcock, based on the sample collected during the voyage of Indian Marine Fisheries Steamer Investigator. That is the first authentic book or authentic study of Indian deep sea fishery by our Alcock and his HMS Investigator Voyager. And its publication 1889 to 907 are the major detailed work of deep sea fauna of the Indian water. Now all the people who are interested in to work on deep sea fishes are there. Mainly refer this book. And later, Lloyd, 1909, documented few species of loic forms from Indian water. And after that, there is no significant work. And I am just going through this result. Okay, sorry. Anyway, I am just saying, this is one of the new species, Malthopsis andamansis. Proposed name is Malthopsis andamansis. And second one is Malthopsis deltas. It is a record from Andaman water. And again, these 2 are record from Arabian Sea and Halimectus ruberis from Bay of Bengal, new record. And this is also Halute species, a new species, and its proposed name is Halute alcoki from Arabian Sea. And Halute indica, that is an Interesting thing is that in 1910, Anadolu and Jerkin, their British taxonomists, they discovered this fish from Andaman water. Later, after that, there is no work is carried out. After that, there is no report of this species came. After my present study represents the species after 108 years. And it is termed as rediscovery of the species. And Hallutia stellata is also a new record from Andaman Sea. And these are all two species, and you can see Hallutia species, this dorsal spinule, main difference. One is pointed, and second species, they have some serrated like dorsal spine, and again subopercle opercle spine, that multi-feet, and the shape is also differentiate these two species. First one is I put the name Hallutia lloydii, and second one is in honor of our ship Sagar Sambada, Hallutia Sambade. And third one is Hallutia stellifera, and this result is published in Marine Biodiversity Records in 2013. And next one is Chunax multilepis, also published in Zootaxa. The second species is also Chunax Sambade, I put like that. Chunax apus is a new record, and also the Chunax penicillate is also a new record. The interesting thing is Chunax penicillate is one of the Chunax pictus group that occurs outside the Atlantic Ocean. In that way, that species is relevant. And again, some rediscovery after 35 years. And Lophora triiridatus, it is a new record from Andaman Sea. Again, Nautilus is a new record from Andaman Sea. And Lophoid lugubris is also a new record from Andaman Sea. And Ceratodii order, around 2 genera, 7 species, among them 3 are represented from the Indian waters as new record. This Buffer-Serraceous Shaoi, that is the 5th known specimen in the world. That is actually the Ceratodii species are very rare. And the second one is Trilobus, that is also a new record from the Arabian Sea, Diceratius trilobus, represent the 5th known specimen from the Indian Ocean, not in the world. But Shaoi is the representing 5th specimen in the whole world. Then Buffer-Serraceous Thalea. This result is published in Marine Biodiversity, Springer Journal in 2016. And Ceratodii, both these species, Serraceous urnoscopus and Cryptosaurus causi, is new record from Andaman and Arabian Sea respectively. And that is also published in Marine Biodiversity. And another new species is Hemidolophus. And the species, not at all, not in species, actually this family is the first represented. Before my study, there is no report of this family. This family also new record. Okay. Then only one more slide, sir. Then Onirod species also a new species, and the proposed name is Onirod arabica. And second species Onirod sanjivani. I put this name as an honor of my previous director of CMLR, Dr. V. Sanjeevan, Onirod sanjivani. That paper is published in Copia Journal in 2017. So the conclusion, the present study provides a comprehensive report of water life forms from Indian water. Around 36 species, revalidated checklist, 36 species under 17 genera and 18 family. Previously it was 21 species under 13 genera and 7 families. And altogether I can say that around 2 new life species are discovered through the present study, and also 21 new records. And also rediscovery of Lophoid lugubris, Gracilmanus, and rediscovery of Hallutia indica from Indian water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any question, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next presenter, Mr. Ramachandran.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the intersection between taxonomy and conservation. And I study Sicilians, a group of amphibians restricted to the tropical areas. So they are only found in the wet and humid areas in South America and east and west of Africa, and the humid areas in India and the nearby places like Sri Lanka and some parts of Northeast and Southeast Asia. So, considering or compared with other groups of animals, there are only 209 Sicilian species. With that low number, majority of the Sicilian species are categorized as data deficient. Why is this problem. That's my talk on here. Why do we know very little about Sicilians? What are the problems? Though there are multiple groups working on these families for a while, we still know almost nothing about majority of these species. So I work on the Sicilians of the Western Ghats. If you look at this map, the Sicilians are found in those kind of wet and green areas. We have Sicilians in the Western Ghats, then in Sri Lanka, Southeast Asia, and then some parts of Northeast India. So if you look at the Western Ghats, so we have 2 families and 4 genera with about 26 species. With these 26 species, except 3 species, 23 of them are that are deficient. So if you compare this with frogs, we can see that there are species which are threatened, there are species which are vulnerable. There are all kinds of groups. But in Sicilians, majority of them are that are deficient. Why is this? So if you look at this, the one on the left side is Gaginiopus, then we have Ureotiphlus, then Ichthyopus. There are 2 families, Ichthyophidae and Indochifridae, with 4 genera. And if you look at the history of taxonomy, first I will look at the taxonomy, I mean what we have progressed, what we have done within the last 1.5 centuries in Sicilians, and then I look at what are our problems. So the progress in taxonomy and the problems in conservation biology. If you look at the history of Sicilian taxonomy, we have very old recordings of identifying Sicilians as snakes. If you look at this, the Dutch zoologist Albertus Seber identified Sicilians as snakes, and then our legendary Linnaeus considered Sicilians as snakes. So in fact, one of the 2 Sicilian species he had described, one of them was from Ceylon. He identified, of course, it as a snake, and then the legendary herpetologist Edward Harrison Taylor, he had looked at the Sicilian fauna of the world, and he had published a monograph on that, and he had also described species from the Western Ghats in the 1960s. So if you look at his contribution to South Asia, majority of the species are from the Western Ghats, and the other major recent work was from Zoological Survey of India. Pillai and Ravichandran published a sort of monograph on Indian Sicilians, and 21 species they looked at from the Western Ghats. And from 2000 year onwards, if you look at the trend, from 2000 year onwards, there has been a tremendous increase in the number of species described, especially in the genus Gaginiopus, and 6 species in Ichthyopus. But the progress in Gaginiopus, why is this progress reflected only in one particular genus? Why not in other genus? And have we actually achieved much progress in this genus in which we have identified multiple species? So if you look at this map, you can see that starting from 1750, you can see that there was a little bit progress in the first half of 20th century, and then the second half of 20th century by Edward Harrison Taylor. And starting 2000 onwards, you can see a huge increase in the number of species identified from the Western Ghats, and especially from the Western Ghats. If you look at the Western Ghats, 10% of the global Sicilian diversity occurs in this World Biodiversity hotspot. And if you look at the genus Gaginiopus, you can see that starting from 1999, we have many species identified, and then that made Gaginiopus the most specious genus among Western Ghats Sicilians. But yeah, and these are the, for example, the 2 species I discovered, I and my colleagues have discovered from the Western Ghats. They do look like worms, and they are usually treated as either snakes or worms, so the knowledge that they are amphibians is almost non-existent. And there has been works from European scientists in collaboration with people like Bhatta, my supervisor, Dr. PhD supervisor, Dr. Uman Bhuman, and then groups in Bangalore and groups in Northeast. So we have made progress in taxonomy, especially identifying new species and redescribing some species like Ichthyophis longicipalis or Ichthyophis sikimensis, but that progress is not reflected in conservation biology. So if you look at synonymization, we have had a few synonymizations, especially on if you look at this Ichthyophis bombayensis. Previously it was thought that there were 4 species, so this particular work had identified only, synonymized 4 species into one. Now we know that this striped species is distributed all across the Western Ghats, and if you look at this chart from Amphibia web, except 2-3 species, almost all other species are data deficient. And why is this problem? What are the reasons? If we look at the same scenario in frogs, we don't have this problem. Of course there are species in data deficient category, but this 90% data deficient status for Sicilians, it's very much worrying. And what are the major reasons? So now we'll look at some of the reasons why this is the case. As I mentioned earlier, the taxonomy of majority of the species is far from stable, and many of them still remain to be characterized well. So one major problem taxonomies faces that especially Sicilian taxonomies faces that the species described in the second half of the 19th century or the first half of the 20th century, that means described mostly by the colonial scientists, is that they wrote or they had written the type locality as Malabar or Nilgiri or Cochin. Those larger regions were noted as the holotype locality. And the specimen, maybe either in Berlin or in Natural History Museum London or in Paris or lost somewhere. And the region, this Malabar, it was a large region in those times. And then with having the holotype lost or the paratype lost, and the region given as big as Travancore or Kochi or Malabar, and where would the taxonomists go and find the species? And a species which is so secretive, which is so elusive, which is subterranean. So this is the major problem. We have many Sicilian species with this type locality as Malabar, Cochin, Travancore. The holotype is either lost or the holotype is in poor condition, and we do not know exactly from this specimen was picked, and the species is sort of varying. So many of the species are in data deficient status just because of this region, because of that historic reason. And the second other major problem is our lack of appreciation for museum specimens or in natural history in general. This is a specimen from Zoological Survey of India. In fact, I rediscovered this species a few years back, and you can see this is the holotype of Ichthyophis longicipalis. How would anyone describe or redescribe a species from such a damaged and desiccated holotype? And there are many, at least a few horribly damaged type specimens in our museums, and then imagine redescribing the species, and then the other option is to go to the holotype locality and find specimens. And Sicilians are, though they are not rare in their habitats, but finding them is very, very, very difficult. So if we do not get a holotype from the locality and the specimen is in this condition, and the species remains in data deficient condition. And of course, this problem, like when we do not know the range limit of the species, where does the range of that species stop? How far the species is distributed, and partly because it's hard to find these animals, and even if someone finds it, it's hard to identify these species because Sicilians are very superficially resembling, and to identify the species, unlike in many other species, here we have to go for a combination of characters, sometimes anatomical. So we have that problem with comparing many characters, so it's difficult to identify them. So citizen science may not be applicable for Sicilians, at least for the near future. And then there are records. People have identified Sicilians from multiple areas, but those records are unreliable, partly because they haven't preserved a voucher specimen, and without a voucher specimen, it's very difficult to believe that data. And majority of the Sicilians known records are from inhabited areas. So, and in areas like Kerala, heavily populated areas, and then there is a tremendous increase in the landscape, change in the pattern of use of landscape. And with the holotype localities being damaged, and the species is in that deficient condition, so this is there is a big question: how do we conserve this species? So I'm concluding that we have made progress in identifying specimens, and there have been observations which helps in taxonomy, but our priority should be to fix the remaining taxonomy problems, and especially collecting specimens, materials from new localities, and identifying range limits, and then especially conducting field work in the forest, higher strata of the Western Ghats or any other mountain region where they exist, and then review the IUCN red list. And thank you so much. And then I understand that a solid taxonomy with highest grade of judgment only help a group to come up with solutions to conserve a species group like Sicilians. Thank you so much.
Any questions, please?
It take a long time.
Thank you very much for your nice presentation. Next presenter is Mr. Ravneesh.
Only the main findings can be said here. Rest methodology and all that we did not discuss. Thank you.
My topic is status of corn snail of India and conservation and challenges. That corn is a very large family, highly specialized marine gastropod mollusk, more than 800 species worldwide, and 6 valued genera. Conus is the most species rich genus, about 80% of the species. That animals are the family well known in producing that unique peptide toxins. They are economically important. Cell collectors and commercial traders have established active marketing globally, worldwide distribution, depth-wise distribution variation. That different ecosystems such as sandy, muddy, inverted rocky regions, limestone benches, different reef structures, coral reefs, seafood and mangroves. That is important. That biopharmaceutical higher economic value. That methodology. That most of the samples collected from that intertidal regions snorkeling and hand picking, subtidal regions snorkeling and scuba diving, lagoons region also snorkeling and scuba, seagrass region is snorkeling and hand picking, the sandy shore regions are snorkeling and hand picking. That deeper water we collected at trawlers and bycatch. That objective of the study, lacking of the data. That previous record 73 species recorded from 2003, after 2014 recorded 82 species. Now I made one checklist, 124 species. That my result, present study, we are collecting that 101 species in three genus, Conus parella 7 species, Conus 93 species, Profundiconus 1 species. This is the location. That West Coast region we are collecting, coastal region we are collecting 56 specimens. That the executive 49 species. East coast of India 78 species. Andaman and Nicobar we are not surveyed properly. We are collecting only 95 species. These are the major species collected from the various parts of India. That one specimen, Conus canonicus, endemic to the Lakshadweep and Maldives region. And Conus silalensis, endemic to the Gulf of Mannar and Ceylon region. That Conus martensi, newly recorded from Indian coastal waters. This is also that martensi is deeper water species. Another one, Conus milne, this species comes under the Wildlife Protection Act. That Conus omedia, newly recorded from India. Is another species, Conus officius, this species newly recovered from India. Conus sulcatus newly recovered from India. That Conus totocoriensis that highly demand in global market. This is endemic from Gulf of Mannar region. And next species from this genus newly recovered from India, Prophylagonus nochlorocatus. And another species is Conus, this is new species. That in India, 18 species are least concerned, 12 species are least data deficient. That in India, in my study, based on my study, that these 4 species are threatened status because Conus bengalensis, Conus miliarensis, Conus viqui, and totocoriensis. Threats, well-established global market, habitat loss, and environmental change. Unauthenticated removal of weeds, sand, and coral rubbles. Loss of trawl by catch, coral bleaching. That this study documented 100 species from India, 5 species newly recovered from Indian coast waters, 1 new species. That recommendation, character-based DNA barcoding has been highly effective for distinguishing closely related and critical species. Acknowledging. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you so much. You are really fast and you saved a lot of time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next presenter, Ms. Namadevi.
Diversity and distribution of butterflies in different eco-climatic zones of Karnataka. I am Ramadevi from the Center for Climate Change, Environmental Management and Policy Research Institute, Bangalore. So as all of us know, butterfly diversity we should study at this juncture, very important time when many species are disappearing from here. So there are about 18,000 recorded species of butterflies in the world. And as all of us know, Lehimkar has reported 1,504 from India. In Western Ghats harbour about 334 species. Then coming to Karnataka, there are about 320 species. And in Bangalore itself, there are reports on 140 and 153 species of butterflies. Then when we went through the literature, we found there are many studies from different parts of Karnataka in different parts of the year. But there is no systematic study to document from different parts of Karnataka in this particular period. So we thought we should study the diversity of butterflies from different parts of Karnataka with the prime intention of studying them as a bioindicator of climate change. So as all of us know, the butterflies are very sensitive to the environmental changes and especially to the temperature and the climatic changes. So they are best bioindicators for studying the impact of climate change. So that's the reason why we wanted to study the butterflies of Karnataka in a elaborate way. Then we as I told you, there are some studies, but we are not able to assign any climate change reason on a temporal scale for the current diversity of butterflies in Karnataka. So hence to know the influence of climatic conditions on diversity, a study was conducted in 5 districts falling in 5 ecoclimatic zones which are having different varying climatic conditions. So the objectives were to study the seasonal variance in the diversity and abundance, correlating the diversity with climatic parameters, and developing a baseline data for future climate change studies. And initiating overall our main long-term objective is initiating a butterfly monitoring program for Karnataka by facilitating with our studies and making some field guides and some mobile apps. We have developed the expertise for identifying the butterflies in the field and creating a database which will be on the online portal of the Strategic Knowledge Portal on Climate Change we have prepared in our website. So the methods and methods I will quickly go through. It's as per the standard protocol of 500 meter transects were laid with the different. Sir? Okay. So then Karnataka having 3 meteorological regions and the selected areas fall in 5 ecoclimatic regions. And they are with different temperature criteria ranging from 12 degrees centigrade to 38 degrees or even 40 to 50 degrees. So with this background, the different 5 ecoclimatic regions we have selected to study the butterflies. And here we can see how the temperature conditions vary so much from different district to district and year to year. So we wanted to, in this particular areas, we found that the Mangalore and the Gulbarga area, they are very hotter in all the years. Similarly, the rainfall also we studied, we can see Mangalore and Shimoga, they are having higher rainfall. So very clear-cut climatic differences are there in the different areas. So there's a background of our study, and in Bangalore and other places we have selected different green areas. Especially in Bangalore area we have selected the inside the city itself green forest areas. I have listed them here. Then we have also made transect surveys so that we have a definite transect. The study will be continued further. So these are the maps with the, and here in Agumbe and Mangalore, these are the maps showing the transects through which the study was conducted for a year. And this is in Dharwad and Gulbarga. And the seasons we have, after collecting the study monthly, two surveys were there in every month. So the monthly data were pulled into winter, summer and rainy seasons. And we have calculated the diversity indices. And we have also categorized the butterflies based on their numbers. Very common, 100 and above, we have classified them as very common. Common is 30 to 99, rare is 6 to 29, and very rare below 5. So these all things we have done, and these are the data sheets how we recorded, and diversity indices, especially the Shannon-Wiener diversity index and Simpson index we have calculated to compare the whole thing. So in nutshell, our results are from the different ecoclimatic regions. We found Bangalore having 115 and Mangalore 122, Agumbe 121, Agumbe is Shimoga area, Dharwad 78 and Gulbarga 59. So a lot of variation between the different ecoclimatic regions. This is 1 layer data. Then within Bangalore itself, in the different study areas, there were variations. Some of the areas like Rosa and Impala forest showing the highest number of butterflies. Then coming to season-wise distribution of butterflies, we found that in Bangalore, in winter season 98 species, summer 90, in rainy season 91. And Mangalore showed highest number of butterflies in the rainy seasons. So clear-cut variation in the number of species in different seasons. Then distribution also was analyzed with respect to the family-wise distribution. As all of you may be knowing, there are 6 families of butterflies, and nymphalids are the highest in number. Because you can see that in all the ecoclimatic regions, nymphalidae were the highest in numbers. So then family-wise distribution, we wanted to know whether the family-wise distribution is, the nymphalidae were highest, I was telling, but whether it is true for all the years. So we compared some old data by AIDS 1925, one in 1999, and our own data. So we found that nymphalids are always high, and even Lycanidae are high. So year to year, some little variations in the family numbers are observed. Then coming to the diversity indices we calculated for the different ecoclimatic zones, then we can see that the Simpson index, that is in Agumbe shows higher richness of butterflies in Agumbe. Coming to the Shannon and evenness index, the Bangalore has the highest, and also in Gulbarga, evenness index was higher actually. So we have plotted them in the graphs. Quickly go through. Then seasonal variations in diversity of butterfly with respect to each of the area in different 3 seasons we have done. We found that in winter season, that is post-monsoon, winter I mean here after the rainy season, in winter season we found the indices are more in both Bangalore and Dharwad. And in Gulbarga and Mangalore region, we found that rainy season, because these two are very hotter areas, we found the rainy season data shows higher diversity indexes. And in Agumbe, due to the heavy rains we couldn't do, but in winter it shows the higher diversity indices. So these are the graphs representing that. Then very important thing what we did is we ranked the butterfly based on the number, as I already mentioned, very common, rare and very rare. So in Bangalore we found that the left side row shows the butterflies which are ranked as very common, then common, rare and very rare. I am not going to read all this. And these are the pictures of some of the common butterflies in Bangalore. Then in Dharwad, again the common ones, you can see common emigrant is actually common in many other places. Then some are rare. Then these are some of the pictures. Then in Gulbarga again we have classified all areas, we have classified them based on their numbers. Then in Mangalore again we saw the common cross, the most common one, Agumbe. So I am summing up by saying salient findings are the family nymphalidae, they were the highest in numbers in all the ecoclimatic zones. Then diversity varied in different ecoclimatic regions and different seasons. And the Agumbe and Mangalore showed higher diversity. Then the Indian common crow, common emigrant, common grass yellow, these were some of the common species found in our study. And the state butterfly, that is Sahyadri birdwing, it also could be located from Bangalore and Bangalore. And the recommendations and we have to use butterflies as climate change indicator. This is the main purpose of our study. So data collection has to be continued long term to validate the findings and correlate it with climate. Then of course we have not done the study specifically on host plants present in the area, but that if you can do that, that also will help to really come to the point how the variation of plants also affect the diversity of butterflies. Then our major aim is to set up an online portal where data and knowledge on butterfly can be shared with stakeholders and scientists. For this we have made a butterfly ongoing program, butterfly monitoring program, which is already started in our state. So in which we will be involving the public, and the field identification guides and mobile apps will be provided to the public and the school children and the forest people. So with their inputs, we will be collecting the data into our online portal, which will be in a dashboard arranged for the analysis in further years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Next presenter is Rukmani.
Challenges and opportunities that we have faced in dugong conservation in Tamil Nadu. My name is Rukmani Shekhar. I'd like to introduce to you the species that we work on. So the dugong or the sea cow grows up to 4 meter in length and has been considered as historically may have been considered as mermaids. The dugongs are marine mammals which are herbivorous, and they are the only one of their kind. They use their downward facing mouths to graze on the sea grasses, which are marine angiosperms, and they have very narrow preference towards their diet. Their flippers and their tail fluke assist them in their locomotion, and they can travel up to speeds of 22 miles per hour, which has been the fastest recorded. Their flippers help them move on the sand, and they usually live closer to the land, hence making them more vulnerable to human threats and coastal activity, negative impacts of the coastal activities. And they have been considered as vulnerable by the IUCN's conservation status, and in India they are critically endangered with a number below 200. They come from the family of Dugongidae from the order Sirenia, which includes the extinct Steller sea cow, which has a lot of lessons to teach us. They are distributed all the way from the eastern African coast till the Vanuatu island of Australia. Although their numbers are quite healthy in the other parts of the world, like the Arabian Gulf and the Red Sea, and they are the best in Australian waters, but in India they are in very, very less numbers and need our help. With this, I'd like to introduce ourselves. We are part of the team of the Dugong Recovery Program, and we are funded by the National Camper Fund. We work under the Biodiversity Institute of India with Dr. K. Shivkumar and Dr. J. A. Johnson as our project investigators. The major components of our project include ecological monitoring and outreach and training, which have been further divided into species conservation, habitat conservation, which make up the ecological monitoring component, and creating awareness and capacity building as part of the outreach and training. We work in 3 parts of the country, which includes the Gulf of Kutch, Gulf of Mannar and Park Bay region in Tamil Nadu, and the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Why conserve dugongs? I've made a statement here which I would like to justify at the end of this slide. The dugong has been considered as a flagship species of the Gulf of Mannar Biosphere Reserve Trust. And why is it so important? Managing the dugongs, which consume up to 30 to 40 kilograms of seagrass per day, they keep these seagrass beds at check. So that they don't get overgrown, and hence these seagrass beds are very important in order to filter the water that's flowing in from the coastal areas, and it helps to send purer, cleaner water to the coral reefs. This is an adaptation from Short et al., who created a model of the Indo-Pacific coastline regions. Hence, the dugong helps in this way, and these seagrass beds are also nursery beds for fishes of fishery importance. The objective of my study, what I'm going to present today, is the identification and prioritization of challenges and the potential opportunities in dugong conservation. We're focusing on the work that we carried out in Park Bay and Gulf of Mannar regions of Tamil Nadu. These are the challenges. The challenges are overlapping with the threats that we are faced with. The dugong has some physiological disadvantages which cannot be changed. But yes, they are a challenge and they are like a threat to the dugong population status in India. The anthropogenic threats that can be tackled are poaching, habitat destruction, net entanglement and boat strikes. Poaching is very high in the Park Bay region. Other challenges include that the Park Bay region has no protected area, unlike the Gulf of Mannar, which has the Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park. We have lack of scientific knowledge, awareness, and lack of human resource, which can build up this database, which can help us in making better decisions in dugong conservation. These are the threats that we can tackle and that are being major challenges in dugong conservation in Tamil Nadu. Our methodology includes a combination of our project objectives in different ways. For instance, to assess dugong presence and to assess habitat status, capacity building of the human resources in the area and other stakeholders are helpful. The line intercept transit method is used to assess the seagrasses in the area. We have the awareness program, that is the outreach component of our project, which helps to assess dugong presence, and also interaction with the community has helped us to assess how much the community depends on the seagrass beds and how this is influencing the dugongs. Where we stand today, with some historical information, I show you that there is a very high number of dugongs in the Gulf of Mannar and Park Bay region. This is the highest in India, and our study has not, which we have done now, has not been focused much on the Gulf of Mannar region because it already has a protected area status, and the area which needs a lot of attention is Park Bay. This has been studied before, that there is very high fishing pressure in both the areas and they require attention. With this historical data, we have studied the seagrasses, focusing in 3 places where poaching levels and dugong presence is very high. That is the North Park Bay, Central Park Bay, Southern Park Bay, and we have begun our work in the Gulf of Mannar region from the North Gulf of Mannar region, which includes the first 2 islands of the 21 protected islands of the Gulf of Mannar Marine National Park. Overlapping the dugong presence, the deaths and alive dugongs that we have got from the volunteer network, the information that we've got from them, we see that those overlap with the areas of high seagrass cover at North Park Bay could be a potential community reserve. How we deal with these problems? We create awareness through marine exhibitions, rallies, beach cleanups, community meetings and more, and capacity building is done for IFS, for all levels of department staff, like the IFS officers and the district forest officers, even up to the guards and the anti-poaching watchers levels. These are some glimpses of the work we have done. We have conducted scuba diving courses in order to facilitate better ecological monitoring. How we plan to do this monitoring and research work in the area? This is through scuba diving, as I was just mentioning. We have trained people. In case of our absence also, there should be a periodic and constant monitoring of the seagrass in the area, seagrasses and dugong in the area. This is a sad success that we have had 14 strandings during our project tenure till now, which is about 2.5 years. And however, we have been able to conduct 4 post-mortems, and one has been a very significant one that was conducted on a dugong that was intentionally captured in the place where we have our field site. This was done almost in the presence of the whole community and had a great impact because they saw how negative poaching could be, and the people are currently out on bail. So from these strandings, what we get from the research point of view is that we have samples which we can genetically analyze, and we have were given, the fishermen and the informers were given incentives in order to help them compensate for the losses in profit as well as net, their nets. This is a glimpse of the rescue that they conducted. We consider this as one of our greatest outcomes, and this has happened for the first time in India, only in Pakpe. With this we have standardized the working protocol to rescue dugongs, and we have the dugong ambassadors where we give a scholarship program based on merit to school students who are exclusively from the fishing community. Then 10 forest department staff have been certified as open water scuba divers. I have already explained that before. With this is my last slide, sir. So with this, as I mentioned before, potential community reserve in Park Bay with active participation from stakeholders, mainly the community, is the major goal we are working towards right now. The seagrass restoration with well-informed decisions. This is helpful by our capacity building program and trained human resources for underwater biodiversity monitoring and restoration. Again, happens through the capacity building program, and inputs for facilitated in-situ conservation through genetic studies. This genetic work being done on the samples, and we're also doing the analysis of gut to find the preferred dugong habitats. With this, I'd like to thank everyone, and thank you IBC for selecting my abstract.
Thank you very much. Now, next presenter is Mr. Safi Mohammed.
I'm Safi from Calicut University. Work internship. Comparative evaluation of predatory potential of orbital mite on the road knot nematode Melanogain incognita. Introduction. Soil animal community is dominated by arthropods. Acari is the most abundant mesofaunal elements. Orbital mites are the numerically abundant and diverse group of soil acari with multitude of ecological role like biodegradation and organic decomposition, nutrient recycling, bioindication, biorestoration, biological control, and crime detection as indicator of post-mortem endeavors in forensic science. Plant parasitic nematodes. These are the best of agricultural crops and cause considerable crop destruction and economic loss. Melanogain incognita, root knot nematodes, a notorious plant parasitic nematode with wide range of hosts, multiple infestation on almost economic crops, very high damage potential, inducing various symptoms like stunted growth, slowing of leaves, that means chlorosis, formation of root guard, qualitative and quantitative phytochemical alteration in the host plants. Major objectives of my work: to elucidate the impact of infestation by Melanogain incognita on the conservation of photosynthetic pigments of the leaves of Engium foetidum. Then the assessment of predatory potential of selected species of orbital mites under laboratory conditions. Materials and methods. First, the assessment of impact of infestation of Melanogain incognita on the Engium foetidum. It includes extraction, identification and culturing of Melanogain incognita. Then conduct the water plant experiment and biochemical estimation. It includes photosynthetic pigment, dotted phenols and proline. This is pure culture of Melanogain was maintained in tomato plant. Melanogain is identified on basis of female perennial patterns. This is jet juvenile, then the female, the perennial part of female. Experiment found this is the Engium foetidum. So ethnomedicinal plants, flowering agent of various food items. The experimental designs, seedling of the Engium foetidum around 3 to 4 weeks. Old work transplanted in the water soil. The experimental pot and control pots. Experimental pots inoculated with freshly hatched second stage of juvenile. Control pots inhibited with 3 pots without seedling. Biochemical estimation. For the biochemical, following protocols are followed. The photosynthetic pigments are analyzed based on the Arnold's and Coombs method. The photosynthetic efficiency is measured using the handy photosynthetic efficiency analyzer. The total phenol is followed the protocol, Malik and Singh, then the total trial by Bates et al. This is the photosynthetic efficiency analyzer. This is mite extraction unit. This is a single unit. Extracted mites are identified based on relevant keys. Feeding experiments conducted while filled with a 4% agar. Infective stage of Meloga, that means jejunal were used for the conduct of feeding experiments against the other organism. What the mean consumption rate of individual organism species from jejunal of Meloga were recorded. Results. This is the uninfested plant. Remaining two are infected. That means the experimental plant leaves. First one is the initial after 1 month, then the final for just seeing the chlorosis. This is the infected root, they forming the root galls. Infected part is forming the solid form the giant cells. The uninfected part is normal. This is the impact of infestation by Meloga on the various biochemical parameters of NGM leaves. These are the estimated values of chlorophyll A, chlorophyll B, chlorophyll. These results shows the infected plants significantly reduce all these parameters like chlorophyll A, chlorophyll B, total chlorophyll, and the value of photosynthetic efficiency, except phenol and proline, that is increased in the experimental pot that indicate the biotic stress of a plant. Result: the quantitative difference in the chlorophyll contents of NGM is due to the infestation by all the parameters are reduced in the experimental pots. This is the percentage loss of photosynthetic pigment due to the infestation by all the parameters like chlorophyll is ideally reduced about 54.52% and other also reduced. This is changing in the photosynthetic efficiency, that means FEY-FM value that determine the electron-transporting rates of the pigment system too. Here the control experimental plants of FEY-FM value is significantly reduced when compared to the control. This is the quantitative difference in the total phenol and proline content of NGM leaves due to the infestation by Meloga incognita. Here the result is entirely different than others because all these parameters increased in the experimental pods that indicate the biotic stress of plant. This is the rate of predation by Urbatomyton Meloga incognita. Here the first four species, they are considered as macrophytophagous groups, so they are not feeding the other groups, they are pure vegetarians. The remaining species, especially Indoribate species, is feeding about 60%, followed by Gallimnia, Pergallimnia and the others, Rostrosite species. This is the rate of predation by Urbatomyton Meloga. Here also the Indoribate species and Gallimnia, Indogallimnia species, also Pergallimnia species shows high predatory potential on Meloga incognita. This is the percentage consumption of predation by Urbatomyton Meloga incognita. Here also Indoribates punctuated, Indoribate species, Gallimnia, Indogallimnia species and Pergallimnia species also showed more than 50% of predation against the Meloga incognita. These are the species recorded during my study. The first one is Oplophorla species, then Aplagarus porosus, the Aptagarus species, Indoribates, Rostrosite ovula, Gallimnia species, Chelarbate species and Pergallimnia species. Come to the conclusion, infestation by Meloga incognita leads to significant reduction in the chlorophyll and carotenoid concentration in experimental pods when compared with the control pods. Reduced photosynthetic rate of NGM, increased phenolic and proline content indicate biotic effects of plant induced by Meloga incognita, qualitative and quantitative changes in the phytochemistry of plants. Urbatic species like Pergallimnia species, Rostrosite ovulum, Gallimnia, Indogallimnia species, Indogallimnia punctuated and Indoribate species showed a high predatory potential on Meloga incognita. This would emphasizes the possibilities for potential use in the biocontrol programs. Okay, thank you.
Now the last presentation by Sanghamitra Vasu.
From Jadavpur University and Zoological Survey of India. Today I am going to present on the changing trend in the zooplankton community around Sagar Island, Indian, Sundarban, Bengal. Zooplankton is, to a layman's, fish food. Zooplankton is a group of Well, we don't need any introduction for Indian Sundarban Delta, but 2 points what I want to mention is that Indian Sundarban Delta, the largest delta of the world, is undergoing the mean sea level rise double than that of the world's average. And it is important because it is home to endemic floral and faunal diversity. My study area is one of the 102 islands of the Indian Sundarban Delta, is Sagar Island, because this particular island is under extreme adversities and it is undergoing extreme erosion and also climatic stress. It is also home to many people whose livelihood is dependent upon fishing. And also I have chosen Sagar Island because we have got the previous data on the aquatic biodiversity of this particular island, and the first ever pioneering study of zooplankton has been initiated in this part of the island. The objective of my study is the time series data analysis of whatever decadal studies has been done in 1980s, 2007 and my present data. And I also want to investigate the distribution of the zooplankton density and diversity now, correlate it with the physicochemical parameters, because aquatic biodiversity without hydrobiology doesn't go. And also I want to see if it is having any impact on the higher trophic levels, that is on the fish community and also on the fisher community, because the livelihood of the people of Indian Sundarban and especially Sagar Island is primarily dependent upon fishing. Now a brief introduction to zooplankton. As we know, to a layman it is fish food and it plays it plays an important role as carbon sink, and it feeds on phytoplankton and it is being fed by small fishes and baleen whales also. This is the trend of the physicochemical parameters, average values on the temperature, pH, salinity and dissolved oxygen. The temperature pH has remained more or less same in all the 3 decades. There is an increasing trend in the salinity in 2007, because 2007 meteorologically was declared a drought year in Sagar Island, and dissolved oxygen also more or less have remained the same. However, in 1980 we can see a decreasing trend, because the area where the sampling was done was beside the mangrove vegetation, and so there is the depletion of oxygen level where there is organic matter. So this is the entire average zooplankton community, and the zooplankton community has remained the same for all the 3 decades. However, there is a dominance of copepods, which has remained 85 to 90% for all the 3 decades. These are the various zooplankton communities that we can see over here, and copepods which is the major zooplankton community that we can see in the Indian Sundarban Island, Indian Sundarban Delta, for all the 3 decades. And among this, the calanoid copepod is the most important, which forms an important part of the mesozooplankton community. This changes in the zooplankton community that we have that I have registered is that in 1980 there was the dominance of Paracalanus parvus, followed by Besthelinia civilis in 2007 and Acacia plumosa in 2017. What is important over here is that the size of the copepod has decreased from 1980 till 2017, which might have negative impact on the entire fish stock and therefore on the fisher community on the whole. So among the other non-crustaceans, Chytognathes previously was represented by 2 species, however now it is represented by only 1 species. So this change is quite alarming. This change in the biodiversity is quite alarming for the scientific community, for aquatic biodiversity and also for the fisher community whose livelihood is dependent upon the fishing. Now, as we know that Indian Sundarban Delta is experiencing so much of adversities of climate change, and most of the studies of the zooplankton is limited to northeastern part and Sagar Island. More studies have to be conducted in the other part of the island, and as zooplankton is important source of aquatic biodiversity and also for the fishermen, so more importance have to be given in the long term basis.
Thank you very much. So, we'd like to congratulate everyone and wish you very all the best for your future research work. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I'm a forester by training and I'm not used to this kind of plethora of subjects because most of the time we used to be discussing tigers and elephants only earlier on. But nowadays I see that a lot of research is being done in very obscure things like zooplanktons and a lot of things. I'm happy to see that people have started to take care of a lot of things in nature and hopefully something will come out of it and we'll be able to give some recommendations to the government so that they can look after these smaller beings also. With these words, I'd like to end this session. Thank you so much.